Everyone,
I'm gonna take a
welcome
picture of my
to my
setup.
presentation. Thank you very much for being here today. I, as you may
Yes.
have noticed, have a little bit of a Marvel Rivals hyperfixation at the moment. Just a little bit. I have the most playtime in the game of our friend group, I think, by a lot.
Yeah.
Ooh, let me check. I probably the least. I think we're like 100-ish hours off.
On Steam, I have well over 800 hours in game.
Mm.
I think it's getting close to 900. It is my most played Steam game other than an idle game, which I don't really count. So,
And that's with an LE, correct? You're not playing Uma Musume for 1,000 hours. Just check.
so I've decided this started before this, like the part of the season where Blade came out, where I was just like gonna make a little thing to try to note down what balance changes I wanted, and it has spiraled into a bit of a monstrosity, as you can see here.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
Okay.
It's like a college presentation.
It really is.
Oh my god, it's a lecture.
180 over balance? There's not even, not even like 20.
We're gonna start with some briefly covering some pressing issues, sort of that shadow over the game at the moment, and clear up a few lead up details, just to make sure we're all on the same page. To anyone watching on YouTube, the next 20 slides or so might be kind of fucking boring. But you know what? I'm gonna make you like you in the future have the power to skip through the video. These people I'm gonna make sit through my fucking bullshit.
I'm gonna skip to 45 minutes in.
Okay, thank
Goodbye,
you.
guys.
Yeah. Aaron dips. It's just like, I'll come back when we get to magic.
I don't know about that one, Chief.
Oh, hold on. This part
I don't
first.
know about that.
Okay.
I
I
don't
know
know
about
that.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
That's good. I'm glad we did this.
Yeah, I'm glad we can have our inside jokes as a part of this. Then once we're done with the behemoth of talking about balance changes, I want to talk about the potential new heroes that can get added between some actual pitches and also me just kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing hey, maybe this could be something, maybe not. I think the developers of Overwatch over the years have tried to find any other way to replicate the excitement and surge of new players that adding a new hero brings without like something other than adding a new hero to replicate the effect, and there just isn't anything they've if there is something we have yet to find it.
Arena?
I don't think Arena did that much. Weirdly enough, I think starting season 17, Overwatch has gotten a big surge of players again. So it was actually the season. I guess that is putting Arena in quick play. So maybe.
Myth busted.
But even still, that happened at the same time that they added Wu Yang, and that's a new hero. So then we're gonna get into some future season concepts. NetEase has said that they start with the story concept first, and then they decide what heroes they're gonna add as part of the story, and then they decide everything else after that. So I have some season concepts drawn up, a few notes on potential team ups because obviously, and I have some notes on potential PvE game modes, some potential like co-op or maybe even single player stuff. The reason why I went through the trouble to sort of to write some stuff up about that is we've seen quite a bit over the years of live service games when they end. To put a long story short. Now, I don't think Marvel Rivals is going to end anytime soon.
Ever.
Overwatch went through a big period of having way less
nothing.
players. And like the whole time they were making Overwatch 2, there was like no content updates to the main game. And still Overwatch has survived.
But Nikki, I thought Overwatch was a dead game.
It's
Not
not
on Twitter.
funny enough, pretty recently, again, when season 17 dropped, the peak players of Overwatch actually surpassed Rivals. I don't know if it still has, but at least for a time it did.
At least on Steam.
Yes, on Steam. It's also important to note that Overwatch has a big Asia like following, where Rivals absolutely does not, and Rivals is very big in the West, in like the United States and such. But regardless of game quality, we have seen the fates of games like Battleborn,
collide.
like Multiverses, most notably recently like Concord. It's been over a year since Concord happened. Isn't that crazy?
I think this may be a
No.
slightly different situation.
No, there's no way Concord was a year ago.
It might have been. Oh no.
It has. I looked it up. I think it closed last year, early September, and we're in late September right
What
now.
the hell?
Yeah.
That was yesterday. What are you talking about?
I know, right? And obviously this is a very different situation than Concord, but the principle is the same of, with time, seeing a game just like unable to be played, I think is like a damn shame. Whereas if we look at old peer-to-peer games, obviously peer-to-peer has its own downsides, but if you log into Payday 2, Payday 3 came out and has been kind of bust, to be honest, but people are still jumping to Payday 2. Like, honestly, it has a bigger player base than Payday 3 does right now. Old Call of Duty games still have some people that jump into it. And
Are they real people that have not hacked their system?
I
Maybe not.
I can only assume as much. I suppose I don't know for a fact. But if you look at at Steam charts, still today there will be like at any given time some old Call of Duty games will have like a few hundred like people in it. And they can still do all the multiplayer stuff and all the single player campaign stuff. And I think having those options to preserve the game and preserve everything that's been built into it is really important historically. I spent more time talking about this than I expected to, and if I spend an average of 30 seconds per slide, this will still be a 2-hour long presentation. So I'm going to try to spend less time on the precise numbers and precise everything and more on the vibe of the information. That said, I want to also throw out there, I'm no fucking gaming streamer god, you know? Like, my peak is Diamond 1, which I'm reasonably proud of, but it's not like I'm no Celestial
pretty good.
player. I play mostly tank, a decent amount of healer, by far the least on Duelist. And that also might have shaped my opinion. Maybe I don't give enough to Duelists. That's part of why I have the rogues gallery here, so to speak. Not the rogues gallery, that would mean you're villains. But
I am a rogue.
You don't know me.
Gallery.
that is true, I
You don't know my life.
Maybe I don't.
I'm a rebel.
Okay, hold on.
I'm a bad guy.
I'm just messing with the recording
I'm
a
a
little
Bad
bit.
Guys 2 coming out August 1st.
Oh,
Incredible.
Starring Aquafina.
Aquafina. I just watched Raya, and that has so much Aquafina in it. Oh my God.
This
See
is great.
Aquafina all over the place.
If you're a big Aquafina fan, watch Raya right now.
I have only some light game design experience, and I don't think I have all the answers. And no one's going to decide with balance. You can look online, and you'll see some people saying like about any character. You can be like, they're so underpowered, they need to be buffed, and then someone else like. 2 minutes of separation between the threads being posted. Someone else will be like, about the same character. They'll be like, they're so powerful. There's no counters. No one's gonna agree.
What Angela is right now.
Honestly,
What
that
Angela
is.
right now.
It is kind of where Angela is right now. No one's gonna agree fully in terms of balance, and that's okay. This is just a perspective I put a lot of time and thought into. So, we're going to talk about the elephants in the room, to start out. Matchmaking. A lot of people claim that matchmaking is rigged. That's, I'm going to be honest, kind of stupid. Because the matchmaking cannot predict if someone's going to have a bad game, or if 2 people are going to get into an argument and one of them's going to throw, or if, like, any number of social factors that just depend on the human being, right? Like, the game just cannot process that. Now, is the matchmaking not always very good? Sure, I'll agree to that. And I don't know how to fix that. I'm not a computer wizard. Placement matches. Give me. I tripped over my
Guys,
words.
placement matches. I think that we should actually put them in right now.
Well, they are on the way, apparently. The devs have said that placement matches are in development. We'll see when they come, if that actually helps or not. I note here that I think the quick play matches the circumstances. I don't know the word I'm looking for, but the how they calculate that should be tightened a little bit. So then if it detects a lot of people are active, because you can still get a match in 3 seconds and like not have bronze players go up against grandmasters. I had them written down, but honestly, maybe this is placebo, but I feel like the matchmaking in quick play has gotten better. That I personally have experienced fewer one-sided stomps. This obviously is a subjective experience, so maybe I'm like huffing fumes. And I would also be important, I think, to add for people at really high ranks where the matchmaking like takes a few minutes, or in regions where there aren't a whole lot of players, to remind people that they can go into the practice range while they wait, because that is just like, I like to just mess around in the practice range. Sometimes if I'm like talking to people and I'm like, I want to play Rivals, but I don't want to get in a match because I'm talking to someone, I'll go in the practice range, swing around as Spider-Man. Healing ults versus damage ults. The most common complaint I've seen that isn't about the matchmaking, just about the game, how the game actually plays, is about these huge healing ultimates that basically make people immortal for 12 seconds. And
The circles.
yes, exactly, the circles.
Circles are everywhere.
Circles. But the reason why these exist are because of some of these super high damage output ultimates. And I am of the opinion, personally, that both of these need to be turned down. The one-shot ults don't really affect this, because they're like, most of the time they have wind up and you have time to account for them. I'm talking about the like continuous sustained ones, like Punisher, Star-Lord, Storm, Hela. I would argue Psylocke, because even though her ult is actually worse if you do it in groups, but if you just like solo ult somebody, they get insta deleted and there's nothing they can do. And there's a few others you could make arguments about, but those I think are the biggest ones. Here we go. The goats meta. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the goats.
I'm familiar.
Oh yeah.
The collective noise. Go all tanks and healers was a team comp back in Overwatch 1. It was not liked very well because it was safer and slower paced, and frankly, if the players weren't really good, then nobody would die. And I think for all the crap we give to damage players, and don't get me wrong, I'll give crap to damage players like any day of the week. I think it's a showcase of why they're still important to the game, because without this threat of high burst damage, there just aren't as many exciting moments where, like, even if kills don't happen, something has to happen to shut down that Punisher ult, right? Or even if, like, maybe Magneto bubbles someone at the right time or uses his ult, or someone goes around and flanks. I think I was playing, it might have been you, Seth, that did this. I think you were playing Rocket and the Punisher ulted and he wasn't looking at you, so you just ran up to him and killed him. I don't remember if that
I
was
do
you or
remember
not.
that, but that was not me.
Oh, okay.
That was me.
Oh, it was really.
Yeah.
But those exciting moments like that would not exist without this threat of super high damage, right? It's also part of, even though Wolverine drives me fucking nuts, he does have an important role to the game in busting tanks. Yeah, baby, I'm praying on you tonight.
Ow!
The last big one that I'm going to spend a few slides on is role imbalance. There are a lot more damage characters than Vanguards and Strategists. Overwatch 1, when it launched, did the same fucking thing, except there were fewer characters just in general. Remember when they wanted...
There was defense.
Remember when they wanted you to have 2 healers, but then the game launched with 4 supports and one of them was fucking Symmetra? and listen, Symmetra was a cool idea. Not a support hero. Just not a support hero. And we just came off a double duelist season, and people weren't happy about that. And we have yet to see what Daredevil is, but he's probably also a duelist, to be honest.
80%.
And so we are going to... I want to briefly take us through a few solutions I've seen pitched across the internet, or that I've come up with, and talk about upsides and downsides. The one that I briefly considered, I think I said something about it in chat once, was... What if we have like a solo... If we only have one of a role, you give them a slight buff while decreasing the output of whichever one has 3 or more. So if you have like a solo tank, 3 duelists, you buff up the tank a little bit or reduce the duelists. Okay. But
That's scary.
Yeah, I scrapped this idea pretty quick.
I am Groot.
Yeah. Oh my God, Groot would be so terrifying.
Groot 5 strategist.
Yeah, it makes one person into a sort of raid boss, and takes away from what the other people are able to do. And plus, one of the great things about hero shooters is that outside of just straight up bugs, 2 abilities will interact with each other the same way every time. So if, let's say, you're a magic player and you have a specific combo that kills from 250, well, maybe you deal slightly less damage when you have 3 duelists, and now you do 245 with that combo, and you're like, okay, what the fuck? And this is just diet roll queue, and we don't want roll queue. Well, some people want roll queue, but the devs have been pretty clear they want to avoid roll queue, because they want to include that creativity in team compositions. And for all of the... as annoying as it can be to have 1 tank, 3 duelists, 2 support, that team comp does have its benefits. It's a legitimate strategy, because if you have a really good tank player and healers who can stay really on top of it, that gives the damage characters a lot of room to... It gives them a lot more room to be able to pull off plays, because there's 3 of them. My initial reason for coming up with this idea was I was trying to think of a way to make solo healing viable, but this just doesn't solve the problem that, like, even if your numbers are insanely high, like a Luna with perfect accuracy, if you've got a Magneto and Groot on the front lines, and you've got Psylocke on the flank, and you've got Torch in the sky, and you've got Hela back next to you, and they all need healing, you can't do all of those things at once, no matter, like, how high your numbers are. And it's kind of a similar thing with solo tanking, because if you're a solo tank, you have to be on the front lines all the time, and every time... You want to be able to protect your supports, but every single time you do that, the front line collapses, and you have to lose a bunch of space. The second concept I've seen a lot of people suggest is the old Doomfist switcheroo. What if we take a few characters on Duelist and put them onto new roles? I've seen a lot of people suggest making Black Panther a tank, and I don't know how the fuck that would work.
Nah.
You have no idea how often I've seen this, like, suggestion, and I'm like, that'd just be a different character. Like, you can't just... Because I guess if you just lower the numbers, and, like, if you lower his damage numbers by a lot and give him 300 HP, then he's an assassin where he does his main combo and it does 150 damage. And then what is he doing? He's tickling with his kitty claws. He's tickling with his kitty claws. There are some characters where this does make sense for. Mr. Fantastic is already most of the way there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Blade and Wolverine, you like, if you make some minor adjustments, they could work.
Tank Buster becomes the tank.
As for supports, I saw one person with a mock-up to make Spider-Man into a support. And I'm against the idea, but the concept was very fascinating. But all of this... The obvious downside is that this is a super divisive change that would alienate the players who like those characters. We kind of saw that with the Jeff rework, but... I think a lot of people, myself included, have warmed up to the Jeff rework over time. I think changing Spider-Man to a support is just too extreme. Or changing Black Panther to a tank. It's just a different character now. I tried some, like, concepts trying to detether the game from the 3-role structure. Like, tried to make some ways, like a 4th role, like a wild card role, or some ways like these charts, as you can see, to try to visualize each character's complexities. So if you look on the left there, you can see I have that triangle, where it's like, Magneto is full Vanguard, and Jeff is kind of full strategist, and Hela is full duelist. But then you can see, like, Mr. Fantastic is kind of on the halfway point between Vanguard and duelist. And Invisible Woman is sort of part of the way to Vanguard. Obviously, the triangle is hard to, like, visualize, so I tried it with the number system you see on the right, and I do like that better. But this doesn't solve the disparity at its core. And so I think the real solution is to just be more willing to blur the lines between the roles. And with that being, tanks and damage should not be forbidden from having these minor healing abilities. I think the Groot team up with Mantis is maybe them trying to experiment with this.
It's beautiful.
And it's a really fun team up. And I think part of me thinks they didn't want to classify Ultron as a duelist because he has those healing and shielding capabilities. But I wonder if they wanted to make him a strategist for. I'm trying to think of a way I want to
Duelist
put
players
this.
to be like, come over, Duelist players. Where's this guy? He does a lot of damage. Don't you want to play him?
But there's that's very possible. But there's also like there's a certain mindset with trying to play them. I think I'll get into this when I actually get to the Ultron balance changes that I want. But when you think of the Ultron like character fantasy, you think of like I think of like a mastermind in the sky choosing when and where to divert his influence. And I think that's why they wanted him to be more of a strategist, but I'll get into those changes. I also think having more common self-sustain abilities will lower the frequency of. I mean, you guys have definitely encountered the we all have stories of the tanks who run in and die and blame the healers. We all have that story. Something happened to me like 2 or 3 days ago where I think this was just quick play, but I'm Luna, right? Picture me, I'm Luna. And the whole team's together and we start walking in. Their Captain America charges at us, charges directly past our Thor is in the front lines. Captain America runs straight past him towards me. He pops ult and starts trying to beat the shit out of me. Thor completely fucking ignores this, keeps walking toward the enemy team. The rest of us, all 5 other members of the team, start shooting the shit out of Captain America, and eventually he dies. But it takes forever because he has his ultimate up. So we turn back to the rest of the fight. Thor's dead. He sends a message, heal me. And I'm like, bitch! I had my snowflake on you the whole time! But because I was the one getting the shit beat out of me, I wasn't able to heal anybody else! So I couldn't benefit you!
Where'd you guys go? I'm dying over here. Where'd you guys go?
Where'd you guys go? And I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. So...
They just spam need healing the 3 times they
yeah, ding, 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 ding. Yeah, we've all had it. So I think it is okay to have more characters with some light self-sustain abilities. Like Phoenix has the small amount of health regen when she triggers her explosions. I think more things like that would be really awesome.
Like jump scare.
Some tanks are very highly healer dependent. Not all of them should be, I don't think. Like the Thing, I think it's okay for him to be healer dependent because that's kind of part of the Thing experience, right? He's and I won't back down.
All right.
And you see the health bar like going like it's like 50%. Oh, now it's at 20. Oh, now it's at 40. It's 30, 60. It's like going back and forth. Like, I'm gonna use the whole goddamn health bar. Paladins? I'm gonna talk about Paladins real quick. I know Paladins isn't being worked on anymore. But I do like Paladins a lot. And Paladins has much less of this problem because it's a game where you can just... It's a game where everyone can, like, buy items. And every character can just get lifesteal items. So there's less of... like damage characters thinking that their health bar is the support's responsibility when like like this when in reality the support can't help you if you charge directly into the entire enemy team, you know. One could make an argument, I could make an argument if I wanted, for like a universal 1% lifesteal, but that is a mechanic that would have a lot of far-reaching implications that I just didn't end up digging into. So I'm not gonna open that can of worms for this, right? That's just...
That would also make matches last way longer.
It would.
Oh yeah.
Like a lot of
Have the payload heals you.
the payload does for the attacking team, but it's pretty slow.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. That's all the healing you need.
Yeah. A lot of numbers would need to be changed in response to that, and I got that idea like yesterday, and I was like, I don't have time to rework everything to incorporate this idea, so I'm just gonna like put it on the side. And Paladins also has 4 roles and 5 players on each team. They have frontline, flank, and damage, which are both kind of damage characters, but in a different flavor. Flank is more about getting the final hits, and damage is more like sustained over a long period of time as opposed to a big burst. And then there's the support. So it's designed so there's one of each role, and the last person can just be whatever. It's designed for one tank and one support. Obviously, Rivals is designed in a very different way, but we can take elements of the systems they're using, right? I'll use bits and pieces of what I've taught. The reason why I've gone into talking about all of this is because I'm going to take tiny bits and pieces of this in my character balance changes every now and then. Now, before we get to individual character changes, we're going to be boring for a little bit longer, just to make sure we're all on the same page with a few things. Oh, hi, Blake.
Hi.
I still got 16 minutes until I come back. So.
Oh, yeah. Terms to be familiar with. Yeah, that's right. We're going to define some things. We're going to talk a lot about impact, how your contributions as a player change how the match goes.
We're going to be talking about the impact.
Do you think that's funny, Butthead? Do you think talking about skill floor is funny?
We will be spending a lot of time talking about competitive.
Thank you so much. So when we think about impact, we want to think about the potential an ability has to make big plays, not just by hitting shots or keeping up with healing, but using abilities wisely and contributing in a way that only that character can. An example I'm probably going to bring up a few times is Invisible Woman. I think Invisible Woman is one of the coolest and best designed heroes in this game. Because
that's what I'm saying.
Her push and pull can be used for so many things, to make yourself safe or to drag an enemy out of position. The amount of times I've seen an enemy up on a ledge and they're like, ha ha, and I just yank them off and they're like, oh fuck. We're going to talk about skill floor
like assassinate
and
really
skill
low.
ceiling. Skill floor is the minimum amount of skill expression required to have impact on a game as any given character. This is often higher for faster or more aim-dependent characters. So like Rocket, Squirrel Girl, Strange, fairly low skill floor. Strange has a bunch of animation cancels and stuff, but you don't need to know those to have impact as Strange. Worst case scenario, you just put up a big shield. Meanwhile, characters like Black Widow or Luna, where you need to hit shots consistently, or Venom, where you have to hit shots consistently, have pretty high skill floors. And characters like that are less accessible to new players because of that. And that isn't necessarily a bad thing, because it's reasonable for characters like that to exist. But characters' accessibility is still important. New players will often choose characters not just for their kit, but for the aesthetic or personality of the character. Spider-Man is the most popular Marvel character of all time. I think it's pretty hard to debate this. I would almost argue he is the most popular superhero of all time, just period. But Batman exists, so I'm not sure I can say that.
There is also Superman.
Superman is also
no, Batman
close.
is definitively higher than both of them, I believe.
Huh.
I mean, he should be.
There's a list of the most, the most worth money, the most expensive franchises, and I believe Batman is number 1, immediately followed by Spider-Man.
Batman does have a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lot
Pokemon
of media.
is the number 1 media property of all time.
Well, yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah. That I knew.
But, I mean, these things also come in waves, right? So, like, Superman is really popular right now because a big movie just came out recently. And from what I can tell, these waves are more frequent for Spider-Man and Batman, you know?
Yes.
Hold on, I'm gonna burp. Excuse me. And people love Spider-Man, and they want to step into that role. So we want to, where possible, have the character be accessible to jump into without being on the receiving end being the worst experience of all time. And we'll get to that. Skill ceiling
Spider-Man
is the maximum amount of skill expression or potential for impact a character has. Characters that are aim dependent or faster often have higher skill ceilings. For example, Scarlet Witch, who has an auto aim mechanic, has a lower skill ceiling compared to Spider-Man or Hela. Because Spider-Man and Hela have a lot of room to reward precision and reward good cooldown usage, where Scarlet Witch has less of that. And lower ceiling characters will often have less room for these cool, impressive plays. So for all these reasons, we want to, generally, where we can, keep the floor low and the ceiling high to make the range of skill expression as big as we can make it. Skill expression is a huge combination of factors that, like, I don't think any one person could reasonably sum up. It's a combination of aim, positioning, cooldown usage and resource management, space making, choosing your engagements, choosing when to use your ultimate, so many things. At the same time, we want to avoid this funny thing called power creep. It is a phenomenon, if you are not familiar. It's a phenomenon where the power level of the top tier characters, especially the new characters, will increase over time, and at its worst, the new content will render the old content effectively obsolete. If you guys are familiar with a little thing called Fire Emblem Heroes,
Oh yeah.
Heroes!
Right now you need to show
Here.
all the text. All the text of the weapon.
yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the size of the weapon text. Hold on, I have to shift something real quick. So the length of the weapon descriptions in Heroes has been getting longer and longer, and now it's just kind of comical. Because whenever they release a video that's like, check out this new unit we're releasing, it will have to scroll in order to show all of the text, like legitimate paragraphs of text just for their weapon effect. And then they
got
get
more
their
text than Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Yeah, unironically more text than Yu-Gi-Oh cards. It's actually astounding. So we want to avoid this, but at the same time, it is better to buff the weak heroes and make them more fun to play rather than nerf the fun and powerful ones. Generally, this is obviously something that's like, you judge it on a case-by-case basis, right? Increasing power levels on its own isn't a terrible thing, as long as we can keep the whole roster roughly on par. Just some game terminology terms. A spell field is just the name the Rivals documentation uses for area of effects. So things that explode, like Squirrel Girl's explosive acorn primary, Loki's primary and his like protective lamps, Namor ult, Spidey ult, the list keeps going. Hit scan, projectiles with no travel time and immediately hit the target on your cursor. Like Hela, Phoenix, Psylocke. Punisher has a bit of a spread, but he's still hit scan. Damage fall off is a bit more of a complicated idea, but I guess it's not that complicated. But basically, you know how when you shoot someone from really far away, it does less damage? That's because of damage fall off. It's the same mechanic that causes when you're farther away from the center of an explosion, you take a little bit less damage. That's the same thing. So if we want to keep a character's damage at close range about the same, but alter it at a longer range, we would change how the damage fall off works. and I'll be playing with the numbers on this with quite a few characters. Cooldown, everyone here knows what cooldown is, just the amount of time it takes. These are all pretty basic ideas here. Cooldowns is just an amount of time it takes for an ability to recharge. I just have a bunch of like words here that I'm going to be shortening. Like BH is just bonus health, which is the blue extra HP. DR is just damage reduction. Some important ideas though. 250 HP is obviously the standard maximum HP value for characters in this game. Some squishies have like 275 or 300, but 250 is like a very significant damage benchmark for like Spider-Man's combos or Magic's combos or especially Black Panther's combos. So we don't really want to go below 250 HP on any character. And for a similar reason, we don't want to go too crazy low with tanks unless we have a good reason to. Angela just got released and she has 550 HP. But I think she has a pretty good reason to be a lower HP tank, given that she flies around at the speed of light. And time to kill, related to that, is the amount of time it takes to take an enemy from full HP to 0. Generally, getting killed very fast is not fun to be on the receiving end of, even if it requires a lot of skill to pull off. This is the reason why they did not make Black Widow's headshot a one-shot kill without any kind of damage boost. Because even though it's a skill shot, it really sucks to be hit from a million miles away and not have a chance to react. I think this is something that, like, Apex Legends had a character that could snipe you from a million miles away, and people understood that even though it was difficult to do, it sucked. Hitting certain key numbers is important for the time to kill, because if, let's say you fire once per second, and you do 85 damage per second, you can kill 250 HP heroes in 3 shots. If you do 80 damage, it takes you 4 shots. That is the difference of a full second, which can be pretty significant. These are just a bunch of character playstyles. I think we all know them. But Poke is just mid to long range, characters like Punisher. Brawl or Pressure is melee to close range, people that stand on the front lines, and generally are more durable, but have lower range. Dive are people who jump into the enemy backlines, and go for squishy targets like the healers. Healers can often survive this by patty caking, which is just both healers heal each other. Peeling is just a DPS character or tank that runs back to the supports when they're being attacked and protects them. Some characters have big shields, like Strange or Magneto. Some characters have abilities to control certain parts of the map, like Groot or Penny, or even to an extent Human Torch and Namor and Loki. And then healing and buffing is pretty much what every support does. I don't even remember what's next. Right, goals! What are the goals of what the changes are we're going to be making here? The Rivals team has stated their number one priority is character fantasy. You want to feel like you're embodying the hero you play as. And we want to keep that in mind as we go. Every character should be fun to play as and fun to fight against. And if an ability is consistently, like, you use it and you're like, that didn't really do anything. Or if you consistently are on the receiving end of an ability and you're like, that sucked, I don't know what I could have done about that. This is likely some kind of design issue. Sometimes this is a skill issue, sure. But sometimes it isn't a skill issue. Sometimes we have to admit when shit sucks. I will have things colored in blue or red as not necessarily buffs or nerfs, but to make them more fun to play as or make them more fun to fight against. Oftentimes, red changes will come in the form of a nerf that comes with a buff to compensate for it. And a lot of times the blue ones will just be buffs. We want all the cooldowns to feel interesting and have good potential for impact. As we said before, we want while there is room for characters with higher floors or lower ceilings than each other or things like that, I believe each character should not be too drastically far away from each other. Some characters will see their skill floors lowered. Again, in a similar way, some characters will be more viable in low ranks than high ranks, and vice versa. This is normal and kind of unavoidable. But, you know, we're trying to round everything out, basically. Difficulty stars! Obviously, difficulty stars is kind of stupid to an extent. And they should only be used as a rough guideline. But that said, this is just like what I had in mind when I picture the character fantasy of... when I picture the character fantasy we're trying to embody, these are kind of the difficulty stars I'm thinking of. So, like, obviously, current Ultron is not a 4-star hero. But I think it would be cooler if he were that hard to play, to sort of embody that mastermind feeling of, like, you're over the battlefield, you pick and choose the flow of how everything goes, and when you move a drone to someone else, you steer the battle in a completely new direction. This is a mock-up I'm not super married to be honest. And a lot of these are kind of the same as what they are in the game right now. I'm going to take a drink, and if anyone has a comment, they can make it.
Penis.
I was gonna say balls!
Fuck
Oh
yes.
my god, twins.
Yo!
I was gonna say the shaft.
Great commentary, everyone. I'm glad I have you along. This is what I needed. The characters that I think are kind of the platonic ideal of every role. I mentioned Invisible Woman earlier, and I'm just gonna repeat what I said earlier. All of her abilities are super versatile. They aren't just a heal harder button. They can all have impact in different ways and turn the tide. Excuse me. They can turn the tide of a team fight if they're used well. And all strategists, I think, should have like that degree of versatility in their kit. Sorry, I had something going up my throat. That's what it was. I think all the strategists should have that level of like versatility in their kit without being too much of a heal bot or too much like each other. Winter Soldier is a kit I really like. All of his abilities kind of synergize with each other, but they also are all useful in different situations. His dash, his slow projectile, and his hook all have unique dynamic uses. And Magneto I really, really like because all of his cooldowns have very high impact, and it's what makes him the most reasonable solo tank for the most part. And let me try to get my train of thought again. I want everyone to be kind of a reasonable solo tank, sort of. At least as much as each other. Like, solo tanking sucks, but like there are some solo tanks that suck way more than others. Like solo tank Cap is kind of a nightmare. But we want to do this. We want to maintain each character's unique identity and method of controlling space on the battlefield. These are just some examples of abilities I find cool and impactful. I've talked about Bucky's hook and Invis's push and pull and the Magneto bubble. These are all abilities that have a lot of potential to create openings or deny them dynamically, and potential to work with in conjunction with other abilities to shape evolving team fights. A few abilities that I think are kind of bleh and don't have enough impact on any given fight. They have changed Thor's hammer throw since release, and I think it's way better now, since it's more about Now it's more about managing your Thor force as a resource and getting some of that back. When it was originally just a ranged attack, it was kind of stupid because Thor's main damage, he wanted to keep his awakening rune up as often as possible anyways. Loki's backstab just doesn't really do anything. Moon Knight's grapple hook is very slow. It can get him to new places in conjunction with his double jump. But it's harder for that to have impact when he also just has a double jump. You know what I mean? And then there's one
Resident Moon Knight. I never use it.
Yeah. There's also some, like, Ultron's bonus health, where it's like, it definitely can have impact, but it's hard to tell when it does. A lot of times, I just pop the bonus health ability just, like, whenever. And I'm like, did that help everyone? Maybe. I don't know. And there are a lot of ways for abilities to have impact. I'm not going to bother going down all of these. But one that I think we've been starting to see more that I think is really, really cool is abilities that give certain resources back. Like how Adam's like barrage now gives him some time back on the cooldown for his healing. Or certain abilities refresh ammo, or other examples include like Black Panther getting his dash back or regaining Thor force. This is a favorite of mine because abilities will now naturally loop into each other and create a sort of natural kit synergy. And then, of course, there's all sorts of other ways an ability can have impact, like area denial, stuns or slows, self-sustain abilities, like Bucky's like passive that gives him extra shield, or Luna's self-healing passive and stuff.
Magic
Also. It's also important to note too much of any one of these can be annoying, particularly stuns and slows. We don't want to add too many of those, to be honest. Because like, especially like solo tanking can be crowd control hell. Particularly for our poor boy Hulk. I'll get to Hulk, but he like is so easy to bully with crowd control. The types of changes that are on the table because we have seen the Rivals team do them in the past. The ones I particularly want to note is adding, first of all, they've added new abilities entirely to already released characters before. I think actually the only example is adding the things like jump to an enemy ability. But when they did that, I was really surprised because I was like, oh, this is the type of thing that's on the table now.
Yeah.
They have changed character hitbox sizes before. I think they did it once with Iron Man, but like I forget what exactly it was, but I went back to the patch notes to check specifically before. Back in Season 2, they changed the size of his hitbox. So that's the sort of thing that is also on the table. Without further ado, it's been like an hour, and we're I need to speed the fuck up.
Hey guys, I'm back. I'm from the past. I'm here now from the past. What's been going on?
I originally had a characters who are perfect category, but I decided no character is perfect.
Except for Jeff.
Because I spent legitimately like 2 months on this, and the list just kept growing. The characters that are getting minimal changes, all of these are just going to be one slide. This used to be the largest section, and now it's not. Because I just kept on thinking of changes I wanted to make. We're going to start with Magneto. To me, he's the platonic ideal of a tank. A lot of people find him boring.
Changes.
Oh
no.
I'm going to move to the...
People are wrong and dumb.
I'm going to move to the next slide, because for just a moment, because I saw a meme on Reddit like 3 days ago, and I liked it so much I added it to the slideshow. I do not ego play. I don't push for kills. I don't clip farm. I play the objective, I bubble my supports, and I dunk on enemy ults. And if I feel I am not the backbone my team needs, then I swap. That
Magneto.
yes, they also did misspell Magneto.
Magneto. He's mage now.
There are a few small changes I want to make to him. First of all, there's a slight change I want to make to his ult, mostly because I find it funny. Because I've noticed when his ult gets overcharged and explodes, I thought to myself, it feels like something should happen. But nothing happens. So my suggestion is a big wave of very little damage goes out. Hurts both teams and their deployables within 20 meters. Now you might think, Nikki, this sounds fucking insane.
No, it sounds awesome.
But this adds a layer of strategy to it, where maybe one team is kind of okay with... Maybe the Magneto is in a situation where they're, like, completely alone, and they're, like, kind of okay with it getting overloaded. Or maybe they have a Penny and a Loki on their team, and they're really not okay with it getting overloaded, so they're gonna, like, try to throw it early and try to play it safe. This is not necessarily a balanced thing. I just think it would make the ult more fun. A slight change I want to make to the bubble, because I have noticed, like, it's a very good ability, but sometimes it will just get, like, rolled over. And that's the nature of the game, right? If the entire enemy team is shooting at someone, they're going to go through that 250 HP really fast. But I think a way to make it a bit more impactful is to make it pop violently when it gets broken. Just like a small radius of damage, a little bit of knockback. And I think when he hits with his primary fire, I want it to give a little bit of energy back to the shield. Again, this resource generation thing. I think this will get people to focus on hitting a lot of targets with the spell field and add a really interesting flow to Magneto's gameplay, where now this is something people are trying to keep in mind. And obviously this amount I have listed, 2 energy per target, is like a pitiful amount, right? But it's not really meant to change everything about him. You know, it's deliberately extremely small. A lot of these are deliberately extremely small. We're going to go to the thing. The thing I think feels amazing. My only problem. Here's the thing. My only problem with him is that the duration of his damage reduction is very short, and it's hard to keep up consistently in the moments you need it. Sometimes thing does just kind of explode out of nowhere, and you're like, holy shit. I think I would want to increase the duration by like a second. So then he and his teammates can keep it up for those moments they really need it. I also think it would be kind of fun to be like, whenever he deals damage to someone, just with anything, because he has these big area attacks, maybe he gets like a little bit of his jump cooldown back, or like a tiny bit of bonus health. I don't even know if he would need a nerf to balance this out, maybe. But Thing isn't like dominating lobbies or anything. And he's also very healer dependent, so I don't know about Thing. Iron Man, the thing that pisses me off about Iron Man is when he sits 10 miles away and rains down repulsor blasts just from a million miles away. And
there's like nothing you can do about it.
And here's the thing.
Downtown.
I'm a fucking hypocrite because I love doing it. But being on the receiving end sucks balls. What I would want to do is give some fall off to the repulsor blast itself. How it currently has it is at the point where it explodes. If you're at the edge of the explosion, you do less damage, but the damage doesn't decrease for how far the repulsor blast flies. And it doesn't have to be a huge amount of fall off. Maybe just like at 50 meters away, it's like 70% of the damage. Alternatively, you could add some kind of like... You could reduce the damage to the AoE, but give like an additional effect when you land a direct hit with the repulsor blast. I don't know what kind of extra effect that would be. I don't know what kind of extra effect that would be. Maybe it like knocks them back a little bit, or maybe it reduces the cooldown of his overdrive. It could be so many things. His micro missiles kind of suck. But it's just because of the huge spread. I saw recently someone used the missiles in like a doorway, and I think they did this on accident. They used it on a doorway, and all of the missiles hit like the edge of the doorway, and there was an enemy standing in the doorway, and they fucking exploded. And it was a fascinating moment. So I think if you wanted to make it better, you could like reduce the amount of missiles but increase the damage and radius, so it's more likely that someone will get hit with like an actual meaningful amount of damage. Punisher is weird to me right now because in my opinion he eats tanks alive a little too much, but I'm also, in my changes, I'm giving characters that he tears apart durability increases. Characters like The Thing and characters like Thor. So do we need to lower his damage a tiny bit on his weapons, or do we need to give him more fall off? Maybe not. That's where my mind was, but maybe in my world it won't be necessary because I'm making tanks more durable anyways. If you do make his primary weapons a little less powerful, you could buff up the Scourge Grenade a tiny bit. As much as I like the solution for Punisher where like hitting a shot lowers a cooldown, he doesn't have a whole lot of abilities that synergize well with that. You could do Scourge Grenade, but it's not that impactful of an ability. Punisher's ult is the first big damage ult that I'm going to be toning down. Because I understand the high damage is the trade-off for his slow movement and him becoming the size of fucking Bane, right? But like this ult specifically necessitates these insane healing ults that like make so many people mad. So I would want to give it more damage fall off and maybe just decrease the damage per bullet too. It can still be the highest damage ultimate without doing 266 damage per second before headshots and before the missiles it shoots out. I would also, if I had my way, I would rework the turret a little bit to be a little less impactful but a little more frequent. So I don't know how well known this even is, but the turret has, each of the bullets has a 3-meter radius area of effect. So the projectile is 10 damage and the AoE is 10 damage. I would want to move some of the AoE damage to the projectile, so it's more, some of the damage is, less damage is going to the big group of people, and there's more on just the one target. I also would kind of want the HP of the turret to be lower, because it's, the thing is about the turret is that it's really easy to shoot down when it's in the startup animation, but after that it's really hard to shoot down. So I'd say lower the HP and give it damage reduction during the startup, and maybe make the startup faster. So then I would like this to be an ability that people like don't have to be like kind of like freaked out to use, you know? Or maybe it can be something like an activation ability that has a gauge. That was just an idea that came to my head right now, so I'm not married to that at all. Maybe that's silly. Star-Lord.
Resource bar.
Resource bar. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. Star-Lord I think is very fun. He's not super good right now. And part of that is because he spends just as much time reloading as he does shooting. And he's also very close range. Frankly, there's not, if you're gonna play Star-Lord, there's not much of a reason to not just play like a different character. Like if you're gonna go for flanks, you can play as like Psylocke, or if you're gonna try to be a frontliner, you can play Punisher or Hela and just kind of be better. I think I
feel like he just plays to get ult charge and then murder everyone. I feel like that's his
yeah,
his play style.
honestly,
You do
Pretty much.
the big spinny Death Blossom, and you get like 28 ult charge in one go, and then you fly away, and then you come back, and you do that.
Repeat until death.
Repeat until Tom and Jerry.
The one idea I had to improve his uptime that I really liked was after he does his flip, shooting doesn't consume ammo for like 0.3 seconds. Most players aren't gonna land like a bunch of body shots on a squishy during that time. But it's just something so then you don't have to like flip and then you're like you take that time and you're like, where the fuck am I? Before you start shooting. I also do want to nerf his ult. This is the second big damage ult I want to take down a peg. Because this is one of them where it's like, if he just hard targets a healer and they're out in the open, there's just not a whole lot most of them can do. I think we could give him maybe like 10% damage resist during his flight, only because A, he can't shoot back during it, and B, he's forced to be close range because of how his weapons work. I don't like his AoE move very much. It isn't very scary. He mostly just does it to get ult charge. I think it would make him a more interesting presence if it were a less frequent, bigger impact move. I think it'd be cool if they increase the radius, increase the cooldown time by a lot. So instead of 8 seconds, it's like 15. Make the fall off more aggressive and generally the damage lower. But it adds like a slowing effect to everyone it's hitting. I think this would make it a cool like anti-dive technique to peel for your healers with, or it could like disorient an enemy team, so it's less about the damage and more about the debuff. That's just a concept that I thought would make him a little more neat. Winter Soldier. I think he's almost perfect, but I almost want to lean... He's almost like an anti-dive character right now, and I think I would kind of want to lean into that. Did you say something, Aaron?
Grounded punch. The grounded punch. I wake up in the middle of the night and I scream.
the dash, yeah.
You get earthbound.
The dash is crazy.
I'm like,
I guess while we're on it, I'll get to that. The dash is crazy, but it kind of sucks as an escape. I think I would want it to be like... to increase the distance you go if you don't grab anyone, but then like the way Thor's dash work is if you grab someone, you go like half distance. Bucky's dash, I don't believe works that way for some reason. I would also just lower the punch up damage, because right now it's like 65, which is crazy. I'm surprised they didn't nerf the damage on that when they added the grounded effect. I think what I would want to do with him to lean into the anti-dive and like the brawling, the fact that he kind of like stays close on the front lines, is to when he uses an ability and like gives himself bonus health to give half of that to like really close allies, maybe like 3 or 4 meters. And I would, to compensate for that, I'd probably want to lower the damage specifically of his like big red slow projectile. So then, because it's a thing that pierces allies, or not allies, it pierces enemies. So lowering the damage would affect, because he has the 2 charges and it comes off cooldown really fast. So lowering the damage on that would pretty significantly lower his damage output over the course of an extended team fight. And I think would be a fair nerf for giving his teammates a bunch of bonus health now. at the same time, it would still allow him to get 3 body shots and then red projectile to finish the kill on a squishy. If they just decide to do absolutely fucking nothing to stop you. I also think his max hook distance is a little crazy. His potential to kidnap people is a little insane. So I would want to lower that just a tad.
As somebody who was playing Angela, yeah, it's a little much.
Because like most of the time it's fine. But then when you're up against like a really good Winter Soldier player and they know how to do like the hook, kidnap, and then turn, dash you into their team, that you feel it.
Yeah.
Adam feels great with his new buffs. The problem is that it's still very hard to fight off mobile divers with him, or for him to escape in any way. And I also think the amount he needs to reload is kind of wild. At first, I came up with this insane concept for, like, he gets a passive ability on his melee. Once every 25 seconds, he shoots out a wave. It gives him ammo. That's way too fucking complicated. So I came up with a different, less complicated thing. Where, basically, when he uses his heal, he buffs his movement speed for, like, a second and a half.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Very, very short amount of time, but it helps him get out of really sticky situations. And it gives him 1 ammo per person it bounces to.
That's fun.
So then he has to spend... It's almost, honestly, because now he's so encouraged to do his big barrage move, that now it's becoming like a Star-Lord situation, where it's like, okay, it's time for my 4 p.m. reload. It's time for my 4:01 reload. It's time for my 4:02 reload.
4 p.m.
Also, his soul bond is... Okay, soul bond pisses me off a little bit. It's a very strong ability. It does not feel like a 40-second cooldown ability to me.
No.
Yeah.
Back to 30.
I can
Put
agree
it back
with
to
that.
30. And my life is yours.
I wouldn't even put it back to 30. Well, the part that pisses me off about it is I hate having it go off and then I immediately die. So my vote,
More of a
when you activate it,
thing.
75 bonus health.
This is your decree. This is the queen's decree.
This is my decree. So that way you don't just like, you're like, I'll save us. Ah! And of course, naturally, you're going to try to use it when the team is at lower health and when you're at lower health, because it is kind of supposed to be your oh shit button. But because you're at lower health, you're at higher risk of dying. And just the ability, like, completely going to waste. Who do I have next? Oh, right, I have Luna next. Luna is pretty strong, and I think to an extent, this is just gonna happen with characters that require better aim. To an extent, that's just gonna happen, and that's okay. But with Luna, it's a little ridiculous. It's mostly that her ult is famously insane. The 2-second damage, or the 2-second duration decrease to her ult actually did a lot more than I thought it would. But it's still one of the best ults in the game. It probably is the best ult in the game.
Probably.
I think making it so then she's not able to do anything during it, and she's like locked into that for 10 seconds. I think that is a worthy trade-off to make it the highest healing output ultimate. But it still should be a little bit less. We're decreasing the damage ultimates. We're decreasing the giant healing ultimates. So I'd lower the healing output by quite a bit. I'd also lower the shield she gets and reduce the radius a bit, specifically to make her more vulnerable to the counters that she does have, like Iron Man ult or Magneto ult. I'd also want to tone back some of her other numbers just a bit. Her big, like, clap mode where she pierces allies, I would want to... or pierces enemies and allies and all that. I would want to give it some slight fall off at a distance, just a little bit, at 40 meters, which is the existing edge of it, by the way. It is actually a 40-meter range on that. maybe like 80%, which isn't much of a decrease, but it's like NetEase prefers small changes. So I try to do small changes where I can. I actually don't think that her primary fire needs to be nerfed, because the big thing with her is that a lot of times you can be going for one target, you can be trying to heal or kill one person, and then someone else gets in the way, and you're like, no, you're not the person I wanted to hit. So I think I'm fine with keeping her primary fire values the same. If we did want to change it, I would want to decrease the second and third pellet by like 1 and 2. So then it specifically is less powerful in the hands of people who's able to hit all 3 shots of the burst. I think I'd also want to make her snowball, her freeze. It gives you bonus health if you hit with it. I think I would want it to give bonus health if you just use it, but lower the amount from like 50 to 30. Because nothing sucks more than being like, this is my ability that will get me out of the situation. Miss. Fuck!
Oh, yeah.
It also
dives through you. You're like,
a lot of stun abilities in this game do little tiny bits of damage. Like, I think Hulk's Exile does like 10 damage. Penny's like web that she shoots to web someone up for half a second, that does like 5. Mantis's Sleep Spore does like 10. Luna's Snowball does 50 for some fucking reason. Yep. I'd lower that a little bit. And her Snowflake, I did talk a little bit earlier about the Thor conundrum. I put my Snowflake on a Thor, but like he was the only one getting damaged, like, and he was a million miles away, like other than me at least, and he was a million miles away. So I was like, I have my Snowflake on you, but it's not fucking helping you. So I think the changes I'd want to make, first of all, I like, most of the time I'm just playing Luna normally, and then I'm like, is the person I had my Snowflake on dead? Oh, they have been for a while. Who else should I put it on? So just to avoid that, I think I'd want to make it easier to use so that it just goes to the nearest ally.
Or make it like big flashy on the screen, like, your guy died. Put the Snowflake on someone
maybe.
else right now.
Iron Man is dead.
This is big text across your whole screen.
It's like the "You
Iron
Died"
Man died.
font.
The Dark Souls,
Yeah.
like, blah, yeah, it has the big sound effect, yeah.
It's Iron Man died.
Her Snowflake, I want.
Doctor Strange died.
I think if we did make it automatically change targets, we would want to reduce the bonus healing. But even beyond that, I think I want to give it very slight passive healing and damage reduction, just so then, like, you have your Snowflake on someone, they're the only one fucking doing anything, and they're a million miles away. It can still, like, kind of contribute. But even the numbers I have on screen there is, like, maybe too high. You know? Like, 10 HP per second is, like, should maybe be lowered to, like, 5.
Snowflake already heals them if you heal other people.
Yeah, it heals.
It'll, like, compound.
Yeah, it gives you bonus healing if you heal someone else, but what I'm talking about is like the Thor situation. I had my Snowflake on him, but
Yeah.
I wasn't able to heal him. Cap charges me, I'm taking a bunch of damage, and none of my teammates are taking damage. That Snowflake is just not helping Thor at all. Which was the line of thought behind the passive healing and damage reduction. But maybe that's just like not the type of ability the devs wanted for her. She is apparently supposed to be a 2-star hero. And I don't think she's a 2-star hero, I'm gonna be honest.
I don't either.
She's like,
Yep. Right.
she's probably 3. Someone could make an argument for 4, but I think probably 3. Mantis. I actually really like having a support with generally lower burst healing output. I don't really want to buff it. Part of her identity is that she trades away the strong healing for the damage boosts. 12% damage boost is a lot. It can cause 225 damage to become above 250 damage. Widowmaker, Black Widow headshot, boom, insta kill now. I think it's important that no other ability outside of ultimates should be able to replicate this level of damage boosting, because that is her trade-off. That being said, I think I would want to give her a little bit more consistency outside of headshots. So maybe like body shots give her like 10% leaf progress or something like that. And I think it'd be nice if her damage boost, when she gives it to someone, including herself, it gives them a tiny bit of bonus health, maybe makes like a radius of like a tiny amount of damage and push that enemy away. Just to lean into that damage boosting niche of hers, and really encourage people to use it and give it a little bit of extra utility. And on top of that, also giving her like, when she damage boosts herself when a diver's coming at her, it'll like be more impactful.
If I could give a suggestion,
Yeah, go for it.
I honestly think that what Mantis could really use is like just an increase of the duration of her healing and buffs, because it feels like they go away too quickly, and you're like constantly looking back and forth between your number of leaves and who has one, if they're still got it or not.
That's true. I can see that.
Gotta bring back Luna's text.
So it's
The leaf has run. Relief.
Iron Man is not being healed right now.
that
It does feel like Mantis gameplay is a
Iron
lot of
Man
just like
is
looking
sending
back and
snipers to your
forth, like
location
frantically,
because
like
he
a
is not being
psychopath.
healed.
that is a good point. I
I like
think
that. Longer
Yeah.
healing, maybe
so.
longer leaf recharge.
Yeah, right now it is 8 second duration per leaf for both the healing and the damage boost on someone else. They can stack up to 16 seconds. So I could see justification for like increase it to 10 seconds each, and maybe her leaves recharge very slightly slower or something. So then her gameplay isn't quite so like frantic. Yeah, I think I kind of agree with that. I know there is a UI element for Mantis, like when you have your leaves on someone, it shows you on the side like like how much duration is left, but it is very small. And when there's so much stuff happen, like you're looking at ally health bars and you're looking at the enemies and you're looking at your positioning. I think Mantis is marked as a 1-star hero, and she's not a 1-star hero.
He is.
No.
He is not.
Yeah,
No
no,
way.
not in the
Four.
slightest.
No.
She's like 4 or 5. That's the one that's like the most wrong to me.
I think she's 5-star. I guess I can kind of see it. I wouldn't say she's
Four.
as hard as Loki, but she is pretty hard. We're also nerfing her healing ult a little bit, but hers actually already isn't all that strong. And it can already just be burst through without any damage ults. So hers is mostly fine. I have it just decreased by like 30. And so those are all the minimal change characters. I have a recap for all of them, but honestly, I don't really want to go through it. So we're just going to move on. Moderate adjustments.
Just read it. Pause the video, bro, and just freaking read it.
I put these characters in here because they took more than one slide. And then the big rework characters are going to take 20 years. Captain America, I want Captain America to be the tank least reliant on healers in the game. My reason for this is because he's the man who can do this all day. He is not supposed to be the man who can do this until he runs back to mommy to kiss his boo-boos. And his survivability was justifiably nerfed, because I don't know if you guys saw like any high-level play at like season 2, I think, was when he was really good. But there were like scrims and stuff where like there were legitimately 4-minute overtimes because both teams had a Captain America and triple support. And just both teams Captain America would just run around on point endlessly. It was the worst. My plan is to give him a bunch of self-sustaining abilities, then lower his max HP by a lot, so then the healers have less room to bail him out, but he also needs the healers less. And I think that'll sort of feed into his unique character fantasy more. He's also a terrible solo tank because he has like no ability to protect his teammates. If like a Venom is going for your team, you're like, don't worry everyone, I'll save you. Poof, 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 fucking pillow hands up against a Venom who's beating the shit out of your invisible woman. But I think there's a way to change this that's an easy solution to feed into his sort of like, I'm the leader and I'm inspiring my team character fantasy. I'm going to give him a new passive. Allies that are like really close to him, like 10 meters, honestly maybe like 8 meters, get a little bit of damage resist. Maybe like 4%. That increases to 8% when his shield is up or when his ult is active. This is a very small amount, but this can be enough to help supports survive certain combos, like BP's spear dash, or damage boosted sniper. So now peeling his cap might be like actually sort of worth it instead of just tickling the diver. Making him more independent, mostly I want him to get some bonus health when he uses his abilities, like 25 for like the dash, the shield throw, and the downward slam, to a cap of 50. And then like 5 bonus health per second while sprinting to a separate cap of like 25. And when he has his shield up, like very, very slow HP regen. And maybe some damage resistance while he's stunned. This is a lot of survivability stuff, but that's because I am fucking nuking his max HP down to 550. Right now, including the team up anchor, it's 675. The team up anchor, they're stupid. And I'll talk about that briefly later, but the team up anchors are stupid. This is... one could argue this is raising the skill floor. I honestly don't think it is, because the gaining all that durability increase is just based on using the abilities. It's not based on using the abilities well, you know? I'd also make the decrease in damage when his shield reflects something back to people a little more, so then people are less fucking terrified to shoot at it. And because of this, I'd also make his ult... Like, his ult is really damn hard to kill him through, which I guess, like, obviously that's the point, but I would also want to dial that back a little bit. I have a couple other small changes listed in there, but honestly, I think I want to keep the pace going and not get fixated on every single little thing I have written down. Doctor Strange, the most fun thing about Strange is his combos and his animation cancels, with where you can primary and then cancel that into his shield or his AoE or his melee. And I think I want to make some tweaks to that so his abilities feed into each other in a sort of positive feedback loop. The first small change I had for his AoE was to change the scaling a little bit so it's the same at high values, but a little higher when it's low values, if that makes sense. Because at 10 magic, if you build up 10 magic, then you use your AoE. Right now that does 12 damage, which is fucking nothing. And I'd want to change the scaling a little bit. So the numbers I have now is like a base damage of 20 and then 1 point per dark magic. So now it's 30 damage at 10 dark magic, which is still kind of nothing, but it's less nothing. I also think... Oh no, the slide cut off partially. Whoops.
Hello, I am in front of
I am Dr.
words.
You are in need of Doctor Strange.
Your Iron Man is dead. I remember you.
Sorry about that.
The change I think would be really cool is when you use the AoE, you get a little bit of your shield HP back. So then his offense feeds into his defense.
Yes.
And in return for that, I'd right now, the way the AoE ability is set up, it's a 6-second cooldown, which means it's always ready when you need it, all the time. I think it's kind of lame that way, because the idea is that, like, the dark magic is supposed to be, like, strange, like, is kind of pushing himself. And if you never have to worry about pushing yourself too far, then what's the purpose of that ability? I think give the ability a second charge, double the cooldown time. So that way, after you use it like twice or 3 times, like eventually the cooldown time isn't going to be able to keep up if you stay in the fight like super aggressive the whole time. This is more for the character fantasy and leading into the story that Doctor Strange tells, rather than it necessarily being... It's kind of about balance, but it's more about the character fantasy in this case. I think his Cloak of Levitation... I like the idea of adding tiny bursts of damage to abilities that don't have them before. So maybe when he takes off with his cloak, it does like 5 damage to nearby enemies. And
it could charge your shield faster. Usually that's what you do after it breaks.
You were quiet there. What was that, Aaron?
I think it should charge your shield faster. I think that would be nice.
The cloak?
Usually that's what I do when my shield breaks. The little levitating thing.
Like the cloak gives you like 75 shield or 100 shield.
recharge it faster.
That would be interesting. My concept was, personally, I just hate the fact that they have like a delay to shield health recovery. I would just prefer... I mean, I understand why it exists, but it's like shields already can get ripped through in this game super fast. I think in like season 0, people were like, I'm not going to bother to shoot the shield. I'm going to try to find an off angle and like just try to shoot past it. But now people are realizing if everyone shoots the shield, it gets annihilated at the speed of sound. So like I would rather have the recharge speed be a little bit slower and just like get rid of the delay. And maybe have it recharge very slowly while the shield is still active and you're still holding it up. Maybe just like 5 HP per second. Again, like extremely slowly. Obviously I gave Strange a bunch of buffs. I would want to...
Strange head over here.
I would want to decrease a bunch of stuff about his shield. Decrease the recharge speed by a little bit, reduce the max by like 100. Honestly, like that honestly might not be enough. It might even need to be more than that. The idea is that we would want to reward him for fighting offensively without overtuning his shield, which is the potentially most powerful part of his kit. I'd also just reduce dark magic gain by a tiny bit. Emma Frost! I like that she trades shielding potential for higher damage potential. But she fluctuates a lot. And I'd like to make her consistency a little higher. I kind of want her crystal move, her grab the enemy's mind move, to be a little larger and easier to hit. This is at least partially a skill issue for me. But I think if I'm having a skill issue, then other people are also probably having a skill issue. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Can confirm. Yeah, that thing is weirdly hard to hit.
Sometimes I have to
The
stand
projectile
still.
to send out, or the actual crystal
The
itself?
one that sends out.
Yeah, like trying to
but
actually hit them.
Okay.
With the initial
Okay.
Oh my
thing.
god, it's a nightmare.
What?
It's ass.
Oh, I thought you were
It
describing a
sucks,
different
the
thing.
fucking crystal thing. No.
As a trade-off for that, you could decrease like the amount of HP scaling it does, or just the cooldown of it. I like the ability of her shield boasting more flexibility than having crazy impact. So I would like to decrease all the like recovery delays and repositioning cooldowns, and in exchange maybe lower the shield HP a little bit. Her diamond form is the most controversial, you could say, part of her kit. On the one hand, the main combo is like, while I love it, it's kind of insane for a tank to have. But also, if you're in a bad situation and you pop it to try to survive, it weirdly doesn't actually help that much if you pop it at low HP. So I think, here's my pitch: decrease the stun time on the grab as much as I don't want to, by like a little bit, and decrease the kick knockback so it's just less dominant crowd control. The combo's still reliable but less crazy, and make the diamond form damage have to scale up a little bit with her charge level. So like if she's at 100 charge, it does like what diamond form damage is right now, but if she's at 0, it's maybe like 5 less per hit. You know what I mean? Just so you can only one tap combo the 250s if you're at max charge. In exchange for that, I want to have diamond form give you a bit of bonus health that scales with how much you're missing. Not a whole lot, because it's still giving you like how much, like it still gives you like 25% damage reduction right now. So maybe like 10% of missing health. So if you're missing 500, that's only 50 bonus health. But then that damage reduction also applies to the 50 bonus health. So that's like an extra, so that's effectively like what, 65 HP, something like that. And regaining a little bit of bonus HP over time, scaling with your missing HP, like just a tiny bit to help her survive. Because what I'm trying to say is, I want it to be a better survivability tool and a slightly worse, like, I'm going to ruin everyone else's day tool. You know what I mean? And I think with that change, we can afford to reduce the cooldown back to 15 seconds. Since the dreaded kick combo has less control, we can give back the frequency of it. Groot! I love Groot.
Yeah.
I love
I am
Groot
Groot.
so much. It does have a bit of a problem in that he does have the potential to block off his teammates. And we can't take that away because that's part of his whole thing. But right now, like as it is, when a group puts up a wall in your way when you're doing something, you're like, Groot, what the fuck? So, like, even if it was objectively a good play for what they were trying to do, right? If they're, like, cutting off an enemy tank, if you were going for the supports, if you were shooting past the tank, and all of a sudden a full Punisher shotgun blast goes into an iron wall, you're like, okay, cool. My answer, I want to make Groot into a proper Vanguard strategist hybrid. So, like, each wall, I think I want to, like, give off a small aura of a buff of some kind. Like a little bit of damage resist and a little bit of damage boost. And then when that Groot wall takes damage, then Groot will get those buffs for an amount scaling with the amount of damage it takes. So 100 damage to the wall is a 1 second buff for Groot. And decrease the other effects his walls have as compensation, because honestly, like, I'm saying this as someone who loves to play Groot. Groot should probably be nerfed.
Yeah.
He is, like, in my experience, he's the character with the highest potential to just be the server admin. So I detail a bunch of what this does. But basically, it's the team is more likely to cooperate with the walls rather than struggle against them, and try to stay near the walls themselves for the damage resist and the damage boost. It doesn't literally solve the problem of cutting off your teammates from doing stuff, but I do think it mitigates it without making new huge balance issues. Like, if we made it so then allies could shoot or walk through his walls, that'd be fucking ridiculous.
PS4s would blow up everywhere.
That'd be so confusing too.
It would! I think that'd be too much. As I kind of said before, Groot is kind of insane. He has durability, he has area control, and he has good damage. He has really good damage. His primary fire actually doesn't have any fall off. I would give it a tiny bit. Maybe it ends at like 90%, so not a whole lot. I do think I kind of want to buff his Spore Bomb a tiny bit. So then a direct hit with the projectile, not the AoE, the projectile does like 15 damage. So then 3 primary hits and a direct hit Spore Bomb can do 250. I don't know if this is just me. I hate it when my Iron Wall, like a team fight ends, my Iron Wall is at 200 HP, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll take down the Iron Wall, and I'll wait for the cooldown, so then I can place it in the exact same place, and I had it before. I'm okay with nerfing this ability's max HP by honestly even more than it already has. Even if we can give it a little bit of HP regen. The Thorn Walls are fine. They have super low cooldown. I don't care about the HP regen for them. Hulk, my poor boy Hulk.
No one can play him anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro. Sorry. Bro.
Hulk has potential to be really good. In fact, if he's like not being like crowd controlled, he's like actually insane. The problem that Hulk comes across, especially in really high rank lobbies, not that I'm in really high rank lobbies, but based on what I've seen, I mean, even in Plat and Diamond, what I've seen is that Hulk gets bullied by crowd control. Because when you charge up his jump, the charge gets completely interrupted and drained by anything that pushes you even a tiny, tiny bit. Blade's fucking Whirlwind Slash, that launches you up a tiny bit and resets your charge. A direct hit from Jeff's, like, spit attack alternate fire, that resets the charge. Anything, like, Phoenix's little alternate fire that slows and stuns you a little bit, that resets the charge. Like
Magneto Pierce.
Yeah, that is another big one. And I get that Hulk has a hitbox the size of a Taco Bell. So, like, he has 750 HP, but that actually doesn't go as far as you might think. So, like, and listen, I am part of the problem, right? If I go into ranked, and let's say I lock, like, Magneto or something. We go out, first fight, I see the Hulk. Next time I'm in the spawn room, I'm swapping to Emma Frost, and I'm making it my life's mission to get this person to switch off Hulk. Because they jump in after my supports, diamond form, kick into the wall, walk up him, 1-2, grab, slam to the ground, 1-2, kick into the wall. By this point in the exchange, he's at half HP and probably going, oh fuck, I gotta get out of here. And so, like, I am part of the problem, right? So, like, if the other team doesn't peel, he goes insane. But if they do, he kind of gets deleted. And so I have a few concepts on the PowerPoint for, like, to an extent, crowd control should just be a weakness he has, to an extent. But I think giving him a little bit of, like, resistance of some kind is okay. I'm thinking, like, if Hulk is charging his leap and he gets pushed, it still zeroes out the charge, but it automatically starts charging again without having to make another input for it like you currently do. It just reduces the amount of bullying he gets subjected to. I could also see making it like when he gets stunned or pushed, he gets like a 20% damage resist for a second, so he can survive better through like the choke slam or the sleep spore or whatever. You could make it so the jump charges really, really, really fast, but it has a longer cooldown. It has like a 3 to 4 second cooldown before you can use again. So he can like, he can just kind of do it on demand, but he can't do it as often. But maybe that's not part of the vision the devs have for Hulk. I could also see like giving him his bubble more often. Maybe he has like a second charge of the bubble, but maybe that would be too much. Maybe it's like a whenever he deals damage, it reduces the cooldown a tiny bit situation. The other thing is that Hulk's ultimate is in an interesting place also. Because on the one hand, you can fucking destroy people with it. In fact, this is one of the big damage ults I actually want to decrease. Because his ranged projectile move in Monster Hulk does 200, it does 125 damage.
Yeah, dang. That's crazy.
It has a 2-second cooldown. So you can just kind of melt to support and juggle them and kind of bully them, to be honest. So I want to decrease the damage of his basic attack and the big gamma burst during that. At the same time, I know I've certainly had instances where I go Monster Hulk form and I get fucking melted instantly. So I had a big, like... I had sort of a big, complicated, like, mock-up of, like... Every time he hits a 250 HP threshold, it gives him a little bit of damage resistance. And it can stack, but it decays after a bit. Basically, the purpose of this is to decrease how fast he can get focused down and nuked if he's like by himself or not getting support from the healers. The last thing was the World Breaker, his grab, his you grab Loki and pound him into the ground move. As is, it's not really worth using, to be honest. Like, it already gives you, I think, 30% damage reduction during it. But you're just stationary in place, and you had the hitbox the size of a Taco Bell before. This is the size of a combination Pizza Hut Taco Bell. I think maybe World Breaker could make the duration decrease at half speed. That's my current pitch of it. So then it's like, it's taking away less potential from the rest of the ultimate, if that makes sense. We're moving to Thor. Thor is very fun. He's not amazing at tanking. He did have the worst survivability of the tanks, but then Angela came along, so now it's like the second worst. And part of this is admittedly a trade-off for having super high damage output with his Awakening rune, so we don't want to make him super tanky. That being said, I think if we wanted to buff this, if we wanted to buff his tanking ability, I had two different ideas. One of them is to just give him more bonus health all around for like landing basic hammer hits, recharging Thor Force, using Hammer Throw and Lightning Realm. I especially like the idea that Awakened form gives you like a little bit of bonus health per second that it's up, so you aren't quite as vulnerable during it. The other idea I came up with that I actually really like the idea of for a character fantasy perspective is a new passive. I call it War God, even though he's a Thunder God, but we don't have to talk about that. The idea is that Thor thrives when he's surrounded by battle. But as is, when he's surrounded by battle, that makes him easy to overwhelm and outnumber. So my pitch is a passive where when a foe is within 15 meters of him, he gets a little bit of damage resist and a little bit of bonus health per second. But that amount will scale upwards per enemy within that area. So the more enemies that are around him, the more resistant he becomes. I am willing to keep that amount really, really small, again, because his Awakened rune like damage output is kind of crazy. In fact, I probably should have put on this slide to decrease that number by like a tiny bit, maybe like 5 per lightning projectile. And that'll still do like, I think as is, he does like 80 per lightning projectile. So reducing that by 5 per hit is not that big of a deal. I originally had a whole complicated alt rework planned, but then they made a much simpler change that I had, and alt is pretty good. It just stuns people. I still think it leaves him very vulnerable, so I would have it give him like 10% of missing health, of bonus health when he activates it. That is affected by his bonus health cap. Obviously not much, just a little something. And his Lightning Realm Orb, the last thing I have noted down for him, is very weird because it only does anything upon exiting it. So the most optimal thing is to stay inside, and I guess the idea is supposed to be that it's like we're in a cage match or something like that. But in practice, it doesn't really feel like that, and it just feels like it's like, I've put you in an orb. It's like, okay, I'll just stand still. What are you gonna do now? Nothing. I'm just gonna stand in your orb. So I would change it.
Can you find a temporary place for the gloves and your binder?
Absolutely.
Hi, Denise.
But I have to shower.
I think it's supposed to be like, oh, I'm gaining so much Thor Force. You're so scared of my Thor
Why are you
Force
wet?
gain.
Hands are wet.
You want to leave my orb
Okay.
that would kill you.
Well,
But the Thor Force.
well,
Busy.
but he already gains the Thor Force upon like
Yes.
casting it.
Yeah.
So by
Doesn't it
I crumbed
increase
all
when he's
over.
in it?
Just sprinkle.
How dare you? There's a seagull.
having fun over there, Blake.
No.
Excellent.
Blake is gaining Thor Force as we speak.
But no, you gain the Thor Force upon activating the ability. So like by that time he's already gained the Thor Force. So it's like
Oops.
it's such a weird ability to me. So I think I would want it to where it's like it's a damage over time while you're within it instead of just after you leave it. And the grounded effect lasts while you're in it. The slow effect lasts while you're in it, and then like a couple seconds after you leave. That's my pitch for like just making it just kind of a normal ability. That isn't fucking weird. Venom.
Yeah.
Venom.
Yes.
Boys!
Adrenaline momentum.
I've been warming up to Venom a lot. He used to
Stop
be.
saying things.
No, I will
I'm,
not stop saying
I'm gonna
things.
lower Blake a little bit on my end.
Yeah.
Venom used to be by far my least favorite tank. Now I'm not sure actually. He might not be my least favorite tank anymore. I'm kind of warming up to how he flows. I definitely think it's crazy that the game lists him as a 1-star tank. That's fucking insanity
That's
to me.
nuts.
To me, he's like a 4-star tank. Because if you go in at a bad time or if you pop his like bonus health ability at a bad time, like you're cooked.
Yep.
I personally hate having to wait super low HP to activate the big bonus health ability. I think I would want to change the scaling of it a little bit so it's like a little bit more based, like a little more base bonus health gain and a little bit less based on missing health. And I also want to part of me wants to adjust his primary fire somehow, but I have no idea how. And honestly, I'm taking suggestions for this.
Or reliable the frickin' hit. I feel like every time I shoot someone with it, I'm missing half these, and I don't understand why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Same.
I'm not sure if it needs
So,
like a.
maybe
I'm not sure if it needs a bigger hitbox or
I think that's it. I think it must be like, oh, there's a certain range where it hits, and if you're too close, it misses, and if you're too far, it misses.
Because
So
I
maybe
feel
increase
like
that.
they all hit in the same spot. It's just maybe it's super narrow.
yeah, or
I think something that we could do here is make it so that instead of it being like a pinpoint, like one target thing, his tentacles just hit a massive like circle in front of him, but deal less damage overall.
Yeah.
Because he's typically played as a flanker, but at the same time, they also want him to disrupt an entire enemy team,
yeah.
so that he can also get his big bonus health and do the tendrils. So why is his damage so focused on just one singular enemy?
Like it has a spell field area of effect on his primary. That is interesting.
With decreased damage per hit, just to balance things out.
Part
So
of
you can hit multiple people at a time.
part of me was thinking like get rid of the ability to headshot on it and just raise the base damage, but I didn't want to. I feel like the ability to headshot kind of leans into his sort of predator character fantasy, where you jump in and you pounce and you devour your prey. So maybe adding an AoE to that would be interesting. And on like that's sort of this is actually something we're going to get into with Penny. With characters that are able to headshot with abilities that have AoE, it only adds the projectile damage. It only doubles that. The spell field damage doesn't get doubled. So I think
You need to get rid of her spell field.
so like Penny's primary fire is like 15 projectile, 15 spell field. So it's 30 base
So weird.
damage. But then when you get a headshot, it goes up to 45 because only the 15 from the projectile is getting doubled.
Yeah.
I do think it would be fun also to have his whenever you like land a hit with his primary fire, it will lower the bonus health ability cooldown. That mostly just sounds fun and rewarding for me.
Oh, that would be crazy.
Um
That's scary.
yeah, so I think
He would not die.
I think the idea would be to like lower the health scaling a little bit in compensation for that. But and give you not as much pressure on the timing with the bigger
Absolutely not.
base. But being able to hit your shots is still rewarding. That particular change is one I'm very much not sure about, but it was a pitch that sounded really cool in my head. With his wall run, I'm tired of it starting on crawl mode.
Oh my god.
If
that
there's-
would be
I want a setting where-
amazing to change that.
I want a setting where it
Is that
just...
not already a setting?
I don't think it is. Not that I'm aware of.
Well, we're talking.
I almost never use the crawl. I exclusively run if I'm using the wall running.
Yeah. I want
It's
it...
the same thing with Spider-Man. He always starts like,
Yeah. Because the thing that I see really talented Venom players do, that like I've been trying to learn how to do, is they like if they want to do the aerial slam, but they don't have their swing, they hop onto a wall, run up it a little bit, jump off, and then do the aerial slam based on that.
Yeah.
But trying to do that is kind of awkward when like you jump on and you start crawling and you're like, shit, no. I would love if it
Yeah.
could start on run mode. The last big thing I have noted for Venom is there is a combo with his ultimate and his tendril move, where it can one-shot 250 characters if you like. So you apply the tendrils to people, you enter alt mode, and then you time it so then you bite and the tendril snaps at the same time, and it will just one-shot them through support alts. And if you're damage boosted, then the timing is like even more lenient on that. Not by a whole lot, but a little bit. I think I want to decrease the damage on the snap by a little bit, and more on the and increase it a tiny bit on the tendril attaching, to specifically deny the one-shot combo. And I think his ultimate is so weird to me because it's like, if you want to use it for damage and for gaining bonus health, it's pretty much only worth using on full HP tanks. And other than that, you're only using it for the one-shot combo. Other than that, it's like not... It doesn't feel that impactful, to be honest. So I want to, in general, lower the damage of it a little bit. Make the bonus health gain scale a little bit less based on damage dealt, but more per target hit. So you get less from tanks, more from squishies, and more from low HP targets. And it has some secondary effects, maybe like slight healing reduction to the enemies it hits, like 10%. So then, the reason that particular effect popped into my head was to lean into the devouring predator character fantasy, like there is no escape. And maybe it, like, for the next few seconds or until your bonus health runs out, it like gives a tiny bit of bonus health to nearby allies. The idea was just like to give it more team utility and make it more part of clutch plays. Is this a good idea? I have maybe not. We're gonna go to Blade next. Blade is so weird. Honestly, if he had 300 more HP and they called him a tank, nobody would have fucking noticed. His damage kind of sucks ass. But when his vampire mode gets rolling and he has actually like doubled attack speed with his sword, that's just way too hard to stop in a 1v1 situation. So I want to destroy vamp mode, buff his base damage, and I want to lower the lifesteal but make him more durable in other ways so he's less dependent on it. As you can see here, big reduction to the lifesteal and a bit of a reduction to the healing reduction he inflicts on himself. I, as you can see, basically destroy the attack speed buff from 10% per stack to 3% per stack. In exchange, I want to give him... I honestly kind of want to make Blade... I kind of want to give him, like, very minor lifesteal outside of Vampire mode. Maybe, like, 2%. And give a tiny, tiny bit to really close allies. First of all, to reward him for playing with the team. And maybe it, like, increases the range during Vampire mode. So then, like, that's a reason to actually use it. You know? In retaliation for destroying Vampire mode, we can buff the sword damage, so then using it without Vampire mode isn't fucking ass. I did the calculations on this a while back. His DPS on sword damage without Vamp mode is a little bit lower than Hulk, but with the fully charged Vamp mode... Oh, do you have an orb?
Yeah, the orb has to be fed.
Okay. But with a fully charged Vamp mode, it brings him slightly above Hulk. Now, if we're going to force him to play close range, I want to give him a little bit of durability. I could see an argument for raising his max HP by 25. I don't know if that's necessary. I think the big thing, I would like his dash to give a little bit of bonus health, because the idea is that you use it to put anti-heal on the tanks, but you're using a dash and you're dashing directly into the entire enemy team.
And you need the gun out to do the anti-heal.
Yeah.
So you'd have to like swap back.
And
And then, well, that's
Yeah, I think I want the energy cost of the block to be tiny bit less, so it lasts like the tiniest bit longer. Maybe we could like make it longer, but reduce the amount of damage reduction, because right now it gives 80% damage reduction, and that's a lot. That's a lot of damage reduction. I could definitely see justification for reducing that a little bit, and in return making it like giving it more uptime. And I also would like to have, when he releases his ult, it gives him a little bit of bonus health. Not activating it, not like beginning to charge it up, but once you actually let it rip, because that's when you dash into all the enemies and you're in the center of all of them. But during the charge up, it still gives the enemy team an opening to destroy you and cancel you out. I do think you should reduce the damage on the ult. I think it is a little crazy. In fact, honestly, I would probably reduce it a little bit more than the numbers I have there. But then increase the healing reduction it gives by a lot, so it still has this niche of dealing decent damage through support ults, just not completely on its own. That would be the niche I'd really like to see Blade enter. Human Torch.
Nice if they gave him the lifesteal when he had the gun out during ult, because he only gets the lifesteal when he has vampire form.
Correct.
The ult. It's wacky. So it's like, well, if you ulted with the gun out, so now you suck. It's like, well, crap.
Oh, I didn't even
like have it do a different thing.
I don't think I even knew that. Like, if you have vamp mode going and you do the ult, all of the hits from the ult give you lifesteal.
To tell you.
Yes.
I don't think
over, but it does give you lifesteal.
I don't think I realized that, to be honest.
It's like
Denise talks so fucking loud. Oh my god. I have Blake turned down to 55%, and it's still like...
Yeah.
Dude, the new episode is fucking amazing. Really is such a goddamn dumbass.
She's a fucking theater kid. I'm recording a video, you bitch.
And she can't hear you because you're in Blake's ears.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway.
Well, Blake's off doing like God knows what. When I'm like, this is the most important moment of my entire life.
Yes, we're talking about Johnny. I need to hear about Johnny. Yes, Papa.
Okay.
Oh, did you have any changes for the gun, by the way, for Blade?
I did.
Right.
But it was just like
Sorry.
make it a tiny bit better at short range and make it a tiny bit worse at the mid range with the explosion.
Okay.
Just to...
that, I think, is what most Blade players do. Is they're just gunning from mid range because it does crazy.
Yeah,
damage.
once it explodes into the projectile, it does a lot of damage like that. But then you're not using a lot of your abilities when you play like that. When you're playing mid range, and it's like kind of boring.
Yeah. Well, imagine vampire mode gun. That'd be. I mean, by fun, I mean awful to play.
Human Torch, is destroying high level play because he has some like funky tech where like his melee distorts his hitbox. So he does that, and he animation cancels into... What was that?
I think they had something in the patch notes so that they
did they
maybe messed with it.
If you can,
I remember
if you can try to find that'd be great
existed.
because I don't remember finding that. But he does that with like animation canceling with his primary and his like dash move. Basically, it just makes him like, even like hit scan characters, his supposed counter, it's like impossible to hit him with. I want to nuke that shit from space, grill it until we get some steamed hams. The way I would I would try to take this distortion tech out back and shoot it in the back of the head is give like the speed up power he has, give it a bit of a cooldown after you stop using it. Because that's part of how you do it. Like, you just like go in and out of it and make yourself really hard to hit. Some other small tune downs, his ability to drop a fireball on a, like, drop 2 fireballs on a support and then dive onto them and explode them is a little too strong. I would decrease the detonation damage and increase the base meteor dive damage. At the same time, I kind of want to make it usable at a slightly greater angle, because when I'm playing as Human Torch, I sometimes want to like dive at an angle I think is reasonable. And it's like, the fuck do you mean? You're not allowed to do that.
Yes.
It's like I'm conditioned from playing Venom. And I'm like, this is the angle from which I can dive. And then I play Torch and they're like, no, you don't.
And you don't. It doesn't really tell you until you do it, and it's like, no. You're like, but I thought. Oh, okay. I shan't.
I kind of also want to make the big flame wall damage scale downwards with how big the flame zone is, because the max distance of it is like 40 meters, which is fucking bewildering. And as is, there's no reason to really make a small zone. But I think I'd like it so, like, if it's at 10 meters, it stays at the max. But then as you get closer to 40 meters, it decreases a little bit. In return for a bunch of nerfs, I'd like to maybe, like, increase the cooldown of Flame Wall a bit, but give it a second charge so he can just be, like, a persistent area denial nuisance, which is kind of supposed to be his niche. It's what he's supposed to be good at, but he's kind of a monster in every other category too, because of other factors. I'm gonna eat a chicken tender real quick, then I'll get into Namor.
You're eating the same thing that Orb is eating.
Wow.
Well, she's not eating tenders. She's eating cat food that is just like minced up bits of chicken. But it's still chicken.
Namor. Hold on, I have to wash this down with a drink.
As the local diver. Ooh.
Holy
Ooh,
diver.
Namor.
The monsters, the squids are cool to use.
Holy diver.
They're cool to use, but I hate fighting them. Because
Them explode and hurt Namor.
They-
Make them shoot Namor.
they have
Mutiny.
They have 100 HP. They die really fast if they get focus fired. Let me ask you a question. When was the last time you saw a squid get focus fired? Fucking exactly!
Or by other than just me. But even no.
There's only really ever one person
What it
attack.
does.
There's only ever really one person attacking them at any given time. So it's like, okay, I'm playing Magneto. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's gone. Finally. And then there's another squid over here. It's like, okay, I'll deal with this other squid because I'm Magneto. And our other tank is like Captain America. So
Steve.
I had 2 concepts for this, but I think I only really want to talk about the second one, which is they have higher HP pools, but they have, like, their HP is a timer, if that makes sense. So they lose like 20 HP per second. And that's how their time is measured. So even if you only shoot them one time, it still means they get off the battlefield sooner than they would otherwise.
You could also make the argument that it's because they're squids on land.
I guess.
I can't be there.
Like in Minecraft, when squids are on land, they die slowly.
This, in general, is my preferred change for summons. So then, like, if you shoot them once and look away, it's not a complete fucking waste of time. This is a change I'm going to make to a few different summons. In general, both will still reward Namor for skillful placement, and trying to protect them from damage. But it is it's still encouraging them to address them at least a little bit, but not being like super annoying and forcing you to dedicate a couple seconds to them. I ended up tweaking a bunch of other things about Namor that in hindsight really isn't important, because I liked the idea of his alternate fire being a big AoE, and that being the main way. So right now, when you hit someone with the alternate fire, that is what that's one of the things that puts the squids in like empowered mode. And they also shoot at the specific person you hit. It also makes an AoE, so I kind of like the idea of it having AoE damage. So I kind of like to scale that, scale up the size of the spell field, but lower the damage a little bit. I also want to give it 2 charges, and a little bit of a cooldown time between, like with Spidey's uppercut does, and increase the general cooldown time. Because, and I'll just jump over to this real quick, I want to, instead of having landing headshots with his primary, because it's a weird fucking projectile, and how often are you hitting headshots with that? I instead want to make it so then landing headshots will decrease the recharge of his alternate fire, which also already puts the squid in empowered mode. So it's more of his kit feeding into other parts of his kit. So he uses the alternate fire to put his squids into empowered mode. He lands headshots to get his alternate fire back faster, to put his squids more into empowered mode. Instead of it feeling like 2 very separate parts of his kit. His water shield is a little weird in that the big thing it has over Mr. Fantastic's like rectangle mode as a comparison, is that it has the potential to like, it can block potentially infinite damage, but because you jump upward, so like you jump upward when you use it, so then I find myself trying to block damage, so I lower myself back down to the ground slowly, and I end up not really blocking anything. I think it'd be nice to speed up the vertical movement on it a little bit, because without that vertical movement, it's not that much better than Mr. Fantastic's rectangle mode.
Mr. Phantom Tax.
Shut the fuck up. Change number 4 I have there is just the fact that like the squid cooldown is a really weird fucking number for some reason. It's like an insane decimal. So I just want to make it a normal number. That's all it is.
Oh my god. That's their version of the Goku in the Arxis game. If they take out the Goku, the game breaks. You can't change that number.
Yeah.
Yeah, the TF2 coconut.
Yeah.
I'd also probably give his trident a tiny bit of fall off damage, because it's 75 damage per shot, which is a lot. So I think it's okay to give it a tiny bit. Magic.
I know her.
I'm not an expert on her combos or how she plays. We have an expert on magic in the room. I do think it is odd to me that a brawling character has kind of worse durability than Black Panther. And she's also very reliant on hitting her dash, which is an extremely wonky hitbox.
Yes, gotta aim to the right.
So I think in general, I want her to be more durable, but slightly less damage. She's supposed to be like a general on the front lines of a demon war. And I don't know if...
hybrid.
Yeah, she's kind of a brawl dive character. I kind of want to make her more of a brawl, to be honest. Without taking... I don't want to kill the dive.
Yeah, they definitely have been moving that way since they did the change with the slash and the lowering all the
Yeah,
damage
for sure.
and the such.
The first change I make is basically the same change I made to Namor's squids. Just raising the HP bar by a bit and having it drain HP over time. So then it's like the HP bar is the timer. I want to lower the the dash damage by a lot. I think the fact that it's important should be the movement and locking the enemy in a position combo, not the fact that it just does insane damage. I do want to raise the base sword damage. I think it's okay for that to be really high. It's almost a full second per attack. Also, the sword has fall off damage. It's like a 6-meter range on the sword, and it has fall off. And I think I want to adjust it a little bit so it starts kind of earlier. So it's higher damage at base. So it requires you to be really close to them for those super quick kills. But it's still more at the edge than it was before. I'm not married to the exact amounts I have written down. I want to raise her durability a bit so she doesn't have to retreat super fast every time. Maybe like max HP to 275, and Limbo's might is like, instead of just being 30% of damage done per hit, it's like 1 or 2 plus 30% of damage done, which is a really small increase, but that's kind of the point. We're kind of intentionally doing really small increases. Her big whirl, I'd like to increase the radius and decrease the damage, so it has like more utility in like doing it in groups. Because even with the 6-meter radius, if you do it in a big group, it still doesn't do a whole lot.
The whirl is the worst. You never do it.
The whirl
That's the
kind of
magic.
sucks ass.
You use it for 2 things: to like, oh, there's someone in there really low, and I just did a portal, assassinate them, or there is an invisible woman somewhere in the where is she? Do the spin. Sometimes you would even ult and do the big slash to like find the invis.
This, I think, does decrease her diving and combo power by a little bit, but shouldn't completely nuke it. I also want to do basically the same thing to the ult, more survivability, less damage, because magic ult can just delete people. As it is, if you
support ults, baby.
if you fully charge the ranged attack and then release and then immediately dash into the target, that's 285 damage. That's killing Luna through ult, baby.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to go over the exact numbers, but like a little bit of damage resist, a little bit of HP regen, and fairly significant decrease to the damage of it.
And I also add
Go for
stuff.
it. Yeah, absolutely. You're the
Frickin'
expert.
when you ult it, you could get stunned out of it. No. I don't want that anymore. Because usually what people do is they will dash in the sky and then ult in the sky and then they fall down and then they have it. So like if people are doing that already,
Interesting.
Why even? Your Honor, why even?
I think there's a lot of characters that can get stunned out of ult in the first moment, though. Like Emma, absolutely.
Storm? Can you do that to Storm?
Storm, Psylocke,
Psylocke,
the Thing.
yeah.
I log.
I
Yeah, I guess
think,
with magic you do have the out where you can just dash in the sky and no one can see you. Or you do it behind a wall. and you
I do
walk
think
out, you're-
during the brief startup animation, I would make it like
maybe
a
make it
higher
quicker.
damage resist, but not by a crazy amount.
That's just my 2 cents.
Mr. Fantastic. I love Mr. Fantastic, but the big problem with him is his enlarged form. A lot of times it's actually detrimental. It's technically called inflated form, but I really don't want to call it that.
look up more about that specific move.
Yeah,
Look up
yeah. If you're curious, look up Mr. Fantastic Inflation. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm already afraid.
But yeah, in large form, it cuts you off from your cooldowns, and it makes your hitbox the size of Manhattan. And to an extent, that's fine. But I think they intended in large form to be a proper super mode. Like, you see normal read, and you're like, whatever. And you see enlarged read, and you're like, uh-oh. Like, the same way as, like, when you see diamond form Emma. I think that was supposed to be the intention, and that's just not really what happens. So
with Emma, you just kind of walk away. You're like, bye, I'm gonna stay.
yeah, when you see diamond form Emma, you're like, I'm getting out of here. And I kind of want that experience for enlarged form. So what I would do,
Oh my gosh, make him grab you.
I'd decrease the bonus health he gets, but I'd give him a bunch of damage resist, like 20% damage resist. The important part is that the damage resist goes to the bonus health and the normal health too. So this makes it much less likely that he just gets nuked off the planet. I'd also make it so then he gains a tiny bit of bonus health per second while in enlarged form, like 10 per second. And like a tiny bit whenever he like gets hit in with a punch. Maybe he like knocks people around a little bit with enlarged form a tiny bit. So it's scarier for divers to go in like while he's enlarged. And in return for making it much better, I think it would make sense to lower the frequency of it, because Mr. Fantastic does get that very often. So I just generally decrease the elasticity he gains from a few of his sources. I think I would kind of want him to be slightly better in 1v1s. That's because that's kind of his big weakness, right? He attacks very slowly, and attack doesn't do a whole lot of damage on single targets, so he's kind of reliant on doing those big sweeping group damage hits. So I think it would make sense to very slightly buff his base damage, but add some damage fall off. So like at the edge of his range, it's not so much. And then doing the same thing to his enlarged form primary. And his range in enlarged form still kind of sucks balls, but I like, if he's scary within that range and makes enemies like want to bail, I'm kind of okay with that. It's the same thing as Emma Diamond form. Like Diamond form is scary enough to where like you're willing to go out of your way to avoid being within melee range of her.
Within dash range.
Yeah. Also, the move on his alternate fire where you grab two people and slam them together, nobody fucking does it. I could see adding
40.
some kind of like, it technically does more damage like overall, but it's just like the amount of like thought process it takes to like grab one person, okay, I need to find someone else nearby, and actually hit them.
It's just not worth it.
It's not worth like 20 extra damage, you know? I could see adding like a small, like very short debuff to it, like a short, like grounded effect or a slow or something. I know I sometimes forget to use the alt fire entirely, so I could see maybe buffing it a little more, but that's probably a me specifically issue. Phoenix! The big difference between Phoenix and Hela is supposed to be that Hela has stronger single target damage, but Phoenix has better area damage and mobility. But Phoenix is still just kind of better at single target damage too. So I think it would make sense to very slightly decrease her fire rate so she's not putting out sparks as often. Shift the damage, because it does when her sparks detonate, it does 40 direct damage and 12 AoE damage. I think it would make sense to shift some of the direct onto the AoE, so it rips through individual players a little slower and groups a little faster, because that's kind of supposed to be her big thing. I want to decrease the slow and stun effect on her alternate fire, because it's kind of a lot. but make the AoE a little bigger because it's not much of an AoE, to be honest. The melee tech is funny, but I kind of hate it. So if we give just like a 1 second or 1.5 second cooldown before you can use her like fly ability again after you end it, that would just fix it. And lastly,
They haven't gotten rid of it already.
and lastly, the ultimate. If you shoot someone a single time and you put 1 spark on them, and then you ult, even if they heal that amount back, you just direct hit them, and you get the direct hit damage and the shockwave damage and the spark explosion damage. It goes 250 to 0. And I could see that being okay for some things, but the whole gimmick with Phoenix ult is that it destroys all deployables and all shields and all bonus health, which means there's no way to protect from it. Which is so stupid! So I would want to roll back the damage a little bit. I could also see... I kind of want it to, like, deal, like, triple or even quadruple damage to constructs and bonus health instead of just instantly wiping it, you know? So if there's a high HP deployable, you actually have to, like, focus on it. And it does a lot of damage to a rocket amp without just countering it. Psylocke. Psylocke's really cool. I would like to lower the skill floor without making the skill ceiling more absurd. We don't want to buff the durability too much and risk breaking her stealthy ninja character fantasy that Psylocke gives. She has a mechanic where when she lands shots, she speeds up her cooldowns, basically, and that's very cool, but I want to lower her dependence on it a little bit by decreasing the reduction it gives and then decrease the base cooldown. And I kind of, because this part of her kit exists, her existing abilities already kind of feed into each other, and I want to lean into that more. So maybe we decrease some of, like, the dash damage and the movement speed bonus from the invisibility. But, like, maybe the dash decreases the cooldown on the invisibility. And then when you go invisible, it gives you some HP regen and refills your ammo. So then you can just start shooting again. So then you can end up going into this sort of cycle of, like, shoot, of invisibility, shoot, dash, invisibility, shoot, sort of thing. Obviously, and this goes for pretty much all the changes I would want to make. In order to truly see how it works, I would have to see it in action. But I think that one is more so. Her primary fire is weird because she's supposedly supposed to be someone who can, like, do a little bit of poking from a distance, but she really requires to be at, like, point blank range, and she's extra dependent on headshots because of the extra multiplier. So instead of just times 2 damage, it's times 2.5. So I would reduce the headshot bonus back to normal, increase base damage, slightly tighten the spread, slightly reduce the fall off at long ranges. She's pretty much the same at close range and high level play when you're landing every shot at close range, but it's easier for new players to try her and contribute a little bit. Excuse me. She does, like, 2 less damage per bolt in point blank headshots, but more damage in every other context. And I think I want to keep I don't want to buff her HP, but I want to give her some more on-demand durability. So with the wing shurikens, the alternate fire that gives her bonus health, decrease the cooldown, and make it cost ammo to use. They recently nerfed the damage. I think I want to keep that. So the goal of this ability is to help her stay alive and, like, sort of go into the animation cancel combo as opposed to just instantly nuking people. Ugh. Her ultimate. I have a weird, complicated ability for her ultimate. Her ultimate is weird, so let's make it weirder. That's a cool trick. The thing I don't like about it is if you solo ult someone, they die immediately. But if you ult a large group, you basically never get kills. The long and short of my mock-up is faster strikes, less damage. Other people in the radius take like a quarter of the damage. Now, if you solo ult someone, it'll take a little over a second and a half to deal 300 damage instead of 1 second. The damage of each strike starts low, but then ramps up as you go on. And then once it ends, you should get some bonus health that immediately starts decaying, because then she's in the center of fucking everybody, and she's gonna die instantly. That's my weird Psylocke ultimate change. We're gonna go to Squirrel Girl. God fucking damn it, Squirrel Girl.
Yeah, baby.
She's kind of infamous right now, and she kind of drives me crazy. She's supposed to be an easy character, but not stand perfectly in place and don't even move your crosshair and rack up triple kills easy, because that's what's been happening.
If we could give a 0-star to a character, she probably would be it.
Honestly,
Yeah.
and that's not
As much as I joke about Iron Fist and Scarlet Witch, like Squirrel Girl, you really can't just stand there and just hold down one button.
And that's not even me trying to give flack to Squirrel Girl players. Like, listen, I'm the person, I hop on Jeff, and I like to find the perfect line to just hold down mouse 1 and not move and go like, oh yeah, this is peak Jeff!
Yep.
So, like, I get it, right? But it's a little ridiculous with Squirrel Girl. So I think we could make them explode after, like, they bounce once and then the next time they hit a wall, they explode. Instead of right now, it's 3. This would also make it easier for her to destroy walls. If you've ever tried to destroy walls as Squirrel Girl, it's kind of embarrassing. But I'm thinking we keep the central point of damage pretty low, like maybe 90 damage. They reduced it recently. I want to reduce it a little more. But make it big AoE, more severe fall off. So she has to really work to confirm kills, but she can still get huge like chip damage across the enemy team if they're all grouped up. Her ult, I fucking hate her ult. I think the amount of times I've screamed fucking squirrels. I think I came up with a complicated idea where like it does less damage like per subsequent hit on a target. I think honestly we could just decrease the damage on it and it'll be fine. And probably increase the requirements for how much energy she needs to build up.
Yes.
Because she gets it so fast. I would, however, in exchange for all that, increase the HP of the Stampede. Because if it gets focus fired, it gets demolished.
Yes.
So, if we increase it to like 400 or maybe 450, it'll still kind of get nuked if it's focus fired, but it'll help it stay active in the chaos of a team fight. And in exchange for all these Squirrel Girl nerfs, I want to make her other abilities a little more interesting. Her refresh ability, where she can use either of the other two for free. Give a little bit of health regen, just a tiny bit for some self-sustain. Squirrel Blockade, the trapping someone in place, can pull other enemies inward and do like a tiny bit of damage to them. So then now it's like trying to really entrap people in a big group to rack up huge damage. And Tail Bounce, if she's trying to get away, will push away nearby enemies and deal slight damage to them. All of this is to give her the ability to really disrupt enemy formations, force them to spread out, and keeping them from being on each other's backs, while keeping her simple to play and preventing her from being too oppressive. Wolverine! You little rat bastard, man!
That's my short king.
I think the first change I want to make is his damage resist ability, his little shout, his ah, it's kind of weird to me because I think it's hard to tell how much value it's giving you. I think it would be cool if during just the shout animation, so like less than half a second probably, it's like 80% damage resist. So like if you time it perfectly, you can use it for some shenanigans.
Oh yeah.
Maybe increase the cooldown for it a little bit, or maybe like the rest of the abilities resist. But I think it'd be really fun to be like, I'm on the front lines, a bunch of people are turning towards me, you do your shout, and just for a split second, your HP bar is just not moving.
At least for that time where, you know, he uses it and literally cannot attack for a little bit.
Yeah, just during that animation, yes. That's what I'm thinking. Then I think it'd be cool to give it some, like, control potential. So, like, tiny bit of damage, like 10 damage in a radius, and it, like, gently tugs people in towards you. So it can also be a sort of, like, you're not getting away. Like, just a tiny bit. The change number 2, his rage meter, I think it fills up way too damn fast. Maybe I'm just used to comparing it to characters like Emma, who's like, her meter takes some time to charge up. Wolverine is kind of immediate. I think I'd want like certain abilities to charge up a little bit, like a little bit slower, but in return, like if we take a little bit of damage resist away from the shout, like the 5-second duration, like from 40 to 30, I would want to give some scaling damage resist to the rage meter, maybe up to like 10%. So then he can be a bit more of a frontliner during like extended team fights. The ultimate kind of drives me crazy. I would like to decrease the damage on it a little bit in exchange for making it a little more frequent. And the feral leap, I am fine with increasing the grab damage on it a tiny bit if we slightly lower the knockdown time. I'm biased as a tank main, but good kidnaps can be very, very, very hard to escape. But it also depends on... I've definitely noticed in my games recently, like, Wolverine kidnaps have not been as oppressive to escape as they were at, like, beginning of Season 3. So I'm not even married to that change either. I could probably be persuaded to not touch Feral Leap.
I will say, before we finish off on Wolverine,
Sure.
I kind of disagree on reducing how much rage he builds up, mainly just for the fact that when he is at max, and then there's no enemies around, that meter goes down real quick.
That is a good point.
Like, it's close to Emma levels.
Yeah. So I could see also if you were to make it charge up slower, like make it also decay slower. That makes sense.
Maybe.
Yeah, I just like... I most of the time just notice, like... It feels like he's at 100 rage more often than not, you know what I mean? That was my thought process.
You do have to be incredibly aggressive in order to keep that up.
That's true. Yeah, I can see the argument for that. That's very fair. Excuse me. Cloak and Dagger. I just have, for the most part, just a few like micro changes. And then I'm gonna touch the support alt. And there is one kind of significant change I make on the second slide, I think. Change number 1, I've noticed a lot of times I'm like halfway to swapping forms to address the threat when I'll die. So just during that time, during that half second while you're switching, give like 20% damage resist, maybe 10%, honestly. Second, I'm kind of tired as a teammate of not knowing when Cloak is trying to save me. So like they do the fade to like try to help me from taking so much damage, but I don't know it's coming. So I use an ability and I break the fade and then I die. So I could also see like between when it breaks and the ability actually ends, maybe some small damage resist to the person it breaks from. And then the one I actually want more than the other two is during the fade to give Cloak some slight health regen, like 20 per second. So it's a 2-second fade, so it would only be 40 HP. But as it is, if you fade and there's no teammates around to help you from whoever you faded from, it's like, well, what did this do for me? You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Hi.
That's my feeling. In general, I like the concept of having healing mode and damage mode. In practice, this just means you spend 95 of the match in dagger form. So my wild pitch is make Cloak's primary, while he's dealing damage, it heals nearby allies. Or maybe just like the closest damaged ally within a certain range. And then lower his damage output to compensate for it. So it's like... it's still lower than Dagger's healing output, but it doesn't completely leave your teammates out to dry. You know what I mean?
Scarlet Witch level of damage, which it literally is.
Yeah, I think it's the same amount of damage.
Yeah.
I do think Dagger's little bubble heal move is a little too strong. Obviously, it's her self-defense ability for the most part. But if we're buffing the fade, then she's maybe less reliant on the bubble. Divers are like completely unable to kill through the bubble.
And confirm.
So I could see making like, if we want to make the healing scale a little bit based on max health, just a little bit. So it heals tanks for about the same amount, but it heals squishies for a little less. If percentage-based damage can exist, then the occasional percentage-based healing should be fine. And lastly, we're nuking the big support ultimates. This one is like second place to Luna. Well, maybe third because Invis. We're going to decrease the healing a ton. We're going to tune up the dial slightly on the damage dealt from it. So to give it more like area control emphasis. I'm thinking like... I'm trying to find my words. I'm trying to think like, as it is right now, when Cloak ults and you're like an enemy Cloak ults and your team is standing in it, you're like, well, who cares? And I want to make people care a little bit more, and give it a tiny bit less length to each dash, for a little less area coverage, because it covers a huge area as is. Invisible Woman, she's basically perfect, but I want to change a few things. First of all, this is maybe just a me problem. I keep trying to heal allies with the melee. I think it would be fine to let her melee heal for like a tiny bit. It's not like strong or useful. I just kind of want it.
Interesting.
Again, it's like not helpful. But it's, I don't know, I just keep trying to do it. You know what I mean? This is maybe a me problem.
I keep trying to do that with Adam for some reason. It's always with Adam that I try to do it, and it's like, that's not a thing.
I keep trying to heal with his primary fire.
That's understandable.
Oh, I do that too.
Knowing you play
Yes,
knowing you play a lot of Invis and Jeff, that makes perfect sense. The bigger issue I have with Invis is that I'm tired of going invisible to escape and then get hit immediately and have it break instantly and it gets no value.
Yeah.
So I think giving it like a very small healing burst and or like the hit that knocks you out of invisibility is reduced by, it gives you like 20% damage resist. So it gives you a tiny bit of value even if you immediately break it. I could see justification for just giving her 300 HP. She's already kind of Vanguard-y, but I don't think she needs that.
I don't. As the big Invis player, I don't think she needs it.
Yeah, I don't really think so either. I thought it was interesting as like the support with some Vanguard elements. You know what I mean? But like not like she needs the buff. It also occurred to me the idea of making her like 250 HP, but she like always has a slowly generating bonus health shield to a cap of 25, so she has like a personal shield. Again, not a change I'm like saying I would make. It just occurred to my mind and thought I would write it down.
I think that could be an idea. Like instead of having, say, like 25 of her normal health is like regenerating shield, like in Overwatch.
Yeah.
Because her own self-sustaining abilities can be a little limited at times.
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a person next to you so you can put the shield on them and then walk
Yeah.
over to your own shield.
Yeah.
Or do your jump, which is kind of dangerous because that's sort of your big escape option when
Yeah.
you get dived.
It
And
would
if
be
it get,
fun
and
if
if
you
it
could,
gets immediately broken, then whoopsie daisy, you know.
Or stop healing your teammates so you can go invisible and heal yourself,
Yeah.
which is
If you
not
were-
fun.
It's always a great idea to heal yourself and not your teammates. Trust me.
Were you gonna say something, Aaron?
I think it would be fun if you weren't like selected on someone like with the shield that it would put it in front of you. That would be
I could
That'd
see
be
that.
nice.
I could see that. Yeah, that would be nice. I had a whole bunch of changes I'd make to Invisal, but then they made a bunch of changes, and honestly, I think it's kind of great.
The slow is insanity.
The slow is insanity.
It's
It
great.
lets you really like dominate this specific zone, even if it's not as like, even if it's not mobile, and it doesn't cover as large an area of cloak. That said, we are decreasing the power of all the high healing support alts. I could see having it focus on like, instead of doing tons and tons of healing, make it like not a whole lot of healing, but allies in the radius take less damage. This is mostly to like lessen the crazy one-shot potential. This will also make her like, even though Luna and Cloak ult will still heal more, it will make her better against, say, Punisher ult than they are. I think that's all I have for her. Bunch of recap
Interesting.
stuff. Again, I don't feel like reading it because we're already almost 3 hours into this.
Yippee!
Big reworks, at least 4 slides per character. I'm going to try to speed through this, but we all know I'm not going to.
50.
Angela, obviously I've not played that much of her. She's very
Second
difficult.
wife.
The big one of the big issues I have with her is when you're like just like at the end of a team fight, right? And you're just like cleaning up, there's maybe like some deployables left or some squids. You can feel how pathetic her primary fire is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It is
Or like a rocket ult. You're like,
I have done the calculations.
crap.
It does. Her primary fire does less damage per second than Spidey's basic punches, than Black Panther's basic like primary fire claws, than Rocket at long range. Less damage than Invis. What I'm trying to think of some others. I'm pretty sure less damage than Cap by quite a bit.
Wait, did a single invis throw, not the back and forth, but just one?
I think it's the back and forth, but I'm talking per
Okay.
second,
If it
so
was
it's
just
like
one, that would be like,
so like
Oh, I see.
so like one Angela spear attack is like it's like 45 damage, which is more than a single Spider-Man punch, but Spider-Man punches very fast.
I see.
And her attack speed is so slow. I think the only primary fire I could find that does less damage than Angela, I shit you not, is Dagger. Fucking Dagger.
That's crazy.
So
What
I
about
think
Bruce Banner?
oh fuck, wait, that's a good question. I'm so curious now.
I feel like
The
Bruce
baby
doesn't
diva.
do that damage.
Bruce,
As a diva, previous diva main, baby diva.
I don't actually know. Hold
Yeah,
on.
Baby Diva can mow the lawn if you play your cards right.
Hulk rivals.
I
Who
can't
would
believe
win,
I just
Angela
used the phrase
Spear or
mow
Mercy
the
Gun?
lawn.
Unironically, maybe Mercy Gun. It's like
I would also say that.
like it's that dire. Okay, Gamma Ray Gun. Banner's gamma ray gun is 16 damage per projectile, 5 per second. 16 times 5 is 80.
80.
That's more. That's more by like a lot.
Wow.
And he can headshot.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think the simple solution is to increase her attack speed. So if you aren't doing any animation cancels, it increases her attack damage a lot. If you are doing animation cancels, it's the same damage. Because the thing is that we want to be very careful about buffing Angela because she is high mobility, flying tank with a kidnap power. But she also has that such poor damage and poor survivability. So we have to be careful about. We don't just want to crank up numbers on her health bar and her damage. I think making her generate a very small amount of attack charge at all times would make sense. As is, it's like
That would be amazing.
it's right now her attack charge is her only source of decent damage output, and that's okay. But she needs to be able to contribute more often than like once every like 15 seconds. That's an exaggeration, obviously, but like
Yeah. Hang on, I gotta go take a lap. I'll be right back.
Exactly. That's exactly. it.
unironically, it's like, hold on, I have
I mean,
Up the amount-
I have to fly around in the
least-
sky.
I
At least
gotta
your
do
big
my
spear
duel for the
charge
day.
charges it up much faster.
Yeah, but then you're at no meter, and then your combo, your little stab combo is gone.
Nah, don't need to combo, just kill.
I
Your
want
shield
to
gives you more attack charge.
adjust her
Yes.
judgment zone a little bit. So when she hold on, I'm chewing. I shouldn't be hyperfixating while I'm chewing. So when she dives down to the ground and lands and creates her spiky zone, basically the short version of this change is that my goal is to make her slightly less bulky on like just her own, but if she's like brawling and she's with her entire team and her supports are there to help and other tanks are also there to take the pressure, then the damage reduction that she gives herself will help her be more durable. Because right now it's like when you dive and you're brawling with the judgment zone, like you're giving yourself bonus health, but like you are fucking fighting to keep yourself alive. It's like
Yes.
it's like that bonus health gain is doing God's work. Her damage in the grounded form is actually fine. It's like it's 140 over the course of
good.
2 seconds. Like isn't hilariously bad by any means. I do want to reduce the HP of the spear that she throws for her ultimate. Maybe it's only because people haven't figured out that they need to shoot the spear. That's entirely
I think so.
possible. But I feel like it takes 10 fucking years to destroy. I'm on Adam Warlock. I hear heaven! And I'm like, ah, shit. And I get tied and I'm like, oh, okay. Ping, 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 ping. And I do that for like 10 fucking seconds. It's agony.
And then it's just like, what if I just went away and all your hard work is now gone? You're like, well, but I shot you a bunch. I can't believe this.
I think I would like if her charge, like when you grab someone, does slight damage over time. Because
Like a bleed. That would be.
because it's the weird thing to me is that like when you like you've had anyone who's been playing Angela a lot has had those moments where they try to charge someone and they like kind of hit them from the side and it like
What is up with that?
it's not in the right hitbox to like actually grab them, but it still does damage.
Yes.
So
It is weird how imprecise that move is.
Yeah, they need...
I would like to make it like more satisfying to use. I honestly don't know what I don't know if it's just the way it controls, or if it's the hitbox, or if it's both. I could also see if we need to decrease her insane combo potential, because I'm sure I have been I've seen a bunch of clips of people doing oh no, Angela's good, let me show you, this is how you get kills, and then you do a spear, quick melee, shield, spear, quick melee, charge, carry them a little bit, spear, quick melee, shield, spear, quick melee, dive, axe, and then do a backflip, jump to a tree, catch a squirrel, and then you get a kill. If giving her all these other buffs makes her combo potential too insane, we could give targeted decreases to her impact damage when she lands on the dive, and increase the damage over time by a little bit. And then we could also give a targeted decrease to her quick melee, which is an option because they buffed the quick melee damage on magic for season 4.
That was because of the damage decrease from the anchor loss.
Yes.
Whatever.
But it is a change that is on the table. I want to buff her base movement a tiny bit, because when she gets grounded or earthbound, she becomes even more of a sitting duck than Black Panther does, and he's at least a smaller target.
Yes.
Because of that, we would want to decrease the speed boost from the Divine Judgment Zone. And I think my last change is, while she's gliding, she very slowly regens HP. So then she has some self-sustain power. It will not help her much in a big fight. But if she's just gliding around and not getting shot at, it will let her have some sustain power. So now that we're at the big rework section, I have recaps after every individual person. I'm probably still gonna not put it down or go through them in super big detail. But the important part is we want to make sure she can't combo people crazily while still just increasing her primary attack power. And some small buffs to self-sustain power and movement. Penny Parker. Penny Parker. She is not a traditional tank, and that's okay, and that's part of what makes her fun, and that should stay the same. She's kind of an area denial tank in the same way as Groot, but instead of blocking movement and sight lines, she just has traps that deal damage. The webs as a threat to the enemy are pretty inconsistent because of how spider drone spawning works. If they have full spider drones, you can take 400 damage. Or if they have no spider drones, you could take 40 damage. And when she doesn't have her nest down, she kind of can't do a whole lot. She's kind of very, very reliant on the nest. And of course, her ult got buffed. It's still not amazing. It's better. It's still not very good. But we want to address all these things while maintaining the character fantasy of being someone who sets up a bunch of traps and maintains these zones of controls. And that her difficulty should come from needing to juggle all these tools at once, and not the fact that her damage outside of mines and her sustain outside of her nest is kind of trash. I came up with 3 different concepts for reworking the nest, just kind of completely. I think I'm only going to bother going over the first one. Keep the spider drones, or did I want to? Was it the first one? Was it the last one? This is a polished presentation. I just want to make sure everyone knows. I think I want to go with the first one. The first one, so basically in all of them, I reduce the damage on... I keep spider drones, but basically reduce their effect, and then add some kind of other more significant effect to the nest. In the first concept I have drawn up, it's like a little bit of ramp of damage that ramps up over time when you're standing in a web that's connected to the nest. So like, you step in it and it starts at like 20 per second. Then if you stay in it and you try to just continue being in there, it will ramp up after 3 seconds to 50 per second. And then it'll go up to like 95 per second. And then eventually it'll cap at like 155 per second if you're standing in it for like 10 seconds straight. If you're just like, I'm gonna ignore the webs, la-di-da-di-da, I also think connected webs should try to like very slowly drag in enemies further, like the new effect on Scarlet Witch ult. This will give her a much more consistent form of area denial, where an enemy standing in the webs will do the same thing every time, and it won't rely on how many drones she just so happens to have. This second concept is basically just like each individual drone does less, but they spawn out way more frequently. So it's more consistent. And the last one is I didn't like very much, but it was intriguing to me, so I'm presenting it anyways, which is make the nest on a timer. It's just a thing you put out, and then it drains HP, and you can't recall it early. And in exchange, it gets like a ton of buffs. Like you get like 2 charges, and drones emerge really fast. But what I don't like about it is that it takes away from her like hunker down, make traps in pockets of the map that you control playstyle. That's kind of the whole point of the character. I think I prefer this first one where she can afford to be more aggressive. In general, I think we should encourage her to be more aggressive with the nest. So then offense Penny is not like complete insanity. The second change, since the nest no longer has the potential to deal 400 damage in a second because she has 10 drones stacked up, we can make it more durable, give it like a little bit of HP regen, reduce the cooldown time by a couple seconds, and I'm thinking after, like, for 2 seconds after it gets placed, it has some damage resist. She should be able to get a little aggressive with it. It is her equivalent of a Groot wall. The next change after that, her little web dash ability, I fucking hate it.
Oh my god, it's so broken.
It's
so broken.
It's inconsistent. Sometimes it snaps you to the right place consistently, sometimes it doesn't. I feel like, honestly, in my ideal world, I would just make it a low momentum version of a proper web swing. But I understand.
Just make it work.
I understand Nettie's probably doesn't want to do that. But, like, yeah, basically just make it like, if it's gonna snap you in place, then make it snap you in place. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's so many times where you do it, and it's like, it'll show you zooming, and it'll be like, actually, no.
Yeah.
Actually, no, you don't go.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you.
But you. And then sometimes it'll be like, you just connect to the floor and you don't zoom. And it's like, but
Yes.
But that's the whole point.
It's insane.
That's the whole point.
The primary fire, as we discussed before, has a 15 damage projectile and a 15 damage spell field, but the spell field is so small nobody ever notices it. So I would want to increase the radius on it so then people actually notice. I do think it would be cool for a successful primary shot to decrease the cooldown time of like her mines or maybe her nest by a tiny bit to add a little bit of value to it, and increase her uptime. I think the uptime of Penny is something that really needs to be addressed. Because going from like her nest is up, she's terrifying, to we took down the nest, she kind of doesn't do anything anymore, is an issue with how the character is designed. And on a related note, her staying power as a tank is frankly bad. She has no way of giving herself a burst of protection in a vital moment like other tanks do. Like, even Thor and Cap have ways to do this. Even Angela has ways to do this with her shield. So I would make the healing on the webs. I would make the healing for her webs for herself scale slightly with her missing HP. So when she's very low, it has a slightly better chance of saving her.
Yes, that'd be nice.
And maybe like a little bit of damage resist when her nest gets shot down. I'd also just, honestly, I'd give her a proper wall climb like Spidey and Venom get. I don't think it'll make her busted. But I understand if NetEase doesn't want to do that. It is kind of insanity. And if they don't want to do that, at least make her wall climb a little faster. Her hitbox is so big, you will still be able to hit her.
Or crazy thought, let her shoot when she's attached to the wall. That would be kind of funny.
I could see that, yeah. Like when she's just hanging there up
Or
on the
shoot
wall.
mines or do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can already shoot when you're like bouncing. If you put the tether on the ceiling and you're bouncing, you can still shoot from that.
Yeah.
So why not when you're wall climbing just be able to shoot?
Yeah, if you're just like
Shaking my head.
sitting there on the wall, yeah. I also I kind of want to change the mines a bit because mines destroy people really fast. And also placing them is kind of sluggish in the middle of the action. I think I want them to fire like way faster. Maybe honestly you can fire out the mines while you're primary shooting. I'd be kind of down for that. But I would really like to see a decrease to the mine damage. I know it's her only main way to like big burst damage right now, and she can still do that by like grouping mines up. But it is kind of obnoxious to get destroyed by shit you didn't see. The big ult rework, the short version is I would just, instead of whatever the fuck she does now, I'd just make it a super mode of her standard kit. Her nest gets some bonus health. She and her nest get a little bit of damage resist. The AoE on her primary fire gets bigger. Maybe she like passively like the back spider legs spin around once per second and knock enemies around. And maybe like her mines recharge faster. Basically, her ult can just be a super mode and it'll be fine. As is, her ult is like it gives her a burst of survivability during like when you start it up, but then after that it restricts her range, and the spider sweeper like the melee attack isn't all that good. And it's like to the point where I was like, I kind of wish I could just cancel out of it early, to be honest, so I can get my range back.
Or you can web shoot and CC people, because that's when the Scarlet Witches are like, they can't shoot us anymore.
Yeah, that's when they're like, my time is now. The big change with Penny Parker is that she just needs better uptime without the nest. Or maybe the nest is less impactful, but it comes up more often. That's the big thing with Penny Parker. Along with reworking the ult to just be a super mode, and just a few other minor tweaks here and there. We have covered all the tanks. Ladies, gentlemen, and otherwise. We're going to talk about Black Panther.
As we should.
Black Panther is not fun for supports to play against. It is hard to see him coming. They increase the sound on his footsteps, but it's like it can still be very hard to detect that in the midst of like 11 other players doing shit in a team fight. He literally has a combo that Black Panther mains call the Unreactable, which is like, come the fuck on. This is not an exaggeration.
Double throw the spear in the air one?
Yes, so it's you.
I can't even freaking do that. It's crazy.
It's you like you get to high ground, you jump while you're mid-air and pouncing on the support player, spear, and you land on it. Both land on the same target, and then you dash on them really fast, instant kill. It just happens way too fast for anybody to react to it if they don't see it. Honestly, even if the DPS and tanks see it coming, it happens too fast for them to reasonably react to it. That would be
He
funny.
is a controller-only character.
Black Panther does have counters, but he requires the tanks and damage characters to peel, which is just annoying to do when you're like, if I'm playing Thing and I'm on the front line, I also have to look around like a fucking, like a paranoid schizophrenic. We're like, where is he? He's coming any moment.
We need the Doctor Strange tooltip back. There was a Black Panther.
There was a
alright.
Black Panther up
Yeah.
on the roof. And so we want
He
to
just hit the Pentagon. Black Panther hit the Pentagon.
shut the fuck up. And so we want to keep this sort of stealthy, agile hunter character fantasy while giving people more of an opportunity to react. As is, he just strikes way too fast. They already increased the sound of his footsteps a little bit. I want to do it more. And to compensate for that.
Steel-toed boots on now.
Yeah, for real.
This sounds like a goddamn earthquake.
Yeah.
Every
He has
step he
tap
takes.
shoes on. He just got back from tap class.
Straight up,
You gotta play the tyrant music from RE2.
bum,
Yeah.
bum, bum, bum. Straight up Mr. X.
Bro's gonna give him a little soft shoe.
But my pitch is, right,
His
he's
thing's squeaky toys.
my pitch for this, right? He's way easier to hear coming and see coming. In compensation, we put an ability on his F key. I don't think he has any sort of function on his F key. Hunter's Prowl. He can only use it after he is out of combat. We know they have code to detect being out of combat because they have it for Invisible Woman. He can only use this ability out of combat for like 4 or 5 seconds. He becomes invisible and completely silent. He can't attack at all while in this form. When he wants to attack, it takes a moment. There's a sound cue, there's a cloud of smoke and glowing purple eyes out of it, and like a shrill sound that's like you're about to be fucked up, which showcases exactly where he's coming from. And once he is revealed, he begins his combo. This will
You gotta play the sound for Spider-Man 2099.
Yeah, from the movie.
yeah the
Play the Ultra Instinct theme.
this will let Black Panther get into place for his combo while being easy to see coming. The difficult part for the BP.
Oh,
Not the difficult
That's what he
part.
does. That's what the purple smoke is.
What?
It was a real difficult
That's
part.
the fart.
One moment, Shuri.
hard.
I'm ready. The difficult part for the BP becomes timing this just right. So with the spear, so the spear is a big spell field. All of the damage is on the spell field and not the projectile. I think we can move like 10 of that damage to the main projectile. So then for the unreactable combo, you have to get a direct hit. So then this ultimate combo can, like, even if he pulls it off, and I'm nerfing the ultimate combo in a couple other tiny ways. But even if everything goes perfectly, he can only land this combo on one person instead of nuking both supports in a single fell swoop. The second thing I do is make it so then, as it is, BP kind of does jack shit to tanks, and I'm kind of okay with him being not terrible against tanks. So I like the idea of his Spirit Rend, his dash, scaling a little bit based on max HP. So like a Groot will take a little bit more above what it does now, and Squishies will take fairly substantially less than they take right now. The damage right now is 80 on the dash, which is why it's the most important part of his kit, and like refreshing it is so important, is because it does 80 fucking damage. But I am decreasing it on 250 heroes to 65. Part of this is because of these next few changes. I'm changing how Vibranium Marks work. hitting a target will deal an extra 10 damage, which is 10 of the 15 that the dash has lost. The main reason for this is the unreactable combo is spear, spear, dash, dash. This means you don't refresh a Vibranium Mark and get your dash back, but it kills so much faster that that's, like, okay. It's part of the strategy. Like, you're giving up the refresh for basically an unreactable kill. This way, if you ignore the proper order of operations, you lose out on some damage. Now, if you've been keeping track, you've been noticed that a spear dash is still just 240 damage. I want to rework his passive because it doesn't make fucking sense.
It does not at all.
How his passive works right now is that if you're if you're at 100 or lower HP, you get a damage boost. But the way he's such an all-in character that if he's at low HP, you need to get the fuck out of there. So what I'm thinking is that Panther's Cutting is a 5% damage boost. It has a resource meter that is constantly draining, and taking damage will fill it up a little bit. And the window I am leaving on it for the math is deliberately very small. He also has other tools to secure kills. But if you are like, theoretically, if you are somehow super low HP and your Panther's Cunning bar is super high up, that boost will be enough to make his bread and butter combo kill at 250. And the reason he has a giant health bar is so that he can get shot at to boost his damage. I also think it'd be cool, I don't think this is necessary, but I think it'd be cool if the meter gets filled completely, his basic attacks launch tiny little ranged attacks out to like 7 meters maybe, like little laser claws, until it gets drained all the way down. And so, now that we've made it way harder for him to murder people in the blink of an eye, and his damage boost is dependent on getting shot at, it is okay for us to boost his durability a tiny, tiny bit. No more bonus health from Vibranium Marks, gasp. The big thing from Vibranium Marks is refreshing the dash. Anything else is like, sure, whatever, who gives a fuck. My thought is you get 5 bonus health for dashing, and then another 5 for each target you hit. Same effect on the spear. So it's not necessarily triggering the Vibranium. Now, the Vibranium Marks are also giving you the extra damage. So it's no longer giving you the bonus health, and you're getting bonus health from just using the abilities. But you are also now dependent on Hunter's Prowl to be able to sneak up on people. It's definitely a very complicated set of changes. But I also basically I want to give him bonus health for pretty much just using his abilities and landing it on targets. I also want to put that also on his ult, but also decrease the damage of the ult. I don't write down that I want to give it fall off, but I kind of want to give it fall off, because my main problem with his ult is that no one fucking knows what the hitbox is like. It's like a panther leaps forward, and it's like that that might have hit something.
I'm halfway through Centurion and I have no freaking idea. I'm like, it's somewhere in front of me.
I could see also giving his basic claw attack some utility in that we lower the damage a tiny bit, but make it speed his cooldowns a tiny bit and give him a tiny bit of bonus health. So then it's like, I ran out of things to use, but I still have HP. Just slash some people. So then, like,
Yeah.
it's not like, well, I missed my dash. Time to stand on the sidelines for 10 seconds.
That is the worst part of BP. Is I have to wait.
I missed my dash, and now I'm a tickle
Something
monster.
comes back, and I'm just gonna throw spears at people and do like no damage.
Yeah.
Ha.
These changes are generally lower damage, higher durability, and that's the plan. I'm okay with him being kind of a weird brawl dive hybrid. I think this is the last change? Yes. I fucking hate the spiral kick. I hate spiral kick so bad. It's like,
It's so fun.
it's a slow, more difficult to control version of the dash. If you need to apply marks, you'd rather use the spear. If you need to escape, you'd rather use the dash. Why do we have spinning kick? My
You
pitch.
spinning kick, then you can dash again.
My pitch.
Don't use your dash.
You know Squirrel Girl's Mammal Bond, where she can choose one of her 2 abilities to use again. That's my pitch for replacing Spiral Kick. You can use it to either spear again or dash again, and decrease the cooldown of the normal version of each to compensate. This is another part of why I lowered the dash's damage, because his uptime is being improved with this. And the last one, this is actually something I saw in a video. There's a YouTuber with the username Carcat, which, yes, I believe that's a Homestuck name, but they're like a really high-ranked Black Panther player, and they had a video that was like suggestions for a rework. And they had like, it's annoying when an enemy dies with a vibranium mark on them and you lose out on your reset, so they can leave behind like a Hawkeye style after image that you can dash at to get your reset that lasts for like a couple seconds.
That's fun.
I think that makes a lot of sense. The short version, give people an opportunity to react, but still the BP, the ability to sneak up on people with Hunter's Prowl, generally lower damage, and higher durability, in a variety of different ways. Getting a 250 to 0 combo on BP will have to be like, A, it'll probably have to take longer, and B, it will, I don't even remember what the B was I was going to say.
I do think it's good too because it lowers that skill ceiling a little bit.
Yeah.
Because then it kind of nerfs people that are cracked with Panther, and it lightly buffs people that are like, I'm just
a little
throw
guy.
Spear, I dash. I throw spear. I dash.
Yeah, pretty much. That is Black Panther.
Changes.
And if you guys know how the characters go alphabetically, I think we know who is up next. And this is,
Oh boy, howdy.
this is kind of another behemoth to address. Black Widow, poor Black Widow. I feel so bad for Black Widow fans. She's been on the bottom of every fucking tier list since season 0, and you know what? She fucking deserves it.
And I'll never give her up.
She is like Thanos level busted in the hands of like 20 people total in the world. And
Including this guy, right?
so,
Heck no.
and so we don't want to give her. There's a amazing video from Flats where he was just like, he was up against one of them, and his supports. The enemy team had a Black Widow player who was basically permanently damage boosted by a mantis, and they were shooting their cloak and dagger out of ult. And so they're like, hey, can someone deal with the Widow? So Flats goes Captain America and basically spends the whole game in this Black Widow's face. And she just literally doesn't care. She just runs around and avoids him. And Flats is literally like in Black Widow's face punching her, and she still lands the headshot through ult on the cloak and dagger. And they're going through comms like, hey, can someone deal with this Widow? And he's like, I'm in her forehead. I don't know what to tell you. So we don't want to give her one shot kill headshots because of people like that. But we want to make her more viable for the average player. The solution,
I mean, I wouldn't.
we're calling back to
wouldn't say
Penny
no
Parker,
either.
everybody. We can increase her body shot damage without increasing her headshot damage through the magic of spell fields. This big slide is basically me pontificating on what the exact amount the exact right amount is. The conclusion I come to is 95 on the projectile, 40 on the spell field. So it's 135 damage on a body shot, 225 on a headshot, which is still enough for a Mantis to damage boost to a one-shot kill. Ideally, this is not even a traditional spell field. It works more like a graze. So, like, if you miss by, like, a little bit, it'll do some minor damage. Maybe, like, 3 or 4 meters should be plenty. Maybe some fall off in the spell field. And if you hit someone with a headshot and then hit a graze on them, that's 265, which will kill 250s, but not 275s. And sometimes that's okay. Because having 275 HP sometimes should be a meaningful upgrade in health. I want to lower the cost on her sprint. The sprint on it being so limited is weird to me. I kind of understand why. Like, again, the 20 total players in the world. I guess it's because of her potential damage output, but I would still like to see it reduced. What's with her melee weapon?
Definitely the jump needs to be better.
What is with her melee weapon? The damage is on par with Cap on the melee weapon, who famously has really low damage. So if you're getting dived, you use your kick cooldown. The idea I came up with was lower the base damage slightly, but add basically a status effect to it. I call it bashed, where basically for 2 seconds, you take like 15 damage per second. Each hit does not stack the effect, but it does reset the timer. So hitting people multiple times in a row doesn't do extra damage, but if you hit them a couple times and then let that status effect play out, it will give it more total output. I would also like to see some kind of right-click ability, or alternate fire, I suppose. The same button as the scope in when your rifle's out. Something for when her batons are out. Like, maybe she could, like, shoot out a wave of red electricity, and it deals some damage, it pierces enemies, and it bashes them also. This will also...
Her batons definitely need something
Yeah.
else in general. Like, I think this would be good because, like, I mean, it's a weapon switch, but it doesn't feel like a weapon switch. It feels like it just feels like a melee attack.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna keep it as a weapon switch, at least have a purpose.
Yeah. And I don't...
Turret, and then she's Torbjorn.
The reason why I don't want to just buff the damage of it up to 50, because then she kills 250s in 5 hits, and she swings pretty fast with them. It's like once every half a second. So I would
Run in.
I would rather have this kind of complicated solution, and have it not like accidentally create a ton of melee Widow players. What's next?
Yeah, it definitely doesn't need buffed.
She has another ability slot open. For keyboard, it's the F key. I think for PlayStation, it's Y, or maybe X.
We don't have that button.
Or what the fuck am I talking about? I'm talking about Xbox. I think it's triangle for PlayStation, or circle. But basically, she has an ability slot open. And I want to put some kind of utility move there, to lean into this sort of tactical, fully equipped spy character fantasy that Black Widow has. I tossed a bunch of ideas around, and I think the thing I landed on was a tiny little drone that you can place. My idea was that it like moves automatically and skitters around, but maybe it can just be stationary. But like something that when within range of an enemy, it like highlights them so you can see them through walls.
That'd be fucking awesome.
This would be like a really
Mobile symmetric
cool, unique ability for her. If it has like low HP and can be shot down and has a long cooldown, it wouldn't be like broken by any means. but it leans into the character fantasy. It'll let her take be able to secure kills. Maybe it only reveals damaged enemies or something, or it highlights when an enemy is damaged. So you can that's someone I can pick off.
Yeah,
Or if
that
it's
would be perfect.
Maybe it'll go into a building or a few feet ahead to be like, oh hey, Strange is
Hold on.
over there, so you know he's there.
I'm still chipping away. Okay. That was my mother. She's gonna be in the video now. I'm gonna keep that in. I don't want to edit. I don't want to go into 3 hours 45 minutes in, 34. I can't count.
Trying to throw this into Premiere would absolutely have your computer shit itself.
Probably. My ideal fantasy is that it moves, skitters along walls. Maybe that would be too complicated for pathing. Maybe it could be a flying drone, or maybe it's just stationary. Either way, I think this ability would be cool because it's kind of low maintenance for the player too.
You
I
can
think
stick it
that's
somewhere
I think
and then
that's
run away.
I think that's perfect for Widow too, because that's her whole game plan is either getting a really crazy pot shot on someone or picking them off.
And all the other ideas I came up with kind of overlapped with her kick as an anti-dive. And this does not do that, and I like that. Speaking of the kick, it's pretty cool for the part of her character fantasy that has the martial artist stuff. It does have some kind of insane combo potential. Again, this is sort of a 20 people in the world sort of thing, but it's much less so.
Or in Doom Match. There's some crazy people in Doom Match that will run around with Widow and just murder people, because that's more of a one-on-one situation.
Yeah, definitely.
So I think I want to reduce the window of time for it and probably remove the stun and make the second kick have a lot of knockback. And maybe extra damage if they hit a wall, like how Emma's kick does.
Oh.
So very skilled. I think I crunched the numbers on the damage. So very skilled Widow players can kick. It's specifically first kick, second kick into a wall, body shot, quick melee for a fast 250 kill. But only at very close range, where otherwise she's not very effective. And if the enemy's not stunned, they will still be able to defend themselves. Or they could just sit there and take it like a little baby. Depending on how effective this ends up being, I could see reducing the cooldown or giving it a second charge. I don't know. That's the short version of that. I don't know. Finally, her ultimate. I don't know what this is supposed to do. It's
interesting.
It's a very weird ultimate, and I think I want to shift it a little bit to be more about area denial and setting up for follow-up kills. Because most of the time when I'm playing up against the Black Widow and they use it, they use it on someone they get low and solo ult somebody.
Yes.
And they don't even do the charge up; they just do the insta release.
Yes, that's typically the play.
And I think I want to say fuck that. So
there's a part of me that wonders if it was balanced around the Hawkeye team up. Because there was the thing
maybe
where you could use the Hawkeye team up and then
rack up
use
tons
the
of
ult
damage.
and you freaking murder. You would murder people with that thing.
And I think another big part of it is that it has the big slow effect
It does.
on that whole area, and I don't feel that at all when I use it. Like it barely slows people. I never really see the outcome of it too well. But granted, you don't see Widow that often.
Yeah.
Either.
Yeah, it's always funny because I'll get hit with it and I'm like, I'm really slow. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's Widow.
Oh yeah,
Widow
that's
does
the
that.
goo.
Right.
Yeah.
I think I want the plasma globs it leaves on the ground to do a little bit of damage over time.
And they explode.
And it's already the ultimate already creates more globs if you charge it up.
Yep.
So I think putting more value in that would make sense. It doesn't make sense for the globs to have a 10-second duration, because by the time 6 seconds pass, like, the situation has resolved. Like, they've left, or they're dead, or, you know.
Yeah.
I want to make the area bigger that it blasts in. Give it a little bit of damage fall off, so it doesn't do 160 damage on the edge. And make the vulnerability effect slightly less, but increase the duration. So then, basically, everything is 6 seconds. Instead of being 4 and 10. It's all just 6 seconds. The plasma globs do damage over time. The explosion does big damage. It's a pretty big area of effect. I don't remember why I decreased the slow rate. I'm going to be completely honest. But I had a reason for it. But the vulnerability... The big thing is the vulnerability duration increase and the radius. So it lasts long enough and will hit enough people to turn the tide of fights. And it still makes a headshot within 250 kill range. The goal is not necessarily to get a kill with the explosion damage, but to force the other team into a bad spot. So the short version... we want to give her primary some AoE graze potential, so she's not... We can bring down the headshot damage, but it gives her other stuff in return. Some more mobility, more melee weapon utility, the spy drone, giving her key intel, get rid of the stun kick, but still give it some combo potential, and adjust the numbers on her ultimate, so it's not just about, like, hitting someone with a body shot and then nuking them instantly. I don't even remember who's next after this. Oh yeah, it's Hawkeye!
It's Black Widow, but a dude.
Hawkeye is supposed to be very high skill floor, high skill ceiling, who rewards hitting very difficult headshots. The problem is that he's not consistent even for really high rank players. And when you do land the hit on, like, a squishy support hero, it's a one-shot, and we've established how he feels about low time to kill. It kind of sucks balls. So this is what we're gonna do about that. I want to change the so he has his passive, right? Archer's Focus, where if you, like, aim at a target for a decent amount of time, it increases his damage he deals. I want to make it so then that bonus damage no longer is doubled by headshots. So then we can make it so then fully charged headshots don't just instantly nuke people, and body shots are the same. Then we adjust the damage a little bit more from that, so then his body shot damage is a little bit higher, but his full headshot damage is now the same as Black Widow's, which is 225. I think this will also make the charge time on his Archer's Focus take a little bit longer, like a tiny, tiny bit. And I'm okay with that because of such high damage body shots. I can see that kind of destroying tanks, to be honest. And it'll also destroy, like 300 HP characters, like Wolverine. Whew. Is Wolverine 300 or 350? I think he's 350, actually.
Yes, he is.
Okay, thank you. Even still. With these changes, a Hawkeye who's consistently getting body shots will get a little more value and have less potential to be annoying. With these changes, I could see justification for very slightly increasing the hitbox of the arrow, because as is, it's just really, really hard to hit shots with him.
Lonzo flashbacks.
I'm not certain about that. I'm not dying on the increase the hitbox hill.
Free trunks.
But
yeah.
We have a troubling position, though, because if Hawkeye can no longer one-shot kill with headshots, why would you play him over Hela or Phoenix? My solution would be to add some delayed damage. This is basically the same fucking thing that I did for Black Widow, but a little bit more powerful. basically, if you have a fully charged piercing arrow that has a ton of archer's focus on it, you become pierced until you receive healing or until 8 seconds pass. This will deal some minor damage over time. This will kill 250 HP heroes in a little over 3 seconds. But since it ends if they receive healing, like it ends instantly, it's only if they don't do anything to help themselves or receive help from an ally. And if it goes for the full 8-second duration, it will manage to kill a 275 HP hero, but that depends on them not helping themselves for a full 8 seconds, which is probably not going to happen often, but you never know. A few smaller changes. NetEase clearly wants us to use the blast arrows, but the blast arrows fucking suck balls.
I
I
forgot they existed. I'm like, dude,
Exactly.
Sonic arrows. I'm like, oh no, the alt arrows.
Yeah, the second arrows you can switch to.
Yeah.
I would just make it, right now it shoots out 3 arrows per cast. I would just make it shoot out 5. Fuck it. Why not, right? And make the cooldown long. Apparently there's a cooldown on the arrows, but it's half a second, which is like, okay. So what does that change for Hawkeye? I don't know.
Absolutely nothing. Say it again.
I could see also, I kind of want the basic projectile for the blast arrows to be able to do headshot, which so the projectile is only 16 damage. Most of it is from the area of effect. Is this doing anything beyond being funny? No. Do I want it? Yes. His crescent slash, his little get off me move, for a 12-second cooldown, it kind of sucks balls.
That's worthless.
Other moves that have a 12-second cooldown include, let's see, Magneto Bubble, Groot's Iron Wall. I'm trying to think of other ones. But like, I think that
These
paints
are what we call good abilities.
Invisible Woman's like shield, her contact lens shield, has a 6-second cooldown and provides infinitely more value than Crescent Slash. Come the fuck on. I would rather make it a rapid triple slash move than a single slash. And on that note, his basic melee has the ability to reflect projectiles. But, like...
What?
It does, yes. But shouldn't that also be on Crescent Slash, don't you think?
Oh.
Iron
Man ult included?
No, that's a spell field.
Oh, it is? Okay.
A projectile I have seen a clip of someone using Hawkeye's melee to reflect Magneto ult back at him, and it was really funny.
Dear God.
But, like, how many people are doing
Harry
it?
the nuke.
Yes.
Protector of white women.
I could see, like, if we make it a triple slash move, or honestly, even if you don't make it a triple slash, just putting the reflect projectiles thing on Crescent Slash as it is would give it a reason to exist. It'll, like, make it somewhat worth the long cooldown. I also want to put on his double jump, like a 3-meter radius of 10 damage. Is this important? No. But all sorts of things already get tiny damage bursts. Like, again, Hulk Exile, Penny's Web, the Sleep Spore from Mantis, that sort of thing. So I just think it would be fun. Lastly, as you may have noticed with my changes, Hawkeye can't one-shot enemies through healing ults anymore because of how Pierce works, which gets rid of a big option he had on enemies who lowered your guard. You might have seen clips of, like, or you might have seen in your own games, honestly, like, a Luna is like, I'm invincible, so they stand perfectly still, and then Hawkeye walks up, pink, through the head. So I think, here's my pitch. To keep this sort of utility on him, we add an effect to specifically his ultimate. If he pierces an enemy who is currently using their ult or used it within the past 2 seconds, it does 40 extra damage, which allows for a full headshot through Luna ult, but only if he trades his own ultimate for it. This, I think, is a pretty fair trade. Because then he still gets the rest of his ult to do whatever the fuck he wants with. Overall, we want to lower headshot damage by a lot, raise his consistency, raise his body shot damage, make Crescent Slash worth actually fucking using, and keep his ability to one-shot people whose ults are currently active, but only if he uses his own for it. We're going to talk about Hela a little bit. This one does not need actually nearly as many changes as Hawkeye and Black Widow and such. I just ended up having quite a bit for her. Hela is... The weird thing about her is that so much of her power is on her primary fire, and I don't think there's enough on her other abilities. Because a very, very, very good Hela can nuke squishies very fast, even at very far range. And I think it's justified to rein that back a little bit in return for giving her other abilities some power. I don't know why I have Soul Drainer marked as change number 3, scuffed presentation.
Washed.
So Soul Drainer, her little like area of effect, small stun thing, it has a little bit of damage on the projectile. Actually, it's 1 damage, which is ridiculous. I just buff up the numbers on it a little bit and like the radius. It's not that interesting. I want to make her primary fire a little less oppressive against squishies. I am actually kind of okay with it. I kind of want it to be scaling off max HP, so it's a little bit of tank busty. Now I know I'm an insane person, right? I'm the tank player who's like, what if I made Hela better against tanks? But this is an exchange for making her worse against squishies and making her damage fall off more severe.
This could be a trade-off with Phoenix, because Phoenix is like Hela but closer range.
Yes.
So.
And Phoenix is better against large groups.
And Phoenix is good against tanks, I feel.
Is she?
I feel like she is.
Maybe. I mean, I haven't played much Phoenix.
Better than Hela, at least.
Yeah. I think it's okay to make her... give her a little bit of tank busty as a trait. Just a little bit. Not as much as, like, Wolverine.
Happy Halloween.
I want to make her passive more consistent. So, I think I'm confused on her passive. I think it triggers when she gets a final hit, or does it just trigger when she contributes to a KO? I thought it was the final hit, but either way, I want it.
See if I can find.
I want it to be when she just contributes to a KO, lower the damage by a lot, increase the radius, basically, so it's more consistently contributing to situations. I kind of want her alternate fire, where she throws a bunch of...
It might be just final.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Expect.
Her little explosive knives, I want them to be a tiny bit better. We could just buff up numbers and call it a day. I think it'd be interesting if you made it more of a proper alternate fire, instead of like being a cooldown. If it's like, it uses ammo, and it's like just an alternate shot that does less straight up damage and a little bit of spell field damage. So you can punish people for playing too close to tanks. It's not as easy to hit squishies. It has a slower wind up. I think that would make it more interesting. Or we could just not do that. We could just buff up the numbers and call it a day. I'm cool with that. Her ultimate kind of drives me crazy because the single target damage is insane. I want a short version, lower the base damage, increase blast radius, so it's better against groups and not as good as just like you pick a person and they die, you know? I also want to do thing with the health bar on her that I did to like Magic's Demons, where it's like her HP bar is the timer, so if you only shoot it a little bit, it doesn't feel like wasted effort. But then raise the HP of the ult to compensate for it. The last thing is that I think this is the last thing for Hella. Yeah. Her escapability sucks ass. And with my changes, I'm hoping she's not broken as shit anymore. So I want to make it a little better. I think the cool idea would to leave behind her little like crows that explode. I think it'd be funny for her to like leave one behind to explode in the enemy's face. Oh fuck, that's just Phoenix again. God damn it. I actually didn't realize that until right now. Or just bring down the cooldown or speed up the movement of it. I'm cool with any of those. Hella changes were pretty simple. Lower her potential to 2-tap squishies with her primary fire. And lower her single target ult damage, and basically bring the rest of her kit up a little bit to compensate. Oh man, I forgot he was next.
Soapy hands.
We're up to we've reached soapy hands, everyone.
Oh, also with Hella, they should get rid of her voice line where it's like healing. Why would I need healing? I just feel very rude every time she says it.
So, see, here's the thing. Hella is. I think it works specifically for Hella because she's just like the worst, right?
Yeah. Oh, also with, there's a magic voice line. I think it's like thank you. She's like, wah. She says like a rude comment, like no, magic, stop it.
I mean, she is racist. We do know this.
That isn't canon. Yeah, I think Hella has has a conversation with Angela now, where Angela's like, "You left a baby to die," and Hella's like, "Yeah, cool, right?" So I do think Hella is that person. Iron Fist.
Like what? They're just gonna come hang out in my realm.
We're gonna talk about Iron Fist. His block pisses me off. Unironically, I think it is the most like enraging ability in the whole fucking game. Let me paint a picture. Right? You're playing, let's say, Punisher, right? You're doing your thing, you're trying to take an angle, you're looking at the enemy tanks, you're dishing out damage. You see Iron Fist come out from around a corner, jump right over your head towards your supports. You know, if you leave him alone, he's going to kill your supports. Then they can't heal you, then you die too, and your whole team loses the fight. So you, being a good Punisher player, whip out your shotgun, turn around, aim at the back of his head, fire, and you hear tink, tink, tink. What the fuck do you mean? You mean you could just hold down a button and he becomes invincible?
He meditated so hard. His skull.
It actually drives me
Aura.
insane.
It's the same with the fridge. Fantastic fridge.
That's different though, because that you can like, that has a limited HP bar. You can shoot through that and like make it through. Sometimes really, really fast if everyone just focuses him. With Iron Fist, you're gonna sit there and let him block for the full duration, whether you like it or fucking not.
And then he gets buffed. Ahaha.
Yeah, and then he gets bonus health. And then he does his rapid punches. Oh, and we'll get into the rapid punches. Jesus Christ. Now, in ranked, it's clear he's not played as much because he kills slower than, like, BP and Magic. At the same time, we're not buffing his damage. Season 1.5 showed us what he's like when a melee lock-on character has that durability and that damage. It's not where you couldn't pay me to say we're buffing his damage. So we want to maintain his mobile brawler identity without making him the most miserable character to fight. This, I'm pretty sure, has an even bigger changelog than BP and Penny. First of all, apparently, during his fast punches, he has 30% damage reduction. I'm nuking this from the face of the fucking planet. When I learned this, I was like, this explains so much about Iron Fist. He is just too hard to kill during that form, especially when it's the form he gets after gaining a bunch of bonus health. And we want him to be decent outside of the fast punches, which means this just needs to go. Second, we're changing his block. He doesn't get bonus health from getting shot. Instead, it's gradually over time throughout the course of the block to a total of 100. During this time, instead of blocking all damage, he blocks most damage from the front. He takes like a quarter damage. It can be burst through, but it's extremely difficult. Iron Man ult on a direct hit will do like 200. He can also no longer parry Reality Erasure, get dunked on. Shooting from behind will deal much more damage. It'll do like 75% damage. So, it still gets reduced a little bit. Iron Fist is rewarded for timing the block and taking less damage than normal, but the enemy is also rewarded for flanking and landing the shot. We're generally lowering the damage of his fast punches as well. The time to kill on a 250 hero will be increased by about half a second. The time to kill on a Groot by a little bit more than that. I would also say decrease the lock-on distance specifically for the fast punches, because it's too easy to just launch yourself into the enemies that are all using their cooldowns to get away, but they can't get away because you're locking on from a million miles away. Now, all of this is a pretty big nerf. How do we bring it up to compensate in a way that's still fun to fight? His Chi Absorption passive, where he gets 50 bonus health for contributing to a KO. It's too inconsistent. I hate it. I'm replacing it with Warrior of Earth and Sky. While on the ground, convert 20% of damage dealt to bonus health. When wall running or in mid-air, take 20% less damage. This will encourage Iron Fist to balance himself between staying mobile when he starts to take damage and being aggressive when he has an opening. Even if his damage output isn't very good, he can still take a decent amount of punishment. And the stipulations of it being on the ground or in midair means he can't double dip between these effects. He will need to choose one of them. I'm not certain about the numbers. I'd want to test them in game, but this is the general flow I want to go with. He goes in, he's on the ground, he punches a bunch, he needs to leave, he uses his triple jumps and his wall run and his kick to go in midair and start taking less damage and get out. We can lower the cooldown of the block a bit now that isn't broken and stupid and bullshit. I am okay with so his basic punches do not have HP scaling on tanks like the rapid ones do. I am okay with giving the basic punches slight HP scaling, very slight, to lean into a little bit of his potential tank busting. So he's sort of a weird brawl divey hybrid. It appears we've made multiple of these over the course of this, but so be it. This helps to solve the problem where his default punches suck and his fast punches are just too much for any person to handle ever. I'd want to increase the maximum lock-on angle, so like he has to be a little closer to your crosshair. I would like to make it harder for him to just jump at a flyer and hold mouse 1 on them and win the fight. And similarly, I want to give him a little bit of damage back and reward him for using the midair jumps. So when he uses it, there's a small blast of chi that does a tiny bit of damage in AoE, and he gets a tiny bit of bonus health. And a small burst of damage when the block ends, like 10 damage. These are very small deliberately and unlikely to have major impact, but they're just something to tip momentum a little bit in his favor. His healing move, I want to change a little bit, because on the one hand, him stomping in the middle of the open in front of everyone to heal and soak up damage, not dying, is extremely funny. But it's also kind of annoying. So I want to buff up his healing rate, but also give him some damage vulnerability while he's doing it. So he heals faster to reward him for taking a second to find cover. But he can't just do it in front of everyone. And honestly, I'm game to, like, have, like, you know how the Luna team-up... Obviously, the Luna team-up, for some reason, makes healing himself worse, but I'm game to keep like a little bit of him of like healing people around him, like just a tiny bit, maybe like just like 30 per second or something. And finally, I would buff his base movement speed just a tiny bit so he is less reliant on the lock-on mechanics that I have nerfed. I've considered nerfing the damage boost on his ult. Right now, he gets 30% damage boost when he is in ultimate form. But I've already decreased the damage of his of his fast punches by a lot. So I would say keep it the same for now and see how it goes, and I can see a timeline where we need to nerf it. So basically, nerf the punch, nerf the fast punches. Give him other ways to gain durability and make his his normal punches do a little bit more. And some other small adjustments. I think the block and the fast punches...
Block back.
I think the block and the fast punches are the really fucking annoying parts of Iron Fist. And nerfing those into the ground and giving him some other stuff is okay. That is my take on Iron Fist. Okay. I don't even know what slide we're on. But we're getting to Moon Knight. I'm gonna take a drink.
Guys, this guy has no movement. Can you believe? That's crazy.
Zero movement.
Zero movement.
Zero
They
movement.
should really nerf Adam for that.
Moon Knight... Well, okay, when I wrote this up and I said he wasn't very good, that was before the Season 4 buff, and I guess I didn't revisit this. Moon Knight is apparently now fucking cracked. Because you throw your Ankh down on the back line, do the alternate fire twice, pop! And he can already kind of do that, where he throws an Ankh down on one person, and he can just kind of explode them. And he's also annoying when he shoots your tank and gets free damage on everyone else. So we want him to be able to chip down groups of enemies from weird angles, and I think as part of this he should be very mobile, not take a whole lot of one-on-ones, find moments to catch enemies off guard by making weird bounces, or hitting from further away than you'd expect. This is one of the reworks I'm less confident in, but whatever. I want to give him easier access to weird angles. So like maybe 2 charges on the double jump. I definitely want to give 2 charges to the grappling hook and like speed it up. Basically make him way more mobile and probably bring his max HP back down to compensate for all this mobility. And what I like think would really be cool is to give him the ability to make like vantage points. So if he like glides into a wall, he makes like a spectral platform that lasts for like 6 seconds, and he uses that as a vantage point. And his so he can get high ground for himself. I have written down 12-second cooldown. Honestly, maybe longer than that, maybe like 15. And his position will still be given away by the and of course he can't always hit these crazy ass shots from weird angles. That is what Ankh is for. Hold on, I clicked away from something. Okay. Being able to hit headshots with him is such a weird decision to me. He's a burst fire projectile character with the ability to headshot. It's very...
I also think this is fucking weird.
So my pitch: get rid of the ability to headshot, and in return give him some other stuff, a little bit of an increase to base damage. 9 projectiles will deal 252 at very close range if they do nothing to stop him. I do want to alter the damage fall off though, so it starts extremely early. So for those fast kills, he has to be really close. And then I want to add an ability where he does more damage if he hits from behind to encourage him to take flanks. Since that's kind of ideally what the Ankh and what all his mobility is for anyways. And while we're there, we can make his secondary fire unable to headshot too. Since it gives him higher damage and bonus health, I think that's plenty. I do want to decrease the amount of damage he does per... I want to make each bounce decrease his damage more. Because even though he's like... He can still like mess with groups and rack up damage on multiple people, the first shots should still be the most impactful. And the getting deleted, one person just getting deleted by an Ankh just kind of sucks balls. And taking tons of damage when your tank is getting shot, I find it extremely, extremely obnoxious. As part of this, Ankh should be more effective on groups and less effective on single targets. How the fuck do you do that? Well, I have something weirdly complicated and kind of too elaborate. Increase the pull-in range, make the base HP really low, and it increases HP for every target it hits on the landing. And then it takes a bunch of damage every single time a projectile bounces off of it. Again, these precise numbers I have written down are like, I'm not married to them or anything. And then, in exchange for what are effectively nerfs to the Ankh, have it repeat the pull-in effect it does every couple seconds, including the damage. So the Ankh is less effective in 1v1s, but will increase the damage you do deal to groups. The primary fire does more damage in 1v1s, more consistent, I should say, without the Ankh. But more... less in groups, I should say. His ult is in a really weird place because it's very effective at area denial, but it either kills people way too fast or kills nobody. So the short version of what I have written down, less damage per talon and way bigger impact radius, so it can rack up damage more. The short recap: increase mobility, take away his ability to headshot, decrease the bounce damage, and rework his Ankh so it doesn't delete people in 1v1s, and it continues to specialize in fighting groups. Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch.
Mm-hmm.
I know her.
She is not very good in high rank because she doesn't have as much potential for rewarding accuracy. But she has very much a reputation as a low skill character, and it's not hard to see why.
Yep.
It's good that a lower skill floor DPS exists, and the primary fire, I think, should continue to be an auto-aim draining ability. But the goal is, A, to make her viability between ranks less extreme, and make it so then, like... How do we make her work without... Because we don't want her auto-aim primary fire to deal a lot of damage. But then how else do we make her work? Also, her ult I find annoying when you get hit at the edge of it. Like, on the one hand, it's the easiest ult to counter in the game, but it's very obnoxious to be like, I am out of range, and then you're not, and you die. All of this while keeping the unique...
Put a circle in that bad boy.
All of this while keeping her unique, fulfilling character fantasy of being this reality, like, bending witch. As an aesthetic, the reason why I've played so much Scarlet Witch is because I love the aesthetic of the character. It's the same reason I got into Doctor Strange. I love, like, the wizard, the mage, the magical aesthetic. But I want her to work differently. So I want to alter her primary fire. Lower the damage by a lot. From 8 per tick to 5 per tick. So that's only 50 damage per second, which is very little. But being targeted by it gives a status effect to it that I'm calling drained. They deal less damage and healing, and they move slower. This is to lean into the anti-dive potential that Scarlet Witch has. Because as it is, her primary function is to go after the characters who move really fast, like Spider-Man. And if she has this drained status effect, she will actually cause them to deal less damage, which will actually protect your healers. Plus, I want each tick to give a tiny bit of bonus health, and the reason for that I'll get into later. Since we have destroyed the damage on her primary fire, we want to increase the damage on her secondary fire, which is the actual skill shot she has. Basically, I want to make it a bigger radius with fall off, so she can rack up damage on groups. And hear me out, I would like the projectile on her alternate fire to be able to headshot, to actually have room to reward people who have good aim in this shooter video game. Can you believe it? And maybe give it a tiny bit of max health scaling. But that's just the math I came up with. I'm sure there's a ton of other like forms of the math that could make it work. Reworking Dark Seal. I kind of hate fighting against Dark Seal. Just getting like stunned multiple times in a row is obnoxious. I think making it stun only one time per person and then giving a slow after that would make it less irritating. And then in compensation, making the radius a little bigger. And maybe like a tiny bit of damage per pulse. Her escapability is annoying to fight against. It was really annoying to play with as a healer. But then I do think the change to make her still able to receive healing during it is important, because if you have a Scarlet Witch on your team and you come in and you're like, I'll save you, and then they phase and you're like, well, guess I won't save you.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make it so then the first half a second she's intangible, like how it already works. Think of it kind of like Star-Lord's flip, right? But she has to time it pretty well. After that, the rest of the duration, which is like another second, she has a smaller hitbox. I have written down 50% damage reduction, but honestly, probably less than that. Probably maybe like 30% damage reduction. So she still takes more than half. And then she can attack back with her primary, but it only does 1 damage per tick, which is extremely little, which means you're mostly using it for the drained effect and for gaining the bonus health. This nerf is the reason for putting bonus health gain on her primary. Is because her primary escapability I am making a lot less useful. The alt rework, like I said, I hate getting caught at the very edge. So I think here's my take on her ult. It's a huge thing you can see from a million miles away. She's screaming at the top of her lungs. You can hit her with crowd control. I think at point blank range, if you don't have a shield, you take it right to the health bar, that's an insta-kill, right? Comical amounts of damage. At like 8 meters, it should do maybe like 500. Tanks can survive, but it'll hurt. At like near the edge, maybe like 13 meters, it'll do like 175. So squishies can survive it, but again, it'll hurt. I could see the argument for adjusting the range to this. But generally that's how I would like it to feel. And I think after the first burst is a second shorter range, much less dangerous burst. That is like 5 damage plus 15% of the target's remaining health. This one is not very dangerous. It will only land if someone is protected by a shield or a bubble. The first one destroys the shield. The second one does a tiny amount of damage and is like only mildly concerning, but it still did something, you know? I'm sure a lot of people will turn up their nose at the idea of an auto-aim damage character no matter what, but I think this is a decent way to make it work, to substantially lower the auto-aim primary and attach it to the status effect and the bonus health gain and refilling your secondary fire. Make your secondary fire the actual skill shot. Make her Dark Seal and her mobility thing less obnoxious. Nerfing her survivability tool is the reason for giving her the bonus health gain, and then rework the ult to have some fall off, and then a second pulse that does some minor damage.
I dig it. Let's put a circle on that bad boy so I can see it.
Yeah, I would still say put a circle in that bad boy. Hold on.
Circle where you can see the different ranges and everything.
I don't remember who's next. I think it's Spider-Man. That's my boy.
He's among us.
He's among us. So as we've established, Spider-Man is a character with an extremely high skill floor, but he's also one of the most popular characters of all time. And unless you're really good, it's easy to flop and contribute nothing. At the same time, being against an extremely good one can be really obnoxious. How do we resolve this? We want this to be more fun to play for the average person who hops into the game for the first time, and more fun to fight, while maintaining the character fantasy of being Spider-Man. You're web zipping around, you're thwipping people, you're doing your uppercuts and your combos. How do we fix this? First, I just change a bunch of damage alterations. The short version is less damage on you know how you get the bonus damage when you hit someone with a web and you tag them with the spider tracer, and then when you hit them afterwards, it gives the extra damage. Basically, we decrease the damage on that and increase the damage on some other stuff. So then he does about the same amount of damage with the combo, so you still need it to kill reliably. But you deal a little bit more if you don't land it correctly. I also think hitting a web shot on a target that already has a tracer should do a tiny bit of extra damage. Maybe extend the tracer duration from 3 seconds to 4 seconds.
Yeah.
I could also see making the tracer damage scale a little bit with max HP, specifically on the combo. This will not make him good against tanks, but we can give our man some breadcrumbs. I think his normal melee attacks are pretty laughably bad. I think we could do a thing where each punch lowers the web swing cooldown by a little bit, and maybe increases base movement. I would also like the ability to reload his web shots. So if you thwip, and you miss all your shots, you just hide around a corner, stay completely still for a second. You have to just stay there and not use your web swing or anything. But you stay still for a second, you reload them, get back into the action. I've also considered the idea of, instead of a 1 second reload where you get all of them back, maybe a quarter second reload where you get only one, so then you can sneak in reloads between other actions. That sounds really cool, but that raises the skill ceiling on a character with already the highest skill ceiling in the game, so I'm not going to dedicate myself to that. A really good Spidey player knows how to use the momentum with the pull ability. If you've ever seen or experienced someone getting pulled off the map from way further than intended, that's why. And unfortunately, this needs to die. Because being pulled 40 meters as Groot kind of sucks balls.
Yeah.
My pitch would be to make it so then it kind of breaks his momentum, and then the target is pulled 2/3 of the way, and then Spidey travels the rest of the way to meet them. So it can still has decent pull range still, but he can't do those insane momentum abuse tricks. There's a few things we could give him to potentially balance this out, like landing the pull gives them a spider tracer immediately, or we can increase the projectile speed. Maybe missing the pull gives back part of the cooldown, or maybe we give the pull a second charge. These are all random pitches, and I don't think I have one that I'm married to. Spider-Man ult, I hate Spider-Man ult. There's a reason I call it his skill button, because it's ironically not that. For some reason, for season 3.5, it got buffed, and I don't fucking know why. It was the only part of his kit that didn't need that. Oh, they're talking about the orb. That's adorable.
You have a thing on your chin.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay, I'm lowering the volume again. One moment.
It looks like a ball.
Yeah, Spider-Man's ult was the only part of his kit that didn't need buffing, and it got buffed. And, like, that still flabbergasts me.
Wow, wow.
So I'm thinking same amount
You
of
love
damage
me. I'm
total
just making fun of you.
from Spidey's ult, but it comes out slower, basically. So it's less damage per second. The ult lasts longer.
You're like a bum.
I'd say, honestly, decrease the bonus health he gets from activation. Who decided he needed 250 health on activating it? Who decided that? How many times does a Spider-Man die through ult? Basically never. I think I've seen it happen, like, twice.
At least
Yeah,
it's CC
I don't think
immune,
I've ever
though.
seen it.
That's usually what stops it. Is that he gets webbed or something.
I'd like to reduce the slow effect on it a little bit. Honestly, I could see, to give it some teamfight utility, make it so that allies in the radius get some bonus health. To make it so it doesn't just completely nuke people, but you, like, it's worth just getting in the mix of a situation and just, like, ripping that shit. Lastly,
They get, like a spider web armor.
something like that. We don't have to narratively listen. We don't have to narratively justify any of this shit. Anyone who's like, that doesn't make logical sense, fucking look around. Look at the world around you. Invisible Woman is using force field, shoving force fields through her friend's body to heal them. And the justification is like, she's rewinding time, which doesn't make any fucking sense.
Heck yeah.
I do think it would make sense to slightly increase Spidey's hitbox. So then when he's going 7 million miles an hour, it's not quite as hard to hit him. To make up for this, I would like to give him some kind of survivability thing. Maybe he, like, gets a small amount of bonus health from most ability usage. The one thing I thought of that I thought would be cool is, like, so Spider Sense, as it does, kind of does fucking nothing. But I think it'd be cool if, like, when he takes any, like, single instance of damage, it's reduced to 0, and then it goes on cooldown for 20 seconds. This could absorb, like, 8 damage, or it could absorb a full Namor ult. The world is your oyster. I also saw someone suggest, like, a change to Spider Sense where if someone has their reticle hovering over you, then it triggers. And I think that would be fucking awesome, but I don't know how it would work practically. So basically, just, I don't think there's a whole lot of through line in this. This is just a bunch of small changes to lower his skill floor and keep his skill ceiling about the same. Storm, we don't really need to change, but I want to change. Her current form is not broken or bad. In fact, I think she's still a very well-designed hero, but I think we could lean more into what makes her unique instead of just being another flying damage character.
He's flying Lucio.
I wrote down, like, a whole fucking paragraph on this slide, but I think honestly I can just keep it at that description. First of all, this is another damage ult I kind of hate, I'm gonna be honest. If Storm ults and she's decided you're the person she wants dead, it's GG. Like, it's over.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
You're gone.
You can't CC it, you can't really kill it quick, you can't... You are deceased.
There is no counter. You simply accept it.
Yes. Lower the bonus health she gets. Who decided she needs 400 bonus health upon activating this ultimate? Who decided this? Reduce the bonus health she gets at the start. She gains bonus health gradually throughout. Lower the damage by, like, quite a bit. Increase the radius, but give it damage fall off to the edge of the sphere. So another through line of my changes: more group damage ability, less single target damage ability. But have it also grant allies bonus health when they're in the radius. This'll kind of similar to Spider-Man ult. Give some, like, team fight utility to it. I want to make her right click more obviously her primary 1v1 tool. I think let's raise the damage by a decent amount, keep it, like, really high, give it 2 charges, but get rid of the piercing and make it stop once it hits the target in the front. The reason for this is I sort of want to see Storm become a pseudo DPS support, because she's already kind of that with her buff aura. And I think I'd like to see her lean into it more and make her just that little more unique. And in exchange, her primary fire damage is generally going down. The base damage goes down. For each target pierced, it deals less to the next target. The damage fall off is more intense, but it has a bunch of utility now because it gives them a little bit of damage vulnerability for like barely over half a second. Every time her primary hits a target, it takes a bit of cooldown off her goddess boost, that is increasing the buff on her aura, and then remove her ammo limit so she can just provide ceaseless pressure and vulnerability.
Yes. Hang on, I have to get more wind.
Yeah. Yeah.
Find more
Yeah,
air.
I have to
There's not enough
I
air.
have to reload my wind. We want to change her passive aura a little bit. I want it to give very slow passive health regen. To just cement her place as a pseudo support. And also help her survive tough solo situations. She'll rack up a few thousand healing over the course of a match with it, even if it's 4 per second. I want to increase the radius a little bit, tone down the damage buff when it's not boosted. Partially because, as I said earlier with Mantis, we want Mantis to be the only person able to turn 225 to 250. And this is the purpose of that. But of course, the big issue with buffing Storm's aura, especially the radius, is like, how do we apply adequate counterplay and keep her from just like hiding behind cover? And I think the answer is make the provided buff gradually fade away if you break line of sight, even if they're in range. Like from full to 0, maybe over the course of like 4 seconds. It'll make it possible to separate the Storm from their team more. If you like target the Storm, you can pressure them into backing up or walling them off or pulling them in. And with that, we're going to do a big rework to Goddess boost. The change I made to her primary, where every single hit takes time off the Goddess boost cooldown, that's because we're making the cooldown for Goddess boost way longer, 30 seconds, and in return, Goddess boost is way more fucking powerful. Allies in the area get bonus health, and the general boost values goes up, but over the course of a shorter duration, so it has to be actually well timed. This I think will all make her a real pseudo support DPS with big increases to her buff and debuff capabilities, lower group damage, but still a dedicated cooldown for 1v1 situations. Her ult is less lethal. She's still countered by long-range heroes, especially hit scan. And she'll be played basically the same way, but she's encouraged more to be a team player. That's Storm. I think we are close. Oh, we've made it to the supports! We've made it to the final supports. We have like 4 characters left. Holy shit. We are on the gauntlet, everyone.
Within an hour 5. Hour 5, everybody.
Oh.
For those watching the edit, I don't know what time we are at now, but IRL.
Jeff, I've been warming up to the rework.
I'm taking it back.
I'm not taking it back. It lets him have a surprising amount of impact.
Says go back.
There are some parts of his kit I would still like to tune. I'd like to start with the bubble, to give just a tiny bit of bonus health that decays after a couple seconds. The reason for this is if he bubbles himself, he needs help now. He doesn't need health in 4 seconds. I cannot
it's
count.
His money. He needs
I
it
cannot
now.
count the amount of times I got dived by a Black Panther, and I do what everyone told me to do, which is to bubble myself and then dive into the ground, and guess what fucking happens? Guess what fucking I still die because it doesn't help me enough. So that little bit of bonus health that decays quickly will help it get some extra value. Some slight changes to his secondary fire. The knockback stuff is very fun, but being juggled kind of sucks. When he has like 3 shots in a row, especially when you're playing Hulk and you're like, I need to charge my jump. I'm being juggled by Jeff. So I think instead of 3 charges, make it 2. Make it recharge really fast. And increase the damage of each individual shot and the AoE radius. So each individual shot will be very impactful. And you can get the shots back very quickly. And honestly, if someone's diving you, you shoot them twice, and you will have a 3rd shot back in a second or half a second anyways. You just can't juggle them anymore. Jeff is the hold on. The ult is in a weird place where players that are decently good know to team up on him and just gang up on him and shoot the shit out of him, and he dies after ulting. But for new players or players who aren't all that good at aiming, it's really hard to kill him out of ult. My suggested change would be to slightly increase the submerged hitbox size, but give him damage resist while he's submerged. I have written down 5%. I could go maybe 10% damage resist. Or maybe when he completes the submerging animation, it gives him 5 or 10 bonus health. Just so then it's more well-rounded. So then the people who can consistently land those shots aren't melting him quite as fast. But the people who aren't quite as good as aiming can hit the shots slightly more consistently. Jeff's beam kind of does pathetic tickle damage, and we don't want it to do more than that. But I would like for Jeff to have more openings to defend himself or escape. My pitch would be within 8 meters, maybe 10 meters. His beam inflicts the drained condition that I talked about with Scarlet Witch. So they just do slightly less damage and move slightly slower. To just control them a tiny bit. I might also want each damage tick of his beam to give him back a little bit of his energy on his swim. Kind of like what we were talking about with abilities feeding into each other. So then the more mileage he gets out of his beam, the more mobile he's allowed to be. On top of the other stuff with the ult, I want to enhance the healing and bonus health gain when he has allies swallowed, because if they can't do anything during that time, they better get some value. I just want to increase that. The healing pool is a nice change, and I think I'm okay with keeping that about the same. At the same time, with Jeff ult, we gotta decrease the vertical hitbox. Right now you can be in a different you can be in a different fucking zip code and get eaten. You can be
as the resident Jeff. Yes, I agree.
You can be in straight up you can be in Arkansas and he'll be in Rhode Island and he'll land that eat on you. I think the last thing is have the ult damage scale a little bit with max HP, so it does tiny bit more to tanks, because right now it's just pathetic tickle damage. So in general, I gave a few of his abilities more significant impact. His bubbles, a little bit better survivability during his dive, a bit of a debuff during his beam, while keeping his juggling ability in check, keeping his ult hitbox in check a little bit. Loki. This big wall of text I have for Loki is basically just saying he's a character who's supposed to be long cooldowns but very slippery. The problem is that his cooldowns don't actually make him that slippery, I'm going to be honest. Maybe that's a skill issue, but I don't think his tools are as strong as the cooldown length suggest that it is. And low-key players have to work really hard to get the same mileage that Cloak and Luna and Invis get really easily. And he also had pretty much no reason before to copy anybody with his ult other than the best healing ults in the game, particularly Luna and Cloak. However, hopefully with the changes I've made, we'll have toned down the most powerful ultimates. To start, I want to add a universal effect. When he makes a new clone, Loki and all his clones get a small amount of damage resistance, like 10% for 3 seconds. I have to restart my music. I've reached the end of the playlist again.
I should have put music.
This isn't a whole lot, but I think it would help with his sustainability. I also am tired of using invisibility and having it instantly break, like with Invis, but I think I don't want to just make the same change that I made with her, because I want him to feel more like a proper escape and more like properly like confuse the enemy on where they went, you know? So I'm thinking like a 1 second window where it can't be broken and you take like 30% less damage instead of 10. So then like if you go invisible and your clone that you leave in front of you gets hit by a Squirrel Girl projectile, you aren't just immediately visible. But it's a small window of time. So the swap move, I think it'd be cool if when you swap with a clone, if you were at lower HP than the clone you swap with, then you swap HP values with the clone.
Yes.
And this
I don't know why that is not a thing.
and this ideally should also apply the damage reduction effect, not stacking with the other effect, but resetting the duration. And like a little bit of HP regen would be nice. I could also see, I'm not married to this idea, I could see giving him a double jump. He's an agile trickster, why not, you know? I'm not married to that idea. If this like offends NetEase, I'll be like, okay, I'm sorry.
We'll probably just nerf Adam's movement again, just to...
True, very true.
All good games have a double jump.
This is also true. I am cool. So in the I think season 4 it was very recent. They made his clones output less. And I'm actually kind of okay with that. So he's in theory less dependent on them. But I mean, they didn't really buff him up to help anyways. My issue is that a Loki with clones is pretty scary, but a Loki without clones doesn't do a whole lot. And I think an enemy should have to earn a useless Loki. So make the clones less impactful, but like they just keep on coming like mosquitoes, you know? But how do we achieve this while still making them worth for the enemy team to shoot? That's a great question. First of all, we're going to increase the main Loki's output and then decrease the clone Loki's output even more. They're like 60%. So now, with 2 clones up, my version of Loki is in between OG Loki and current Loki. We've found a middle ground. I would like to make clones more frequent, like giving it a third charge. And increase the cooldown a little bit. You get a third charge. Every single missile that hits somebody, it reduces the cooldown of all his abilities by like 0.1 seconds. For like just a tiny bit per missile hit. So then if the enemies don't shoot his clones, he'll get his abilities back faster. As a trade-off for all these buffs, sorry buddy, your cooldowns, you're in cooldown jail, buddy. But this is kind of the idea behind that I feel like Loki is like they were kind of going for. Very strong abilities with very long cooldowns. So he'll slowly be whittled away. He'll be like this elusive trickster until he runs out of tricks. And you'll need to make good use of these lengthy cooldowns to use them at just the right time to get good value, making him, I think, a proper 5-star strategist. And I just pretty much said a recap. Rocket and Ultron should be the last 2 ones. Rocket, honestly, I think the old version of Rocket was more fun. because it was more reasonable to cycle between healing orbs and shooting enemies. Right now, his healing is very dependent on constantly shooting out orbs, and if you stop, then your teammates fall over. And it's sad to see Rocket always have such low damage numbers. He's Rocket. He's Rocket Raccoon. You remember Rocket Raccoon from the movies? He shoots people. And like people were memeing on Right Click Simulator before they changed to his healing. Now he's Right Click Simulator. So we want to keep his healing potent while encouraging a shooting playstyle again, keeping him more than just a heal bot. The short version, I make a bunch of changes to his orb and how they heal. I think for the like direct hit healing, I think it should trigger when it first enters the aura of when an ally first enters the aura instead of direct hitting. And then we can make the radius a little bigger, make the movement a little slower on them, decrease how much a direct hit does because it's happening more often, and increase the aura healing a little bit. We're also making a little bit of his healing turn into bonus health that doesn't stack and decays after a second. So then we can keep his burst heals without... We want to make the focus of his healing on his aura, keep the burst heals without making his healing too powerful. On the same time, I want to give him a new passive. I call it Gadgeteer. For every 8 shots you hit on an enemy, crits count as 2, you and all allies within 10 meter radius gain some bonus health, but then stacks. This will encourage him to actually fucking shoot people. Like Rocket Raccoon. And for every KO you participate in, the cooldown of the BRB decreases by a little bit. I have it set as 3 seconds. Honestly, maybe less than that. Maybe like 2 seconds. I also want to alter his primary fire a little bit, so it shreds people a little bit less at close range and does a little bit more at long range. I also wrote up the concept of a new ability to make him more interesting. I don't know if that's necessary, but I wanted to present it anyways. He is overall a simple character with a low skill floor, and we should keep him that way. But I thought this would make him more interesting to play. Basically, on his F key or his triangle or whatever it is, he has a missile pack. His jetpack fires off some missiles that float in place. They can be shot down, or they can acquire a close range target and travel at them and do minor damage. It can have a long cooldown. It can be pretty low impact. It's a button you press that you either save it for divers or you just fire it and like in the chaos and see what happens. I'm not married to it, but I thought it was an interesting write-up. I think it's annoying when the BRB takes 1 shot and has to sit there at half HP. I would like it to regen slowly, like 5 HP per second. And then I basically make the same change to his ultimate, his amplifier. Yeah. Hey, TD! I make the same change to this, basically, that I make to all the other summons, where I increase the HP by a lot, but then it drains HP every second, so if you shoot at it even a little bit, it gets some value. I want to change the effect of the ult a little bit, so it fits Rocket's aggressive nature. Keep the damage boost, make it decrease damage taken, very little healing, and very little bonus health gain. But the minus 30% damage taken is the big part. So between these things combined, it's massively reducing the output of these big damage ults, and it's generally tipping the scales in your favor with the damage reduction, as opposed to a healing versus DPS race that like Luna ult is, or Mantis. The main thing for Rocket is I want it to make him so he doesn't have to constantly be spamming healing to keep his teammates alive. His bouncing orbs is fun, but like we want him to be able to do other things. We want him to be able to shoot. And some alterations to his ult. A new passive, potentially a new ability? I'm not married to that. Ultron! He's not a main healer, and that's okay. We don't want his healing to be on par with Luna or Dagger or someone who's like pocketing someone the whole time, right? But he struggles to have impact as a support. And the other part is that he can be hard to deal with when you see someone has a drone on them and they're way harder to kill. So you're like, I'm gonna fight the Ultron instead. But he's flying off super far away. So I'm like, okay, I'm playing Magneto. My team comp is, let's take a look. Cap, BP, Mr. Fantastic, Invis, and Rocket. Okay, I guess I'm dealing with Ultron. And then you like gently try to poke him, and then he flies super far away, and then he still has the drone on someone. So I want to lower how much he's allowed to play super far away from the team, but give him more support impact without changing his identity as an offensively oriented character, because that's just kind of who Ultron is. I think it's cool that we have a high damage support. I just don't want it to be like this. I think it would be... I have two concepts for making his healing a little more impactful. Either A, make it scale with missing HP, or B, makes it so then when he swaps to a new target, it gives them some bonus health if they're below a certain HP threshold, but then that part of the ability goes on cooldown for like 8 seconds, 10 seconds. The other one I saw was like giving his drone, like whenever he deals damage, give it a small burst of healing, but I don't think I like the idea of having his healing being dependent on his damage. His right click, his firewall, I talked about it a little bit before. It is kind of hard to tell when it actually has impact. So I think I want to be able to tell when it has impact more. So double the bonus health gain, double the cooldown. Save it for those high impact moments. Maybe it deals out some damage in the radius, like a minor amount, but enough to apply pressure. Maybe a controversial take, but I think he could also use another F key ability, or triangle, or whatever you want to call it. I want to give him a second drone, one that gives a small amount of damage boost and does damage to nearby enemies. I talked about this a little earlier. Ultron, the character fantasy for him is a mastermind, controlling the flow of battle, flying above his allies, watching them, choosing what requires his influence. A second drone with a lower impact than the first, to not distract too much from his offense potential. I think that will feed into that character fantasy really well. I think also another nice quality of life would be trying to put the damage drone on an ally that has the healing drone, or vice versa. We'll just swap who it's on. And I'm gonna nerf him in a little bit. We're getting there. But if this requires some kind of like damage nerf, I could see that being slight, but I don't want that to be huge. I think I could see making the fall off on his damage more aggressive, so then it forces him to play closer. Again, this is something we want. To keep him from being overwhelmed by drone management, extend the time window before it leaves the current target. However, because we want Ultron, we don't want to keep him from being super far away from the action. We want him to have to play pretty close to the team. When he is more than 15 meters away from the drone target, the output gets decreased by like maybe 5-10% at first, and then it continues to scale downward the further away he plays. This should force him to play with the team, and still allowing him to split off to avoid danger, but knowing that doing that will come with drawbacks. I also want to change the ult. He churns them out a little crazy. I can see a timeline where a team goes like Atom, Loki, Ultron as their support lineup with my proposed changes, and it makes a special kind of hell for some kind of poor Venom or Captain America player. The recent change to his ult where he actually does more damage to bonus health is really interesting. And I kind of want to see more stuff like that in the future. Maybe that can be like the niche of a future damage hero. I would also tone down the healing of it, because it is like very high healing output, and increase the radius and give it some slight damage fall off with the radius. And that is all the characters. We're gonna get into other stuff.
Let's go.
We have 100 slides left.
That must take a breath.
We are 160
No, we don't.
slides through.
We're only halfway. A little bit over halfway.
We're over halfway. We're over halfway for sure. I'm gonna present some things in timeline. Who's meta? I don't know. I know I've definitely decreased the damage of a lot of poke characters, but also poke is just really strong right now. Dive is more durable. A lot of them do slightly less damage, but supports have more tools to counter it. Brawl-based characters, which have been struggling recently, gain an increased durability, and poke will have to take advantage of their range. I suspect characters who are able to buff allies will be really strong. Characters like, with my changes, Ultron and Storm and Mantis and Groot. It'll probably be important to check those numbers, nerf them if necessary, and keep that sort of team comp from being too aggressive. I have a few ideas for accessories. There are some characters where I didn't know, and I was for Mantis I was like maybe Drax. For Human Torch, part of me thinks honestly himself, he is kind of that guy. But there's also
Give him an accessory of his like one really weird alien girlfriend that he has.
that's actually what I have written down. He in the comics he has one genuinely emotionally fulfilling relationship, which is a weird alien thing that he bones, and honestly king behavior.
It is like very like not humanoid.
Oh, some of these are so adorable.
Namor, Invisible Woman. It's creepy, but it's in character.
It has to look like he made it too.
Yes, 100%.
I was going to
Like
say.
it's a voodoo doll.
Oh god. But no, I wanted at some point for there to be an interaction where Mr. Fantastic kills Namor and he's like, "That's what you get for trying to kiss my wife, you dick."
Yeah,
It's canon.
Namor is like, he's like on a one-man sexual harassment campaign.
Oh yeah.
The thing I have down, his girlfriend Alicia, who's canonically blind, by the way.
Aww.
I have a few others
Blind or
down.
She's black.
I think she said bye.
I thought you said blind.
I said blind, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, she is.
Oh,
blind.
okay. You kind of cut out. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
And I
you said
I
bye.
wasn't sure if you said black or blind.
Oh no, I mean,
I like canonically blind.
Yes.
Like you're not non-canonically blind.
I mean, in the second movie, or she in the first movie, she's black.
I don't know much about the movies other than Fant Four Stick. Say that again.
That's right. Yeah. Say that
Say
again.
that again.
Someone press.
There are some of these characters I like don't know a whole lot about. Like Penny Parker, I don't know who the fuck like she would go with.
Yeah. You put the little
Well,
spider
Penny
guy.
Parker's
That's
only
powers
really
of food.
existed for like not very long.
Oh, wait,
compared to
If
all
you want to
these other
make people
The tiny-
cry, you could have her friend who was in the Venom mech suit.
Yeah, so that's Addie Brock. That's who I have written down. But I do also really like the tiny little spider as a plush. I do like that idea. But there is also the possibility of some characters getting more than one accessory, and maybe you can like swap them out. So that's always a possibility too. Mythic skins. So there was a data mined image of a skin rank above legendary. The speculation is that these skins are like new voiceover and they represent different characters with new conversations. That's speculation.
Echo Fighter stuff.
Interesting.
That's not confirmed, but like
Interesting.
if they did that, there are definitely some cool
Hitmonkey.
directions. Yeah.
Who the heck is Hitmonkey?
You don't know who Hitmonkey
You don't know
is?
Hitmonkey?
No.
Oh my God.
Does he like this?
Oh, you haven't lived.
He was a monkey who was trained by an assassin to be an assassin, and then the guy he was trained by got killed, and so he went out for revenge.
There's a bunch of things with him and Spider-Man and Deadpool.
That's great.
I can't believe you don't know Hitmonkey.
I know.
okay.
The main reason I don't have Kate Bishop written down for a whole lot of things because I think she just makes perfect sense as a Hawkeye mythic.
Yeah.
For Spider-Man, there are so many options. It's unbelievable.
Yes. Gwen would be the best one.
For Rocket, I have down. So they've foreshadowed a character named Lila, who is like,
Yes.
Oh yeah.
who is like in she was in Guardians 3. She was the otter. And part of me is like that would be interesting as a playable character, but I don't know how she'd be different. But I think her as a Rocket mythic would be cool.
Agree.
There are some others I have written down, but we don't have
Do you
to.
think we could get like a Howard the Duck rocket mythic?
So my
Ooh,
idea.
that would also be-
My idea was so in a lot of games and stuff, Howard the Duck is in a mech. I'm thinking Penny Mythic.
That's cool.
The-
I think Howard
Because
should
I'm like,
also
I
just be
need
his own
Howard the
character.
Duck to be in this game.
I
I hope they just actually put Eva 01.
I have
what's his name?
no idea.
Eva.
I have no
What's the
idea
kid? The guy.
what moveset
Shinji.
they would do for Howard
Yeah.
the Duck, but also I'm sure they
now
could
I-
come up with something.
Oh shit, bees are after me. Now I want an Evangelion line where it's like, Penny, get in the mech, or Penny, get in the robot.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend too long on skins, but they appear to be slowly adding skins to themes they've explored a little bit. Like the recent Hela skin is a part of the like Wild West theme, which is the same one as like the Black Widow skin that they released a bajillion years ago. I think that was back in like, was that the same as the April Fool's event, or was that a different one?
Yeah, I think.
That's with the board. With
Yeah.
Yes.
board.
That's the
Yeah.
same one.
That had the Venom twerk.
What if for next April Fools they have Vapril Fools and then everyone gets a jewel?
I'm moving on from this slide.
Oh.
That would get them sued.
A few concepts I have for existing themes. Some more movie and TV show skins are obvious. I think Blade with the Wesley Snipes look is like
I would pay
that's just an obvious pick. We need
all my money.
we need more
would
Wild
pick.
West stuff. I think Bartender Reed would be awesome. The Prospector Squirrel Girl. If you know the group, the Carved Traveler skin, that is apparently supposed to be a Wild West skin. But I love the idea of Cactus Groot.
Yes.
Yeah.
I fuck so hard with Cactus Groot.
I like the idea of some more
that's
futuristic
not
looking
biased.
skins. Like Android Loki, I think would be cool. Specifically because the idea of like so many like sci-fi things are like you can't tell who's an android and who's a real person. And the idea of Loki leaning into that is really cool to me. Maybe like a higher tech Winter Soldier or Robot Rocket or Robot Atom.
Like a cyberpunk Psylocke. Oh my god.
Then there's
Oh god.
obviously like more winter and summer stuff will be coming. Some concepts for new themes.
Ooh.
I saw sometimes I look in the Discord like the submission, like the suggestion threads. Most of the time I look at it just to make fun of the stupid ones, but every now and then there's some actually interesting ideas, and one of them was a Day of the Dead theme. Hela
We
is
do have Marvel Zombies that's, I think, already out.
yeah, it is. Hela is an obvious pick for Day of the Dead. Namor is not the same culture, but like adjacent-ish. Punisher could be nice if they frame it as him like honoring his family and remembering why he fights. And not frame it as like it's Day of the Dead. Time to shoot some people.
Yeah,
they
don't
Day
be
of the
super
Dead.
disrespectful about like the like
Gotta make sure they're dead.
people mourning their lost loved ones and being like, you know what, we need the Frank Castle to be an asshole
Yeah,
about this.
Punisher hears Day of the Dead.
Holy shit. But yeah, they would have to handle it tastefully, but I think that could be fun. Halloween skins, obviously. I know Green Goblin isn't in the game, but I need Pumpkinhead Green Goblin right now.
Yes.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Banner as Dr. Frankenstein and Hulk as the monster is like a no-brainer to me.
That's the literal perfect thing.
Beautiful. No notes.
Jeff in a crappy mummy costume, like the toilet paper wrap.
Oh my god.
Oh, that'd be so cute.
I would get that so quickly.
Cloak and Dagger, Beauty and the Beast sounds interesting to me.
That's awesome.
Like Wanda in a skin that's like stereotypical like witch hat outfit cauldron situation.
Oh,
That would kill people.
Another theme, I think, like leaning into like a high fantasy like Lord of the Rings Forgotten Realms thing. I think like having Spider-Man in a rogue outfit sounds cool. I thought of Nazgul Ultron and I was like, holy fuck.
oh,
I need you to consider the idea of Ultron dressing up as a human because he hates them. And he's like,
The most
The name of
terrifying
the-
thing of all.
Yeah, that's the scariest monster.
And then the thing
I'm not the one responsible for global warming, you fucks.
the thing I thought of that I thought was interesting was just a mundane life theme, like stage magician Loki, news reporter Spider-Man, just a surgeon Doctor Strange, construction worker Thor. You know what I mean? I think those would be really fun.
They hammered a good use.
Final
Girl who's a computer programmer.
Final note on skins. Another cool suggestion I saw in the Discord. Skin crossover with Capcom feels like a no-brainer, given Marvel's history with them in like fighting games and beyond.
poop my pants.
Oh yeah. This is what they had down. I think Blade as Virgil is a no-brainer considering how many fucking references to Virgil he already has.
Yeah, it does.
Star-Lord as Dante was an interesting one, I guess because the pistols. I actually do understand that now.
Yeah.
Emma Frost as Lady Dimitrescu would make so much money.
But Ella already has that Wild West skin, so I guess that would. It's already kind of close.
Nah, I'm giving money if that happens.
Yeah, the Hela skin is very Demetrius.
He's not even out, but Daredevil is like Miles Edgeworth or Phoenix Wright because they're both lawyers.
Crazy.
There's a few other suggestions here, but I just thought that'd be an interesting thing to note. But enough about that. New heroes. This is just sort of like a rough wish list of if I could just add like a few characters. Like this isn't set in stone. Yes, this is who I'd go with if I could add 9 of each role. But it's a rough list, and I'm going to break down all of them in a little more detail. Colossus, I'm mostly interested in because he's Magic's brother, but I think on the one hand he's just kind of a tough guy who punches things. But I think his steel skin could give him a cool mechanic, like a gauge that starts at 100 and it depletes as he gets hit and his damage reduction decreases, and he can fill it up by doing damage or by just time passing. Cyclops, I've seen a lot of argument about what role he would be. I think the people I've seen most people say is tank, and then some people go, no, he's obviously
Really?
a duelist. He shoots lasers out of his eyes. And I've seen some people even say strategist Cyclops. But I think given that he's like been framed in the past as like a leader of the X-Men, given that his lasers are like supposed to be actually concussive blasts, I think there's some versatility there. His ult could obviously just be a big fucking beam.
I've had the idea that if he has an ult, it should just be like you go first person POV like Hela, and the whole screen just turns red as you just laser clip through.
That'd be sick.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool as hell. Drax, we gotta complete the Guardians. The
Yes.
Guardians are so popular and so loved, and having 2/3 of the group just does not feel right. We gotta complete the Guardians.
It's crazy how much the MCU has done for that team.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
They used
Ain't
to be
nobody heard of the
so-
Guardians now, and like they're like mainstays. It's crazy.
Like nobody gave a shit, and then they were like, "What if we revived these guys?"
They're like, sign me up.
That being said, I'm not when most of the time whenever I envision him, he's just kind of the same as Wolverine, and I kind of want to make him different. My idea is low damage, low attack speed, very short stun on every hit. So he has bad range. He has like not really any anti-dive. He's slow, but he is the undisputed master of brawling on the front line. Thing, get the fuck out of here.
I do think he would be very similar to Thing.
Drax, yeah, probably. Doctor Doom has to be playable. There's no way.
Please.
He might stay a non-playable villain like Dracula and Null, but like no way, right?
No shot.
He's Doom.
Yeah. I
There's
think,
2 of them.
and I'm gonna get
One of
into.
them wants to fight.
See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna get into it later, but I think at some point they are going to have. We team up with the Doom from the present timeline to take down Doom 2099, and then the season after that, some other threat comes in, like Galactus or Kang the Conqueror, that then becomes the mainstay threat from season to season.
Didn't you say, Nikki, that there's like 3 timelines in the game?
There is 4.
There's 4. Okay, so then honestly, instead of one of the 2 Dooms, maybe a Doom from one of those other 2 timelines to help take down the other 2.
There is 4 timelines. There's present day, basically. There's 2099. There is I think it's called the Mosaic timeline, where that's the one where Wakanda expanded out into the stars. And then there's the collapsing timeline that I think Magic is from, and Iron Fist is also from, and a few other
I think
characters.
Scarlet Witch might be that one. Might be in that one too.
Yes, Scarlet Witch is also from that one. Where basically the collapsing timeline is has suffered like huge wars between demons and gods, and like the universe is on its last legs. Like the only reason it still exists is because Scarlet Witch spent a ton of time just like holding it together, basically. So yeah, Doctor Doom, I could see him being like he's already shown to be like a magic character. I could see him being like a master of the elements, like an ice wall, a wind like cyclone stun, or rock throw, fire blast. Maybe an ult that uses all of them. Dr. Octopus. We don't want to add too many Spidey villains, because on the one hand, like Spidey villains are so iconic that definitely some of them are going to get added at some point, but there's also the matter of like, you know, how many there's so much ground to tread in the Marvel universe, and how much story real estate can we afford to give to Spidey villains, you know? That being said, Doc Ock is an obvious pick. His tentacles, I think, would make sense to be able to grab like chunks of destructible terrain and throw them. Maybe like the left and right tentacle, or like left and right click is one mock-up I saw. Climbing on walls. Also, we need the Alfred Molina skin. I think that's his name, right?
Yeah.
The guy
Alfred
from the
Molina,
movies. We need that. We need that skin. There's no way they don't have that skin. Ghost Rider. I mean, what else is there to say about Ghost Rider? He whacks people with the chain. I think he could use his penance stare as an ability that, like, a percentage of damage that someone recently did is done back to them. And then for his ult, obviously he needs to get on a fucking motorcycle.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
The mechanic of Pen and Stare being inspired by his very signature ability, called Pen and Stare. Oh, MODOK is technically some Hydra representation, which I kind of want, because Hydra is, like, in the universe and part of the story, at like, to some degree. It'd be weird if they had the one map and set up some plot threads and then just did fucking nothing with Hydra. I think MODOK could be a tank with full flight, albeit very slow. Maybe... So I have two ideas for him. One, he has like a crystal on his forehead that's his headshot zone. Or he has a ton of HP and his whole body is a crit zone.
He is the critterist.
That would be so funny.
It would be
Don't
hilarious.
fucking say that.
Yeah, never say that. Never call it the critters.
It's a Smash reference, everybody. Your
Doesn't
Honor.
make it okay.
Thanos
I didn't come up with it.
obviously needs to be added because he's just been made so iconic at this point.
Oh yeah.
You have no idea how many mock-ups I've seen when I'm looking at the Discord suggestions, or if I'm looking at Reddit, where people are like, this is my moveset for Thanos, here are some bullshit things. What if for his ult, he kills half of both teams just instantly?
That's awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm so glad you aren't a game designer. It would be really funny. Honestly, I think that'd be fun for April Fool's Day. Never again.
Is that his thing that he does in like the comics? Does he always want to kill half of people, or is that specifically just?
Yes,
Bad.
and also the reason why he wants to kill half of the universe in the comics is because he simps really hard for Lady Death.
This is true.
Okay, that's good. Well, he is Aubrey Plaza, so that makes sense.
My
I don't know what that means, but okay.
my pitch for Thanos is that you basically, maybe it's on your alternate fire button, like your right click or something, but basically you hold down one of your buttons, it brings up a menu where you can choose one of the 6 like stones, and that alters the rest of your kit. And then when you activate your ultimate, you gain the effects of all 6 stones at the same time. That just sounds too awesome, and I need his ult line to be, I am inevitable. It's too iconic. And then War Machine is basically the big beefy Hulkbuster suit. I'm thinking like a slow tank Pharah, with like his primary fire can be low damage lock-on missiles, and a secondary with like a mini Gatling gun. Duelists, I want the Collector to be playable. I know he's probably going to be a non-playable villain, and I'm mostly okay with that, but I think it'd be fun if he had like just a big variety of magical artifacts to attack with. I'm thinking like from what's the gun from the Puss in Boots movie, Jack Horner. That's what I'm thinking. He just pulls out random shit and attacks with it. Like magic armor, magic weapons and guns, crystal balls that shoots lasers, and the ult is just a ton of shit going off and it's absolute chaos. Deadpool is so highly requested. Now hear me out. I think he should have a little bit of all 3 roles. And my pitch is that now obviously he's a bit of a duelist. I'm thinking like he has 2 weapons, he has double handguns, and like a slow grenade launcher. A right click that's just like a fan of sharp objects. One of his abilities I'm thinking is like he breaks the 4th wall with it. He chooses.
Yes.
So I call the ability game balance. He picks the person. You can choose to either like highlight the person on their team who is like has been alive the longest or has the least deaths or something, and give them some damage vulnerability, or pick the ally in your team with the most deaths and give them some damage resistance. So Deadpool, and I think it'd be fun if he picks like like if he like has comments based on the character. Like if an enemy Groot is doing really well, it's like, you've been meta for too long, buddy. And his ult, I think he should grab his, obviously he needs to grab his, interact with the heads up display somehow. He grabs his health bar, he opens the scoreboard, he hits all of the portraits, he deals a little bit of damage to everyone, to all the enemies, like no matter where they are, but it's only a little bit. It's like a quarter of remaining health, and he heals his allies for the same amount. So like he just like he just like fully breaks the rules of the game. That's what I want from Deadpool, and I think it makes sense for the character too. If he's like higher HP and with some regen, so he's a little bit of tank, and he also self regens, and nearby allies get that too, so he's a little bit support, but he also has a lot of damage ability, so he's a little bit duelist. I think it would just make sense for Deadpool, to just to break every rule of the game.
Deadpool's like, you know what? I'm a Deadpool role, and he's in like his own little box on this select screen.
Yeah.
I also have, I will get to my mockups later. I have on Deadpool, as part of his self-regeneration passive, he also respawns like a second or two faster. A, because of like just his lore, and B, I think it'd be really funny for people who aren't good at video games to jump in and try to play Deadpool and just feed their fucking brains out. Gamora. Again, we gotta complete the Guardians. I'm thinking like, she has a ranged weapon and a secondary like melee accessible at the same time. She doesn't need to switch between them. She has big like mobile flips and bounces off of enemies and stuff. And at the same time, Nebula.
Oh yes.
Where Gamora is more melee focused with some ranged options, Nebula is the other way around. So she's more ranged. She has like an arm cannon and stuff, but she has like an electroshock staff with a melee combo, and you lean into the bionic upgrades. Nightcrawler, I don't know a whole lot about Nightcrawler, but I know his power.
I want him so bad.
Teleporting, and more teleporting. He teleports towards enemies, he teleports to allies, he teleports knives at the enemies, his ult speeds up all his cooldowns for more teleporting. He just goes all the fucking over the place. Okoye, I think we need more Wakanda characters. I think it'd be cool for her to be a little tanky. She has a big spear for a longer reach melee weapon, an energy shield, that when it takes damage, it like does the vibranium thing where it absorbs the damage and buffs her spear. Maybe a spear throw with like a delayed explosion. I mostly just want more Wakanda characters.
Angela, if she slayed.
Polaris.
A little bit.
She already does.
Polaris, I had her in this list for so long, and I'm so glad they acknowledged her with the accessory. I think having Magneto's primary fire on a more offensively oriented character would be really cool, with like some repositioning enemies, some shielding ally powers. I also have Red Skull in here because I would like more Hydra rep. I'm not sure how married I am to the idea of Red Skull anymore.
Yeah.
Just because I don't know how well I mean, partially because it's like, how cool are we on the idea of playable Nazis, you know? But
yeah, that's kind of a concern.
But also part of it is like, would he actually have interesting powers? I don't know if he would. And Yondu, I know I'm including a lot of Guardians, but that's because Yondu is like his awesome. Arrow is the coolest. I'm imagining he locks onto a target, and then he's given like a rhythm game. Like he has right click, left click, like coming down a bar, and he has to click them in time for extra damage. And I know they can't say Mary Poppins. I want his alt line to be, "I'm Mary Poppins, y'all."
Why not? They're owned by Disney.
Oh, fuck, could they?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. In a dream world, maybe. I would love it so badly.
Disney.
We're going to go to supports. Beast. I don't know much about Beast. I know he's part of the X-Men. I know
He's smart.
he could make like scientific concoctions to heal people. I could see him being like a higher damage melee, a higher HP melee damage, like a Wolverine healer, weirdly enough. I don't
Strategist is very interesting for him.
He leaps on. He does the Wolverine leap, but onto an ally.
Yeah, I don't know how that would work. But
I mean, if they can make Invis a strategist, they can make anyone a strategist.
Yeah, I don't know how it would work, but it'd be interesting. Dazzler is another character I'm not very familiar with, but she has some interesting powers, and I mostly think because she's a musician, she and Luna could have a petty rivalry, and that would be really funny to me. Green Goblin, again, I'm trying to restrict Spidey villains, but like if I had to pick two, Green Goblin, Doc Ock.
Yeah.
I know
definitely my number one.
Yeah, same.
I've seen some people say like Green Goblin cannot be a strategist, and to that I say fuck you. You need to be more creative. I can see him throwing down bombs that'll like deal damage to enemies and heal allies. The one idea for a move for his that I had is some kind of like serum injection for an ally where they move faster and deal more damage, but they also take more, and it deactivates if they get to like half HP. And his ultimate has to be a huge dive bomb move, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Miles Morales. I know I said few Spidey villains, and look at this fucking lineup here: Spidey protagonist, Spidey villain, Spidey villain. Miles Morales. I think it'd be cool to have a Spidey healer, like healing through some kind of bioelectricity. I know that doesn't make sense lore-wise, but again, that has been out the window for a while. Morbius, I think, would actually be cool as like a... Now, I know Morbius the meme, haha. Memes aside, yes, I do want his outline to be "It's Morbin time," but
Yes.
memes aside, right? I think it'd be cool to have like he marks an ally to like give healing to, and then he dives on an enemy and steals life from them and gives it to his team. Maybe like a Moira situation where dealing damage recharges his healing faster. Mysterio, I could see a world where it's too similar to Loki, but also I think Mysterio could create illusions of also his teammates or the terrain or even the other team. My dream for Mysterio is that his ult, all the other team gets blinded for like half a second, the blind clears, everyone looks like Mysterio.
Oh.
Their teammates look like Mysterio, the Loki clones look like Mysterio. I think that's a little too much.
I think that would be awesome.
But I like the idea of that all of a sudden you cannot tell who is who. Maybe even certain deployables look like Mysterio. Like maybe the penny nest looks like Mysterio. What's up next? Oh yeah, Professor X is a pretty obvious choice. He's probably not going to be in the wheelchair, but I want him to be in the wheelchair. He can float around while in the wheelchair, all right? It's not going to be that big a deal. He has levitation powers. Maybe he can like cleanse status effects with his psychic powers.
Do some Tony Hawk pro skater tricks.
That would be
Like
so
Bentley
funny.
From Sly Cooper 3. Put a picture of Bentley from Sly.
Shuri, a strategist version of BP sounds wild, but it's kind of what I want. And the comics also give her a bunch of other insane powers, like necromancy and like turning into animals and stuff. But I could see like, even if we ignore all that, I could see giving her like just little techno gadgets that give like healing and bonus health, and maybe she has like a dash. Vision, I don't really know much about Vision or what he would do. I mostly think he would have a lot of interesting conversations with like Ultron and Iron Man and Wanda and Ant-Man and probably a few other characters. I think he would mostly be interesting lore-wise and for the conversations. Okay, disclaimer, up next is a huge list of potential options I gathered by delving deep into the wiki. This is not even wish list like territory anymore. This is a volume of characters that is just unreasonable. This is like a what if or like a list of like maybe potential candidates to get your brain spinning. I'm not even going to go over every single one. I'm going to go over like the ones I find most significant. We do need some more female tanks. I know in the 9 that I listed there, I had no female tanks, and I am part of the problem. Angela's design makes me optimistic that they'd kick ass with She-Hulk.
Yes.
Armor is an option. Captain Marvel is an option. There are some more obscure characters like Lady Hellbender or Medusa. Agatha Harkness, I've seen people pitch as a tank. I saw one, I don't know if I'd be able to find it again. I saw one mock-up for Agatha Harkness that was so complicated that I was like, I was going through the slides on the post and I was like, okay, this is pretty neat. And I got to one that was like, she has 2 stars that like revolve to different buffs, and then her abilities revolve it to so she manipulates the stars. And I was like, but what is this? Mr. Negative I think would be really cool. Magus I think would be really cool. Who are the cool ones? Carnage. I saw a concept for strategist.
Yeah.
I saw a concept for strategist Carnage, and honestly, I'm all in. And Cletus Cassidy, I could see being a fun character. If we're on the symbiote train, then Scream could be cool. She was in Insomniac Spider-Man 2. Kingpin, for a while, I was like, what the fuck would Kingpin do?
Spider-Verse Kingpin, where he's freaking.
But I could see him, his
money.
specialty being like he summons henchmen.
What's up, man?
I could
He
see.
just has dudes working for him.
Yeah, he summons just henchmen that do very little damage. They exist to get their asses kicked and like absorb damage, and I think
I like
that's
that.
awesome because
like
He
that.
has to have at
Character.
least one character interaction where he talks about the Mets. He has to.
wait.
I like to
wait,
imagine
hold on, is that
he
what the
just
meme's
runs
from?
around as a trio.
Have you not seen that meme, Nick?
I've seen the meme. I just didn't know that's where it originated from.
But the Mets, baby.
The man.
Um,
What's up, man?
There is a
Get a home run.
there's a
Love the Mets.
Hydra leader who's basically evil Black Widow named Viper. There's apparently there's an alternate timeline version of Susan Storm that's the leader of Hydra called Empress Hydra, and that's crazy.
Nickname her really not like her. It's like your number.
Maybe that's a skin idea. I had Elektra previously in my Duelist that I wanted. But the Daredevil, she's just Daredevil with a few other powers, so she would just kind of be Daredevil. Who's some other ones? Domino has luck-based powers. Black Cat has frankly cooler luck-based powers. Red Harpy is a gamma mutate harpy who's also was Hulk's wife at one point. Spiral is a character I discovered. I think I was looking at the Marvel vs. Capcom cast.
Yes, she's
And
in 2.
she has 6 arms with spellcasting and swords, and that sounds
Oh
awesome.
yeah, her.
Yeah. She's crazy.
Shang-Chi could be some more Chinese rep. His rings could make him unique from Iron Fist somehow. I don't know that much about him. Cable could be
I
cool.
want him.
Nick Fury, I've seen people suggest as a non-healing strategist. I don't know how... I'm not fully sure how he would work. Apparently, some leaks, quote-unquote, have talked about Elsa Bloodstone, who in some timelines is like Deadpool's ex-wife, and that sounds kick-ass. To get to some super iconic characters, Silver Surfer, Ant-Man are some iconic ones. The Lizard is a lizard, next question. Kitty Pryde would be cool, but I'm not
Yes.
fully sure how walking through walls would work.
Magic's wife.
Who?
Kitty Pryde?
Who?
Nikki, this has been a
Ooh.
meme for like a year and a half.
Is it? I'm not familiar. Luke Cage, I kind of want, because like I did some research into him, and his story is like actually kind of cool, and talking about
Oh
like,
yeah.
it talks about like a lot of the frustrations that black people have with like systemic oppression, and he's friends with Danny Rand, and Danny Rand is like in this timeline, he is canonically dead, and I think that would lead to interesting interactions with Lin Lei, the current Iron Fist. And now, do I know how his moveset would work? No. He's just kind of another tough guy who punches things. But I think character-wise, I'm really interested in him getting added. Ant-Man, I've seen pitches for all 3 roles. I saw one person say something where he could reduce the size of his teammates' heads and make them harder to hit.
Awesome.
Maybe like a more aggressive or tanky version could be Yellow Jacket, who in the MCU turns into MODOK.
Yeah.
A few characters mentioned via dialogue include Quicksilver. Again, I had him in Duelist before, but I saw a strategist mock-up for him, and I'm all in on that. A few other characters. There's Armin Zola, I think sounds cool. He's a Hydra scientist who gets a robot body. And I like the idea of him, like, yeah, kind of. I like the idea kind of being a body hopper. And he, like, spawns new bodies for himself and leaves the old one behind. Sort of like a tank Loki. And then a bunch of other characters I've already mentioned, like Drax, Gamora, Colossus, a few others, like Thanos. There's a lot of Asgardians to pick from. I think Laufey, Loki's dad, a frost giant, could be cool. Cinder, who's a fire giant, or his daughter. Suitor is the fire giant. Cinder is his daughter. Those could be cool. Jormungandr would be more likely as a season villain. Carnilla is Hela's wife. Yes, that's canon. I think it's like a Persephone situation. There's a bunch of Thanos' minions they could go with, but I think are pretty unlikely in comparison to just Thanos. There's tons of spider people to go with. Spider-Ham would be so fucking funny. There's a timeline, apparently, where Uncle Ben gets saved because Peter donates blood to save him, and then Uncle Ben gets powers based on that.
That's amazing.
There's a spider cyborg who just has an arm gun, and there's a bunch of other options. There's the Agents of Atlas, which is the team that Lin Lei and Luna Snow were a part of. Kamala Khan was a part of it at some point. I think her kit could focus on, like, embiggening as opposed to stretching, like Mr. Fantastic. Yes. And she has a bunch of other stuff, too.
I want her so much.
Jimmy Woo is just another Nick Fury, but he'd be funny. White Fox is already an accessory, so she's definitely on the table. There are some various Atlantean characters that could be added, but I'm not going to bother going over them because they're kind of boring.
What about Aquaman?
There's a bunch of cool villains they could go with. There's Ghost, not Ghost from the comics, but Ghost from Ant-Man 2 and Thunderbolts. I don't know how she'd be interesting, but she's my chronic pain representation. Don't take this from me. Killmonger could be cool as a villain. Abomination, I don't know much about him. He seems generic to me, but a lot of people want him. King the Conqueror is on the list. He could be like a playable villain and a season villain, because his whole thing is that there's tons of versions of him across timelines. Also, we need to clear the characters' names after the Jonathan Majors MCU thing. We need to move past him. We need to delete our memory. The last one I think would be really cool would be Taskmaster. Allegedly, Rogue has been leaked to be like an ability stealing support, so maybe an ability stealing DPS wouldn't be so crazy. Or maybe we do the Marvel vs. Capcom 3 approach, where he takes bits and pieces from other characters' kits. Would this work Would this work in a hero shooter? I have no idea. Some characters that are in NetEase's other game, Marvel Mystic Mayhem. A bunch of people. Doppelganger was a cool one. A monster Spider-Man with 6 arms. Alchemax is already a thing in Rivals lore, and he is apparently apparently tied into that. There's a guy called Sleepwalker that can travel through dreams. That sounds cool. There's a few other miscellaneous people. There's a lot of characters in Netmarble's game Future Fight, which was the original appearance of Luna Snow. The interesting ones, obviously, Gwenpool is unrealistic, but we can dream.
Yeah, I wish.
Slapstick is a character I found who is like, he's a short clown guy who stretches like a cartoon, and he has like infinite pockets and like pulls like huge like hammers and stuff out of it. I feel like
Hammer
there's
space.
weirdly a lot of stuff he could do with that. Future Fight also has Ghost Panther, who is a combo of Black Panther and Ghost Rider. Maybe that's a mythic
Oh.
skin. I don't know. Future Fight also has Spot, from the Spider-Verse movie.
Yeah.
And a few other OCs. Keep in mind, Future Fight has tons of character because that game has like each character in it is relatively little work, so it has tons and tons of characters. Marvel Rivals is definitely a lot more work to make a single character. A few people that are also in Marvel Snap. Hitmonkey, I know I put him earlier as a Winter Soldier mythic. He could be a Deadpool mythic. Marvel Snap has Negasonic Teenage Warhead, who you might remember from the Deadpool movies.
Oh yeah.
Please.
Black Bolt's evil younger brother Maximus, Sarah Angela's wife, who has like magic stuff. Hellcow, I am imagining him with the Blade team up. That's the whole vision I have. Lady Deathstrike, kind of like Wolverine. Cosmo is a space dog with psychic powers from Guardian stuff.
Yes.
There are some other cool characters. A bunch of very obscure people. Nico Minoru is a witch with like a magic staff and an arm made of blood and stuff. So also, she looks like Erika Ishii. I'm not biased. Carolina Dean has a bunch of powers. Also, her whole story is about her being a lesbian. We love an icon. X-23 is very similar to Wolverine, but she's pretty cool. I know, Dylan, I know you want
That's
her.
Dylan's.
I know I could see her as a mythic skin for Wolverine, maybe. Or maybe that'd be Sabretooth. Or maybe she's an accessory. There's an old Spidey villain named Big Wheel, and he's a meme.
Big Wheel!
But he's a really
Big wheel.
he's a really
Give me
funny
Big Wheel.
meme.
I need it. Big wheel. Number one need.
There's a character named
Monkey to play.
There's a character named Spirit Rider, who's like a weird mix of Doctor Strange and Ghost Rider, and she's Native American. That'd be some fun representation to include. There's a Necromancer character. There's Hulkling, who is a Skrull Kree hybrid, who's like kind of actual representation for that part of the Marvel universe, and also he's gay. Let's go. Beta Ray Bull is basically Thor but a bull.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Detroit Steel is an Iron Man villain suit of armor that's been wielded by a bunch of people. I found a guy named Red Shirt with the funniest terrorist organization ever. He organized an organization made up of minions of... Okay, no. Let me read the full thing. Claiming to have survived being a member of every major terrorist organization, Red Shirt organized an organization made of minions of these groups. Minions International Liberation Front, or MILF for short. I was scrolling through the Taskmaster's...
That's my guy.
I was
great.
scrolling
Yakuza
through...
character.
I was scrolling through Taskmaster's wiki page, and I just scrolled down super fast, and I saw MILF flash by, and I was like, hold on. Hold the phone.
My man.
Oh my god.
And they had to have known, because, like, there's, like, a quoted bit from one of the comics where he's like, MILF shall reign supreme! And he, like, repeats it. He repeats it multiple times. Like, they had to have known.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
There's a guy named Gorilla Man. That's all I have to say about that. I have nothing to say about any of these
Anymore.
guys except for Impossible Man would be so fucking funny. Just look at him.
What the heck?
I don't know what he is, but he's so funny to look at.
He's impossible, man.
We're finally
All I
gonna
need
get
know.
to some mock-ups I made up. This is of Deadpool.
Look at these.
I think the I think I'm gonna adjust my thing real quick. Deadpool like I said before, I want him to kind of break all the rules. He has higher HP, and some self-regen stuff. He heals enemies that are nearby him. Game balance gives him some other support stuff. And his ultimate comic book coolness lets him heal allies and deal damage to enemies and get a bunch of damage resist for himself. I do think his left shift, by the way, should just be called in-game cool sword move. Where he like jumps in the air and he swings his sword wildly and he deflects stuff while he's in the air.
It should be like the X-Men, like the Ryan Reynolds crappy Deadpool where he just swings and he deflects a bunch of stuff. It's really stupid.
Green Goblin is pretty much what I talked about before. He should probably be an easier character, but he is a flying strategist. He lobs pumpkin bombs, he can throw down a gas bomb. He has his experimental serum. He can dive bomb with his ult. MODOK, I want all of his abilities to be blank designed to kill. So he has Ray designed to kill, Barrier designed to kill. And by the way, the reason I called it that because I was thinking like he makes a barrier, enemy abilities that pass through it do less, ally abilities pass through it do more. So it's not just a shield he puts in front of his team. I mean, it is a shield he puts in front of his team, but it's a little more nuanced than that. But he takes less damage from critical hits, but all weapons that are able to crit do so whenever they hit them. So he's particularly weak to headshotting characters like, Punisher, Hawkeye, Black Widow. And he's probably
just killed
Hela.
him.
Yeah, Hela destroys this man.
Dead.
Mysterio, I want him to be more about illusions. I have Reshaped World. He puts down a big brick wall that just blocks enemy vision. They can shoot through it, but they can't see what they're shooting at.
Oh my gosh, he does like the Roadrunner, paints the tunnel and then runs through it. And
That'd be so fucking... Wait, hold on. That's actually so peak. If it blocks...
Write that down.
If it blocks enemy movement, but not his teammates' movement, that'd kind of be the greatest.
It's like the Groot wall we were talking about before.
But it's actually designed to do that from the start. That's actually kind of the greatest. I want him to be able to select an ally, and it makes an illusion of the selected ally, but then you also disguise yourself as the selected ally. So now it looks like there's 3 of that person, and it's like, which one is the real Winter Soldier? I'll never tell.
We got a spy.
It really would be the spy of the game.
Yeah.
And I don't think Rivals could do spy in like the same way.
Yeah, no. It's too many heroes.
And like when it's just 6v6 and not like 12v12 or whatever, and like everyone is organized, if you see 7 people in your group, you're like, now hold on. Now wait just a damn second.
Yeah.
I ain't counting.
Polaris is basically, I just have her as a more offensively oriented version of Magneto. She projects out a big shield, but it also damages and pushes enemies as it like moves along. She can yank enemies towards them, and if they're flying, then she pulls them out of the air. Her ult is basically she absorbs projectiles in an angle in front of her for a few seconds, and then unleashes magnetic wrath in that area. Shuri, I'm not even gonna go over this. I made this, and then I was like, this is way too fucking complicated to go over in this presentation. The short version is that she's Black Panther, but a strategist. And I think I've made a proper 5-star strategist. Moving on. Thanos. I put him as 4-star. He honestly might be 5. With trying to manage his, like, which buff you're on at any given time. Then he also has, he chooses a radius, and then after, like, it gets, like, marked, and it's like a very clear, like, this area is gonna get fucked up soon. And then after, like, 3 seconds, it's an orbital strike with huge damage. So it's, like, easy to avoid, but it's super huge damage. And then just, like, a shield and the ground stomp and stuff.
Could I make a suggestion for his ultimate?
Sure.
instead of the kill half of like all teammates, what if it was he does his ultimate and reduces the enemy team's health in half and restores up to half of his allies?
I've seen that. I've seen other people say similar things, and I still think that's a bit much.
It could have a very big ult charge. I mean, he has Thanos.
Yeah. I mostly just think, like, I'd rather not lean too much into the half thing. I know it's a very, like, iconic part of his character. But it strikes me as a sort of, like, missing the forest for the trees sort of thing. I do love the enthusiasm for it, though, that people have. War Machine, I already pretty much broke it down earlier. He's kind of a slower Pharah. He has some weak lock-on rockets and some Gatling guns. You can also just, I like to just make these mock-ups for any characters. Like, this is just a D&D NPC, and I was like, I want to make one. And so I did. These are honestly just kind of fun to do for the same reason people enjoy, like, how to make X character in D&D. But people making mock-ups don't always consider it beyond the theoretical or put thought behind how it would feel to play. I saw someone post a mock-up for Cable, and it was like, for Cable's ultimate, he uses a time travel device where it resets everyone to exactly what they were 15 seconds earlier.
That's crazy.
And I was like,
That would be wild.
I was like, that sounds miserable. That sounds like the worst experience.
That's awful.
Also,
Okay.
his time travel affects only really him. So
Yeah.
I've also seen videos. There's someone on YouTube called Thom O'Clock who's made some videos about creating kits for a theoretical Nintendo hero shooter. And I would actually recommend those videos. They're kind of fun. He has some of like the obvious picks, but he has some really obscure choices in there too, which I always appreciate for these kind of thought experiments. And this is honestly, like, if I wanted to farm this for a video series, I probably could, you know? And of course, if you want to take the time to do this, you want to remember the general rules of it, so then you know when to responsibly break them. And I'm not going to bother to break down all of these because we've spent so much time already. But the main thing to remember is just have fun, get crazy. This is, it's all a fun activity making these mock-ups. We had an OC debacle not that long ago, and I'm just gonna briefly cover it. The funny thing is, by the time I'm presenting this, like, the outrage has died. No one remembers it, and no one cares. But NetEase has confirmed they are allowed to make original characters for the game, and, like, they were asked to, it's not like they stepped forward and made a grand announcement. They were explicitly asked about it in a video, or not in a video, in an interview, and they were like, yeah, we're allowed. And people flipped the fuck out. I only play this game for the Marvel characters, and, like, all these other things. Like, guys, NetEase knows. They know. And they have been pretty on point with staying faithful to the material while also doing their own thing, and I think, based on what we've seen, I personally have faith on them to only use OCs if it does something interesting for the story and for the roster. We all know if they flood the roster with OCs, it would harm the player base. Like, we all know that. And they know that too. What's even next after this? Actual predictions instead of just a wish list. There's a voice in the back of the Hydra map that's labeled as the Hive. And this is apparently something that's leaked, quote unquote. I think it would make sense for them to add. I could see Armin Zola or Red Skull as options, but more likely as villains. Quicksilver and Colossus, Drax and Gamora are kind of obvious. Luke Cage, I could see. Miles Morales is so popular. And the Spider-Verse plot isn't ignored. And Thanos, again, he's too iconic to ignore. It's important to remember also balancing the roster output to, like, balance the source materials. Like, the Avengers have, like, 10 characters. X-Men have, like, 8 characters. And those are like the two with the biggest like story real estate in the Marvel universe, right? The Guardians don't actually have that much story real estate, but they're also very popular, so it makes sense for them to have a lot. As Guardians have 4 characters, the Fantastic Four, you can probably guess. And Wakanda only has 1 character. Our poor boy Black Panther is left out to dry so far. There's also the matter of just like general roster variety. It's pretty normal for most characters to be human or human adjacent. We have 1 full robot and 1 human piloting a mech. We have 1 symbiote. We have 2 like animal adjacent characters. And then there's like some weird like cases where there's just like aliens like Groot and Adam. Adam's I'm not even sure what Adam's like a weird case. And then there's some half hybrids like Blade or some edge cases like Thing and Mantis. And even beyond that, cultural representation is pretty important, and the game has done fairly good at this variety so far, but there's also merit to all the memes about the thin white women in this game. They have a few Asian characters like Luna, Penny, Psylocke, and Iron Fist. They have a few black characters like Cloak and BP and Blade and Storm. Black Widow is...
Jeff.
That's true. That's true.
We have Jeff getting the low taper fade.
Black Widow is supposedly Russian, but she's voiced by Laura Bailey, so you can't hear it. In Magic, you can hear it. Also, when looking over stuff for this part of the slideshow, I saw Ultron's birthplace is apparently New Jersey, and that's really funny to me. And people are clamoring for playable villains. The only 2 major ones we have are Hela and Ultron. And other than that, we have a lot of anti-heroes. And, like, some of them are just kind of fully heroic at this point, like Venom. And there's obviously a shortage of vanguards and strategists. And now, obviously, this is a very dynamic issue. Not every in the faction in the story has the same amount of story real estate. There's popularity to consider, so a lot of people want Spider-Man characters and Spider-Man villains, but how much can we afford to give to Spidey characters when there's so much other things in the Marvel Universe? It's a really dynamic thing, and there's a lot of factors when deciding who to add next. The characters they add, as they've said, are always relevant to the story of the season. And of course, as we've seen with Daredevil and Angela, we don't need them to be tied to the location we're going to. We just need them to be thematically tied to it in some sense. And on that note, I have a bunch of season ideas that I'll try to step through with reasonable speed. We're, I think, pretty close to done now. We are on slide 224 of 279.
We might reach 7.
So, we're almost there. Remember that each season has 2 maps and 2 new heroes, and they all generally follow this, the same like thematic point. And also, I want to just be upfront. For season 4, my prediction was Luke Cage and White Fox. I was wrong. You know, I'm not that proud. I can admit it. I let it decree. I fucked up. Anyways, let's get to my season ideas. In one of Scarlet Witch's lore entries, she doesn't talk about, but she considers to herself the possibility of using the Darkhold for her own means and gaining her own power. And I think this is sort of kind of teasing a potential, like, Scarlet Witch being a sub-villain in the same way that Hela kind of was in season 3. And in general, I kind of want to see more of that. I could see her teaming up with Agatha Harkness to try to reconstruct the Darkhold, and they unleash an Elder Evil. I would like Polaris to be added as part of this, to be part of, like, how they talk her down. It could also be Quicksilver. But there are also other possibilities for Quicksilver I'll bring up. I think Polaris is is already more of a foil to Magneto, who is another character who has gone too far before but is ultimately sympathetic. I just think Polaris makes more sense. That's my take on the matter. The Spider-Verse plot is not done, obviously. I think it makes sense to bring in the old Spider-Verse villains in the comics, who are the Inheritors, who are a group of crazy-ass timeline vampires.
Yes.
Now, if we're talking about crazy-ass timeline vampires, who are we gonna bring in? I
Who you
say
gonna call?
a real vampire. I think the heroes are fending off the Inheritors with help from Miles, and the Inheritors stumble in, and Morbius, who has infiltrated their ranks and fucking backstabs them and was planning to betray them the whole time.
Who you gonna call?
And
Dr. Morbius.
Morbius is probably not a good person, and that's kind of what I want to tie in thematically. He's probably done bad things to get to this point, like to maintain his cover with the Inheritors.
So we get a movie skin. And you can be
Oh my god, a movie skin! Don't talk to me.
Well, that's Sony, so maybe not.
Yeah. Hey, I'm playing this on a Sony machine right now.
I think it's also possible that Doom tries to pull some shit with the web. With the web of Life and Destiny, they've like kind of foreshadowed this a little bit in Penny Parker's lore entry. I think then this would be an interesting place to bring in 2 Spider-Man villains, again, Green Goblin and Doc Ock. Maybe there's something thematic to be said about the back and forth of the heroes and villains, and how maybe they would be better off if they didn't exist, but they also wouldn't be who they are today without each other.
Very Joker.
Kind of tied into the Spider-Verse stuff is the Alchemax stuff, which has been foreshadowed quite a bit. There is... I wrote down a bunch of stuff. I'm going to be honest. I don't know where to take it. But one of the Angela skin, the 2099 Angela skin, actually name drops Mr. Stone, who I believe is supposed to be R&D Vice President Tyler Stone of Alchemax. That is my theory. And Doom 2099 in the comics already has association with them, so maybe he calls them in to like be part of his muscle. And this is part of the story of not just Penny Parker and all the spider people, but also Captain America. This version of Captain America was on ice and held by Alchemax until he was broken out by Black Widow, who is leading a resistance along with Punisher and Wolverine and a bunch of other people in the Marvel Knights faction. And it could be any number of people in this faction. Luke Cage is already confirmed, like, in this continuity to be in this faction. But there are some other people who are possible. This next one I have, I want Cloak and Dagger to have a season where they're more significant. And I think this should lead into the crime syndicate that experimented on them to give them their powers. That also experimented on Mr. Negative to give him his powers. And I think Mr. Negative probably goes on a spree of mind controlling people and causing chaos to get the hero's attention to turn them on to this other threat. And I think this is the chance to bring in Ghost Rider, who arrives to punish these crime syndicates. And I think there's something thematic to be said about Mr. Negative does a bad thing to end up doing something good in the end. Ghost Rider kind of wants him to pay for it. Would there be a point? What punishment would be justified? Who decides what the right punishment is? And I think there's there's a thematic question to be explored with that as well. I want to bring in Onslaught. As a villain. I discovered him recently, and I was like, holy fuck, this guy's the coolest thing ever.
Oh yeah.
But also, he is the perfect reflection of both Mr. X and Magneto, which, by the way, perfect chance to bring in Professor X. To sort of show the worst version of who these characters are and who they could be if they're not careful. And in this sense, I think the ruins of Genosha would be a great map for this thematically. I am imagining almost this like... This is kind of dark, but I'm imagining like the same energy as, you know, when like the 2 nukes got dropped on Japan and they had left like the shadows on the walls and stuff. I'm thinking like that level of dark is what Genosha needs to be. Because it was like, in lore, it was like a travesty.
Oh yeah.
And I think thematically also, I want to make the second hero they bring in a non-mutant, which is maybe a weird choice, but I think, because Onslaught's biggest weakness is that he like can only grow more powerful from absorbing mutants. But I want it to be someone young and still wanting to do good in the world. Like, I think Kamala Khan would be a great choice for that. Someone to sort of show like what the X-Men do still fight for. I think this would be a really powerful arc, particularly for Magneto, and that like in lore they have not shied away from the fact even in Rivals that his character is shaped by a genocide. Like in one of his lore entries, they drop the words concentration camp, and they're like, oh, they aren't ignoring this. I just think that'd be neat to bring an Onslaught for that. The Collector's Arena, I think, has been foreshadowed in a lore in a gallery entry in the Battle Pass.
Also talks about it in Jeff's lore entry.
Yes, in Jeff and Psylocke and Mantis's. So we know we're going there at some point. But it's been recently teased by the recent Battle Pass gallery entry.
That's gonna be a crazy level. Imagine all the freaking references in that thing. Dear God.
I could see, like, in order to defeat him, the first map is, like, in his arena, and then that gives them the opening to sneak into his museum and use his own treasures against him. Maybe they can use this, like, his, like, arena, where he uses, like, gathers people from all around for his twisted game shows. Maybe there's a timeline where they use this as a metaphor for how the 1% treat the downtrodden poor as toys to be used as amusement, but maybe that's a bit too much for the funny Marvel hero shooter. So maybe we can take a step back from that if we need to. I don't fully know what we do with this, but I want a season where everyone gets shrunken down by Ant-Man's Pym particles. Yes, the entire roster of dozens of superheroes are all shrunken down. Does that make sense? No, I don't care.
Honey, I Shrunk the Marvel Universe.
I want the villain for this to just be like a single normal-sized stray Ultron drone. That's like normally extremely trivial, that is made very threatening by the circumstances, and I think it'd be interesting to explore thematically, like, outside of their powers, what makes our heroes different from other people. If their powers weren't so grand, would they be willing to stand up and fight for good? Or what allows them to do that? Obviously, Ant-Man would be added here.
Everybody downplays the Roomba until you're 2 inches tall.
It's true. Obviously, Ant-Man would be added here. I don't fucking know what his role would be. I don't know who the second person would be. It could be... I think Vision is like a philosophical guy and might have an interesting perspective on like the thematic question of the season. Other than that, I don't know. A couple of, I think, Wakanda seasons would make sense. Well, maybe just one. But I think it'd be cool to bring in Killmonger as a villain.
Yeah.
Where, like, the feud between the Orisha, the different gods of that pantheon, like, explodes because Killmonger arrives from, like, a timeline where he successfully dethroned T'Challa and declared they didn't need them. And we see a bit of Killmonger's Wakanda, which is just like a dog-eat-dog world where everyone looks out for themselves. This would also be a great chance to add Shuri. I don't have an idea for what this would be like who they would add or what the maps would be or anything. But I like the idea of there being a storyline where some force that I haven't decided has a big stockpile of secret heart-shamed herbs, and they make an army of Black Panthers. I don't know anything else about the situation or the thematics, but I love that setup in my head. And as Guardian family reunion is obviously going to happen at some point, I'm not certain about the specifics, but I think thematically it'd be cool to explore, like, it's no secret Odin is a controversial figure, but, like, I want to dig into this as much as possible. What actions did he take that shook some people's faith in him? Like, why does Angela shit talk him so fucking badly? But at the same time, what makes people like Thor see the good in him? And if you ask, is Odin a good person? I think the answer to that is probably very complicated. Obviously, there's going to be a Hydra season. I think MODOK is a no-brainer. Who else for that? Maybe, I was thinking Red Skull before, but now I'm not so sure. Maybe the Hive, maybe Arnim Zola. Or if you want a non-villain pick, this is a cool choice for Sam Wilkins Falcon. Or maybe Sharon Carter is another Cap ally. Namor has to be a sub-villain at some point where he tries to take over the surface world. I don't know who you would really add. I think it would be funny if it was just two unrelated people. Like, Deadpool comes in because he thought it'd be funny, and Cyclops comes in because he just, like, really wants to kick Namor's ass. And now maybe could be the time to address his one-man sexual harassment campaign on Susan Richards. Like, obviously it's a bad thing. But I want to explore this character of, like, what is it about her that infatuates him? Maybe he genuinely sees a kind-hearted woman who has the potential to understand his plight, but he's so obsessed with conquest and just, like, taking things by force that he never considers that he might be a flawed person who can make mistakes. And including
white woman.
Yeah. And might be because there are sympathetic elements to Namor's motivations, because he sees himself not as a power-hungry conqueror, but that, like, he sees how the surface world abuses, like, nature around them, and he sees his underwater world as being uncared for and abused. And of course we can analyze all that while understanding that this guy's a huge fucking piece of garbage. Holy shit, he sucks so bad.
Yep.
While understanding he has sympathetic elements to his character. I feel like we gotta have we've had a half-world season slightly teased, or at least Lila, the character, has been teased. I think it makes sense to bring in the High Evolutionary as a villain. Maybe a playable character, but I'm not married to that. Maybe Rocket goes off on his own to deal with it, and which means the rest of the Guardians follow him, which means a bunch of other people follow him, and one by one everyone's there. And it's the Guardians are a group ultimately about companionship and having each other's back. And I think that'd be cool to lean into thematically. Also, the villain of the High Evolutionary is also related to Scarlet and Quicksilver.
Really?
Yes. So they were, like, kidnapped as kids and experimented on by the High Evolutionary, basically. And that's how they got their powers. So in a lot of continuities, Scarlet is Magneto's adoptive daughter, and so she's not actually a mutant. But, like, a lot of people think she's a mutant. Lila could be added, but she might just be a mythic skin for Rocket. Yondu or Nebula would be cool for another Guardians season. Quicksilver would be cool. There's a character named Luminous who was created by the High Evolutionary, who has a bunch of cool powers. Maybe could be Vanguard. I found a story arc called Doom Academy, like, a few days ago, and I was like, holy fuck, I'm in. So, there was a story arc where Strange opened a wizard school. In the game, he has a line where he's like, there are so many young wizards, if I had the patience, I'd open a school. There was a comic run where he did that, and he had a bunch of other heroes like Magic and Scarlet and a bunch of other people as teachers. But there was also a part of that where Dr. Doom becomes Sorcerer Supreme, and he transfers all the students to Doom Academy. There's also, as a part of this, there was a really interesting lore bit I discovered where Doctor Strange has a being he created called the Thing in the Cellar, where all the pain he goes through to cast his spells, he transfers to this thing that just exists to like feel pain.
That's not good.
And I want to explore the reasoning Strange has for doing that. I think there's a way to make this an interesting character beat and not just like fucking weird, right? I think it's possible he feels guilty about it, but maybe it's like for the greater good ultimately, right? As for potential characters, I brought up Nico Minoru earlier, and I really like her. I think she'd be cool. There's like, she could be any role because like in every single thing she's in, she does different things. She's in Marvel's Midnight Suns, and she's a healer there, but in like the comics, she does 0 healing. So I don't know. Other than that, they could maybe add one of the students if they don't want to add a minor that isn't in a mech. They could make older versions of the characters. Like Doyle Dormammu is a kid who has like a chunk of Dormammu in his like soul. There's a few other teachers. There's also a villain named Gaslamp who looks really cool and grants wishes. He does like fucking nothing, but I think he looks cool, so they should add him. Hulk's lore page states that Los Diablos missile base has become a demonic battleground, which means he is part of the collapsing timeline. I think this is a good chance to show off some Hulk shenanigans. And like, we gotta give Hulk some love. He's so disconnected to the plot right now. And there's a lot to explore with this character. He has a lot of family trauma and like emotional regulation he's had to deal with. And even just with like Gamma Mutate lore, there's like the one below all. There's the one below all. There's the leader, Samuel Stearns. New heroes to be added could just be anyone associated with Gamma stuff. She-Hulk is an obvious pick. Red Hulk is maybe too similar, but there are apparently depictions of him where he has like big artillery on his body, so maybe that's what sets Red Hulk apart. Apocalyptic Wars. Magic has conversations with Scarlet and Moon Knight that implies she is allied with Apocalypse. And I think that could make her a cool sub-villain. Basically, Scarlet and Moon Knight are just like telling her like, stop siding with Apocalypse, and she's like, no, I want to side with Apocalypse.
It's cool,
and I want to hear Magic's reasoning for this in more detail, for like helping lead a war that has resulted in her timeline being torn to fucking shreds, as well as Apocalypse's reason for starting it. And if this is a Magic-based season, this is a great chance to add Colossus. You could also add Apocalypse has a wife named Genesis who is cool, or you could just add Apocalypse. The art I saw of Genesis, where she was like halfway through a portal, and her arm was like partway in the portal, and it made me think that her arm was missing. And she is not missing an arm, but like we could just have a character at some point that's missing an arm. Like we could just do that. She has like magic, and she has plant control and can fight with swords. We could also have Apocalypse as a playable character. I don't know much about him. I think he might be better as a season villain, or maybe he's like the season after he's defeated. Or maybe they do a thing where they like combine characters, because apparently Archangel is a character that is in line for succession to be Apocalypse. So maybe you just combine the two. Savage Lands is something I've seen asked for a lot. It is basically a place on Earth where dinosaurs survived. This opens the opportunity for Stone Age skins. We can bring in Sauron as a villain. He's the I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
And the Rivals devs love memes. Sauron could be a healer, but he wouldn't want to be a healer. So I'm not sure which choice is funnier, if he is or if he isn't.
Turns you into a dinosaur to heal you.
He turns you into a dinosaur to heal you? Fuck, wait, that's so good.
But it's permanent, so the rest of your life just stuck as a dinosaur.
Devil Dinosaur, I think, would be a badass pick. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur.
Oh yeah. That'd be really
They're
cool.
kind of obscure characters, but I think they'd be really fun.
And then you could have another Capcom tie-in with Dino
Crisis.
Dinosity.
The fall of the
So I
first
think it would be
Doom.
fun
This
If
is only after a very long time. The heroes, after much debate would decide to ally with the normal Doom to defeat Doom 2099. And Doom decides they all need one more tool as a part of whatever plan he has. They use the mystic students and the magical power at Kamartaj to summon another ally who has overwritten reality himself before. That's right, we're adding Thanos. We're having a double tank season here, baby. Dr. Doom,
the most
Thanos,
money printing thing that they would ever do.
Doom and Thanos, double tank season, same season. That's my decree. That's what I would do.
That's like a use in case of emergency button
Oh yeah.
season.
This is when there's 100 concurrent players. They're like,
And
break the glass.
the last season idea I have is introducing the next big villain after that, who in my mind should be Galactus, or at least at some point Galactus. If we have Galacta, we have to have Galactus come in at some point, because I want a map where the battle announcements include her arguing with her dad.
Oh,
That would
sick.
be
I
awesome.
want that so badly. It'd just be this crazy, like, sort of breaking the fourth wall moment where it's like these two, like, cosmic level entities are arguing in the background of the match. And maybe there's like a few different variations, so it's not just the same every time. This is a great opportunity to add Silver Surfer, and maybe Captain Marvel, just because she's like, we're getting to the point where that power level is warranted. But I want a huge Galactus in the background. I want a map where he's just like towering and massive.
I want Goose.
Want Goose?
Goose.
Oh yeah, Goose's cat.
Yeah.
I had Goose earlier in the presentation. I had them like written down. So I have some other various potential future villains. King the Conqueror is one. Dormammu is another.
I'd love Dormammu.
Shuma Gorath is more obscure, but he's kind of a cool
Yes! If they did Shuma, I'd pop off.
He's kind of a cool like tentacle Eldritch horror guy. There's a villain called Super Skrull who has all the powers of the Fantastic Four, and he sounded neat on the wiki.
Oh yeah.
Cassandra Nova is Professor X's twin sister. That sounds kind of cool.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
She was really cool in the
She'd be
In the
terrifying.
movie. Yeah.
She like sticks her hands in your face and she's like, oh.
There's a lot of options for like how we like the Hela sub-villain in Season 3. There's a lot of options for that in the playable characters. Loki, maybe even Magneto or Venom. Maybe if we have Adam Warlock unleash Magus, which is his dark side. Maybe we bring the Maker out. Maybe we bring out Dark Phoenix.
Yeah.
There are so many options that, like, including other universe variants of any kind of characters, just kind of opens the floodgates here. Okay, we're going to talk about team-ups. We're going to speed through them. We're actually really nearing the end here. Generally, we want more team-ups that benefit tanks and strategists.
Yeah.
Our top priority are characters that don't already benefit from a team-up or are like only the anchor. Weirdly enough, Season 0 had the Hulk Strange team-up, which was like Hulk was at the time kind of the worst tank, and Strange was at the time kind of the best tank, so it was an incentive to run them together. And then there were a couple others, and now there's only Mag Emma, which is two of the best tanks, arguably the best tanks. Also with Psylocke, who's arguably like one of the best, who before the alternate fire nerf, she was like the best duelist. And there should be more double strategist team ups too. There should be more than Mantis, Loki, Adam, Luna. And also, get rid of the anchor bonus and just incorporate it into their each character stats.
Yeah.
It's unnecessary and stupid.
It feels weird.
I don't understand what this adds. Just make it more straightforward. Okay. I have some changes to existing team ups. We don't really need to care about that. There are some of them that are
Get rid of Gamma.
like
Kill Gamma.
there are
All of it.
there are some that some people would like say we should nerf, like Gamma Monstro or like the new Mantis one, that I can see the argument for, but I think those there's an extent to which they need to just be allowed to be cool, impactful team up abilities, and there's an extent to which there's a level where it reaches too much.
Like with Gamma Monstro.
Yeah, I can really
just
see
add
the
for all
justification for lowering the damage on that at least a little bit. I don't know. I'm not married to one side or another, because like no matter like, and of course this goes for any online game, any change you make is going to piss people off. So it's just the type of thing I like want to think about. Radioactive Heart. Bruce and Blade are going to team up, and Hulk, I want to have the ability to turn on the same vampire mode, not with the attack speed buff, just give slight life steal in exchange for getting less healing from his healers that he can turn on and off. I think this would be a cool mode for him to turn on, like when he jumps in to dive. I kind of want more unwilling team ups, because we have one where with the Venom Hela team up, the lore of it is that Hela takes some of Venom's power against his will. I kind of want to see more of that with, for example, Invisible Woman being protected by Namor. When she jumps away, there's a big splash of water, and a small, like a squid appears to protect where she was. Invisible Woman does not like this. She is not happy about it, but it happens. Some of these I think I presented to some of you before, like over a month ago, but they're still in the presentation, so here we go. Black Panther, I think. I had a Black Panther Cap team up where Cap can activate an ability with a super long cooldown that gives him a bit of a buff and lets him apply vibranium marks with some of his moves that Black Panther can then take advantage of. Cosmic Channeling. Khonshu deems Strange and Adam Warlock worthy of his power, even though Moon Knight himself is not happy about it. Strange and Adam can bounce their shots off of Onks with like 40% power.
Ooh, that's fun.
I like the idea of there being some degree of cooperation, and that this is not like something better than their primary fire, but it is an option they have. War and Chaos, I had one for Scarlet Witch and Thor that I just thought was a weird, fun, like, combo, where Scarlet Witch channels chaos magic through Thor, and he doesn't even fucking notice in the heat of battle. Where Scarlet Witch activates an ability, and for like 6 seconds or so during that time, whenever Thor hits someone, there's like a blast radius around him that does like some minor damage. So Scarlet activates it, but it's based on Thor doing stuff. And I think it'd be more interesting if there were more team-ups based on this, because there are definitely, like, there are some where there's just, like, no cooperation, right? And to an extent, I think that's fine. But I do think the cooperative team-ups are the most fun ones, generally. Guardian weapon swap. When Gamora and Drax are added, I want them to have a team up where they swap weapons. And Gamora, for a few seconds, grabs Drax's axes, and Drax grabs a giant-ass energy cannon. And then when the duration swap ends or one of them dies, they swap back. I have one with Polaris and Magneto, where they kind of combine their powers, and both of them get, like, an addition to an existing ability they have. I had a mock-up for adding magic to Arcane Order, but then it just kind of fucking happened, and it was completely different, so I'm just going to skip this. I'd like to add Mantis to Mental Projection from Emma. I think it'd be cool with they're both already telepaths, so it just kind of makes sense to me. Duality Dance added to Cloak and Dagger. I think it's cool because Cloak and Dagger's whole fucking thing already is duality. Don't you make a Duality Dance team up and fucking ignore Cloak and Dagger. That's crazy shit. I want to add Rocket to Operation Microchip. Yes, this is a different Punisher Rocket team up than the one we had before.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But now Punisher is the anchor, and Rocket can activate it to gain piercing on his primary, and that then has like a long ass
Holy
cooldown.
crap. That would be insane.
Stark Protocol, we gotta add War Machine to it when he comes.
Oh yeah.
Give an extra, like, change his secondary fire to a
TNG.
unibeam for a little bit for 20 seconds. Why did I write that? Maybe like 6 seconds. And when Primal Flame is added, they need to add when Cyclops is added, they need to put him in Primal Flame, because apparently he has a romance arc with Jean Grey in the comics, and he has some romance stuff, and Jean Grey has some romance stuff with Wolverine right now, and just the drama is too juicy to pass up. Even after my big list of team-ups I'd add, there are still a bunch of characters that only have one team-up, some of whom are still only anchors. Some team-ups that sound cool in my head that I don't have a specific concept for. Doc Ock, Doctor Strange, and Doctor Doom, just all the doctors. Put them together. Put the doctors together. Blade and Morbius, obviously. Mysterio and Loki, they're both illusionists. Star-Lord and Yondu is, like, kind of a no-brainer to me. Wanda has a bunch of characters she could have team-ups with. Vision, Quicksilver, Wiccan, Polaris. Thanos having a team-up with Gamora and Nebula is so morbid, and I want it to happen. That's like, oh, he was abusive and fucked up to them. Well, if they fight together, they get powers. Magneto and Professor X obviously need to have one. Beast and Emma Frost, I want to have one. I am still subscribed to the fucking, what is it called? The D&D memes subreddit, and there was like a series of comics of like the X-Men playing D&D, and like Beast is DMing, and Emma Frost just like does not understand the spirit of the game. And that made me love the idea of a Beast Emma Frost subreddit. I don't know. Ghost Rider and Punisher are kind of the same vibe. Thor and Odin are father and son. That's kind of an obvious one. Carnage and Venom sounds cool.
My boy.
A few others. Lastly, this is the final main topic we're going to get to. PvE modes. I want this game to be playable, at least in some form, after the servers go down. This could be in 10 years, this could be in 5 years. Maybe if the world explodes, it'll happen in like 3 months. But I want some capacity of single player support. The first thing to do would be to improve the bots, because right now the bots are fucking stupid. The hard bots on Rivals, if you think of the equivalent of like Smash Bros CPUs, like level 9 CPUs in Smash Bros are like decently challenging. They're not like
Really?
super crazy. Like, it depends on the player, but like For most people,
Isn't it a thing?
Hmm?
Isn't it a thing where people will practice on level 8 because level 9 is just too perfect? I thought
They
that
do
was
input
the thing.
rating, a lot of input rating on level 9.
I see.
Yeah.
9s are cracked.
9 is still like manageable though.
Yeah, not, level 9 CPUs are manageable. They're like pretty decently challenging though. The hard bots on Rivals, when you go to practice versus AI, they're so fucking stupid. And I get that Rivals is a three-dimensional game and there's a lot of moving parts. I understand. But I think there are ways to develop game modes with aspects of this that can be later incorporated into a single-player game mode. Or even like a spin-off after the live service game closes using the same assets. The first thing on the docket would be a sort of PvE VP mode where it's like there's both teams and then there's also various like bot enemies around the maps. That could be like Doom bots, Ultron drones, symbiotes, members of any hostile faction. And the goal is to deal more damage and get more kills on the bot enemies, but of course taking out like other players on the other team will deny them the chance to get the kills while they're respawning.
You've invented a MOBA.
Yes, which is why the background of this is MOBA.
Oh, look at that.
The idea of implementing this is that this will give NetEase some time to develop a little bit more advanced enemy AI without needing to lean on it entirely for the game mode to function at all. Like, in this game mode, it's okay for the AI to be kind of stupid. Because there's still interaction with the other team. Then we can start to incorporate game modes that are entirely up against bots. I'm thinking like an entirely cooperative mode where there's like one team. There could be 6, maybe 8 players against one very dangerous AI boss, like Null or Dracula or Galactus or whatever. And maybe with some like mook enemies going about that are kind of stupid. So then like some like divers can still get value. The big problem with some of like the story mode stuff in Overwatch 2 is that the enemies are a lot of times they're kind of slow and weak and generic and not all that threatening. They need to be kind of threatening and they need to have good variation and more than just damage sponges. This is very, very, very important. As this aspect starts to get developed, I would like to see sort of like a man versus machine mode equivalent. Where maybe there's like bits of offense and bits of defense where like you progress forward through a map, you fight through the bots, you fight through the like the formation, the defensive formations they have, and then after that you have to hunker down and defend it, and now you're on the defending side. And enemies could include like some like evil clones or robots of the playable heroes. Or
Marvel Zombies.
Or Marvel Zombies. Honestly, Marvel Zombies would be pretty cool. Oh my god, wait, okay, this is slight derailing. But I saw, one time I was looking at the Discord suggestions, like, the discussion threads, and in that, someone just writes up the full discussion, and then they have a bot, like, write up the title of the discussion thread. And someone suggested a game mode where they have to stop, like, Zombie Scarlet Witch from, like, getting the Infinity Stones or something. And I was like, that's a little cool. But the title that the bot generated was just stop Zombie Wanda from getting the Infinity Stones, as if they were asking the developers to do this. Oh, it made me laugh so fucking hard.
Please, NetEase, stop Zombie Wanda.
Stop Zombie Wanda. But yeah, if you just like take ideas from MVM and like how they make enemies threatening and how they make upgrades and how they make that game mode engaging, there's so much stuff you could do. Higher difficulties could, and like different maps in MVM have different difficulties. So you could have higher difficulties with more enemies or various buffs. and require more teamwork, and obviously having low difficulties. So then, like, if you just hop into the game and you don't want to just get cooked. I'm also kind of thinking like an arena game mode, like Overwatch's Stadium, where you can like buy items and stuff. You could also take inspiration from the Paladin's loadout system, where you can select like a pre-built kit, maybe. And I kind of want a alternate version of Battle Matrix, because Battle Matrix was cool, but first of all, it took way too fucking long. But second,
Auto chess, baby.
I like the idea of like gradually building a team, or rather, I like the idea of before you even enter matchmaking, you build a team, you choose items, you choose perks and upgrades and stuff. You do all this in a menu, and you set up like a pre-built team. Then you enter a quick match where you go like best 3 out of 5, best 2 out of 3 with someone. The same way as the first Battle Matrix, and both teams can make swaps after each round. I'd also like an expanded ability to give specific commands to specific characters, like telling someone to retreat, telling someone to dive. I think this sort of thing would let them sort of fine-tune the items and loadout stuff that they, with the first Battle Matrix, they already kind of played with. But I just, more experimentation never hurts. Finally, all of these aspects should collide in what could very easily be like a spin-off game. In this theoretical game I'm making, I'll call it End the Entanglement, right? Maybe it's paid, maybe like $30, $40. It uses existing aspects from the base game of Rivals. Existing costumes could be unlockable in game, maybe like some cheap DLC content. And linking your Rivals account might give you certain skins for free if you already bought them in the base game of Rivals. I think a single-player, long-term-ish campaign mode like Smash Ultimate's World of Light would make sense. Maybe, like, you gather you start with a few characters, and you, slowly, like, unlock more and more. I'm thinking this could be a system where, like, you control one person and the rest of your team is bots, or you could do peer-to-peer with your friends. I'm also thinking team-up abilities should be like all team-ups from throughout the game's history are in, but you can only have up to so many activated, so you can't have like, okay, I'm gonna go Hulk and put in my team Iron Man, Strange, Namor, Black Panther. And maybe some battles you're an Ultron drone and you're tactically commanding your team. I could also alternatively see this being a highly cinematic and dialogue heavy type of story mode, where like you swap between factions and you gain and lose people and stuff like that. A giant world map can have a variety of encounters, different groups of enemies with different buffs. Some enemies might feature like a normal enemy team and like another hostile faction, maybe like the intrusion mode. The same types of items as from Arena, the same types of big boss battles like from the raid mode, the same core team building like Battle Matrix V2. And the goal is to keep the culmination of the years of work in Rivals, to keep that experience intact, or at least a part of it. And there's also room for some kind of roguelike mode, probably, if we have like different items you can find and different characters to find. I didn't think this out super far, to be totally honest. But I think having that as an additional mode for some extra replayability would be cool. There's a lot of different potential enemy types that could be like bits and pieces of other playable characters, like maybe a heavily armored agent with a grenade launcher, with like a strange shield and a Hulk bubble, but that both have like long recharge times. And the AI is also very important. Once again, I think we should set... there are, like, different potential enemy categories that, like, I have them listed all long-winded here, but like a shooter AI character will prioritize staying behind tanks and trying to get an angle on squishies. Diver will try to hide or minimize engagement until they're within range to jump at a healer. A brawler enemy will mostly just prioritize closer targets. The putting them in categories like this, I think would make them make a lot of sense. So then you could look at them and be like, oh, that's kind of what this person's trying to do. I already said the team ups thing. I'd like there a way to be able to still access all the lore and the writing and the character interactions. Because I'm a nerd for that. Okay. Everyone, we've reached the end. In conclusion, I've gone through a huge list of hero balance changes with the goal of making every hero impactful, balanced, fun to play as, and fun to fight against, both in high ranks or low ranks. How much did I succeed? I don't know, but I think there's at least a few winners in there. Some of these changes are to reduce the impact of widely unpopular support ults and extreme damage ults. Some changes are to blur the lines between the roles. Some of them are just to make certain abilities less stupid and more fun. I've pitched a lot of hero kits. I've pitched a lot of storylines. I've presented a plan to create a variety of game modes to decrease the dependence on player retention and someday use these assets to create a single-player game that maintains the legacy of the game. If you disagree with me, you know what? That's okay. I'd love to hear feedback and continue the discussion. If you want to scream at me and attempt to damage my self-esteem, your loss. If you skip to the end of the video, I understand, but know that I'm sad about it. If you are netties, if you watching are netties, contact me. My PayPal account is ready for you. I need more money. I need work. If you're hiring, if you need a game designer, if you need a video editor, a writer, a voice, if you want someone to go into voicing, if you want you probably have better composers than me and better voice actors than me, but if you want me, I'm here. I will leap into your arms like a baby tiger into the warm embrace of the mother. Please, if you aren't netties but you want to steal my ideas for your upcoming hero shooter, I can do more for you. Give me a job. Do you have any idea how long I spent? I've spent almost 7 hours talking about this. It's been unreasonable. I have spent the past 2 months of my life on this for fun. For fun. Imagine what I'll do if you're paying me, bro. And lastly, thank you, netties, for making a game I feel so passionate about. I am willing to do this. I know a lot of people rage about it online, and sometimes I do too, and it can be easy to get sucked into toxicity. I genuinely love the heart and the creativity and the passion that's been put into it, and I've played so much of this game because I can feel what you've been putting into it. So thank you for working on this. If you're someone who's continuing to work on it, keep it up. If you're not, then whatever you do next, I hope it's fucking awesome. The end. Ignite the battle, everyone.
Yeah!
Thank you guys for staying the whole time. That went even longer than I expected by a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
I hope it was enjoyable. I was talking for a long time.
Do it again, I wasn't looking.
You're gonna wake up tomorrow and your voice is gonna be gone.
Oh yeah. My my body feels kind of weird, to be honest. I feel a little
The
tingly.
adrenaline. It probably is
Is-
literally adrenaline. It probably is literally that.
That's very, very impressive that you put this all together, and it's really, really cool.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna shut down the recording now and eat some chicken tenders. I've been lying on my plate for like 6 hours. But you know what? They're gonna taste good anyways.
I gotta go.
Yeah,
take
you're
a
right there.
trash.
See ya, YouTube. Have fun in the hell dimension. Fuck the Oscars.